Konoha, Nine-Tails Rebellion. The Nine-Tails riot caused war throughout the village. Led by the 4th Hokage and the 3rd Hokage, countless ninjas set out to stop this terrifying demon fox. But in such an anxious situation, the Root, a major force in Konoha, was silent. Danzo-sama, what's the situation outside? Not optimistic. After the 4th Hokage transferred the tail beast ball, he has been out of contact. His whereabouts are unknown. Yeah, Danzo nodded slightly, but then changed the subject. Bai Yi, in your opinion, what should the Root do now? We will do whatever Danzo-sama tells us to do. Bai Yi answered. As a time traveler, he knew Danzo's character very well. In this Nine-Tails Rebellion, in order to preserve his own power, Danzo would never let anyone from the Root get involved in this war. Only when the rest of Konoha's forces are weakened by this war will he really have a chance to come to power. Haha, go and continue to collect information with Migu in the front. Remember, don't take action unless it is absolutely necessary. Understood. After receiving the order, Bai Yi disappeared instantly. After he met up with his partner Migu and explained Danzo's intentions. His partner, who had been his partner for nearly 2 months, suddenly started to curse. Danzo, this old dog, is really a piece of shit. Be careful what you say and do. Bai Yi rolled his eyes unhappily. As a time traveler, why is his partner so impatient? Anyway, you and I have already eliminated the spell set by Danzo. In the chaos, all the people of the Root except us are in the base. What is there to worry about? Migu snorted coldly. Like most time travelers, Migu also wants to make a name for himself in this ninja world. Unexpectedly, despite having his own system, this unlucky child still became a member of Konoha's Root. However, compared to appearing in other small villages where there is no chance to show strength, becoming a dog under Danzo is not the worst situation. Bai Yi, no matter what you think, I think our chance has come. Migu's eyes lit up. In the Nine-Tailed Rebellion, apart from the mysterious masked man who caused the commotion, the most eye-catching thing is the nine-tailed demon fox that is wreaking havoc. If I can personally deal with a nine-tailed in public, then wouldn't it be easy for me to become a hero and get out of Danzo's control? Who knows, after the 4th generation steps down, I will become the 5th generation Hokage, and then, in this ninja world, leave a strong and colorful mark. Deal with the nine-tailed? How sure are you? Seemingly moved by Migu's words, Bai Yi looked at the other party and asked. 80%. Migu's mouth corners slightly raised. After crossing, the system he obtained is the strongest sealing system. As long as he can get close to the Nine-Tails, he will have an 80 chance of being able to temporarily seal it for 10 minutes. As for 10 minutes later, by that time, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, who had dealt with the mysterious masked man, had already returned. The 3rd Hokage plus the 4th Hokage and the still-living Uzumaki Kushina. It will be a sure thing to seal the Nine-Tails completely again. 80%. Bai Yi thought for a moment and felt that the plan was feasible. He nodded immediately and asked again, do you need me to do anything? When I perform the sealing technique, I cannot defend myself. Just let me be a bodyguard for 10 minutes, right? That's right. Although the mysterious masked man who summoned the Nine-Tails has been restrained by Minato, if he finds that the Nine-Tails has disappeared, he will teleport back directly. Then, Migu, who has no means of defense, can only be a fish to be slaughtered. Brother, I know you're different from me. Without a system, if you really meet Obito who is teleported back by Kim Yui, you may be in danger. Migu patted Bai Yi's shoulder and said earnestly, but this is a great opportunity for the two of us brothers to stand out. Anyway, I'm not going to live with old dog Danzo for the rest of my life. Since God has given us the opportunity to travel through time, it proves that God wants us to become legends in the ninja world. Migu became more and more excited, and Bai Yi on the side held his hand tightly. Well said. If you don't succeed, you will die. If you don't succeed, you will die. The discussion is over. After the 3rd generation Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the Vajra Rui Rod and knocked the Nine-Tails out of the village. The two of them set out instantly. Heaven and Earth sealing technique. The gray and white chakra on Migu's body instantly condensed into a Tai Chi shape. The next second, the violent Nine-Tails suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was far away, looked at the disappearing Nine-Tails and could not help but stand there in a daze. At this time, Migu, who was sweating profusely, gritted his teeth and forced himself to come to a hidden corner. Brother, I'll leave it to you next. Okay. Bai Yi made seals with both hands and cast Shadow Clone. The clone went to report the current situation, and the main body stayed with Migu just in case. Brother, the era of you and me is coming. Migu panted heavily, casting such a powerful sealing technique to seal it in a different space. The amount of chakra consumed is extremely amazing. If it weren't for the assistance of the system, I believe that Migu would have lost his life because of the exhaustion of chakra. Yes, Bai Yi couldn't help but sigh at the power of Migu's strongest sealing system. If you can still cast such a powerful sealing technique, it will be really difficult to deal with you. Migu slowly raised his head and looked at Bai Yi. What do you mean? Before Migu could finish his words, Bai Yi raised his kunai and stabbed it directly into his heart. Sorry, Bai Yi, you. As Migu's life faded, the sealed Nine Tails reappeared. What a terrible monster. Bai Yi looked coldly at the Nine Tails that was stretching out its claws to attack him. After throwing Migu's body to the Nine Tails, he stood still. As the Nine Tails slapped Migu into a pulp with one palm, Bai Yi, who was standing still, turned into a wisp of white smoke with a bang. Konoha, the base of the root organization. Danzo, Migu didn't listen to the advice and actually wanted to stop the Nine Tails. Unfortunately, due to excessive chakra loss, the Nine Tails failed to be sealed and died at the claws of the Nine Tails. What a pity. Densu sighed. Migu's sealing technique is very strong. Among the ninjas I have seen, even the Uzumaki clan may not be able to surpass him in sealing techniques. After a pause, Danzo suddenly asked, "Lost a teammate. Bai Yi, what do you think about this?" Migu did not listen to the advice, which led to his own death. I'm deeply sorry for this. After all, if my attitude could be more resolute, perhaps. Don't feel sorry. In the world of ninjas, death is very normal. After that, Danzo waved his hand and signaled Bai Yi to retreat. At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Bai Yi's ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the time, Traveler 003. Migu, please handle the death as soon as possible. Chapter 2. The Second Ninja World War. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing your task and returning. You shall embark on your new mission in 1 day's time. After leaving a farewell note and taking his own life, Bai Yi's narrative within the timeline of the Nine Tails chaos reached its conclusion. Finally, it has come to an end. Upon returning to his own alternate space, Bai Yi stretched languidly. As a fellow traveler akin to Migu, how could Bai Yi possibly lack a system of his own? However, unlike other traversers, Bai Yi's system bore no specific name. Upon acquiring the system, he was bestowed with the title of World Eradicator. With the title of World Eradicator, Bai Yi not only received various tasks intermittently, granting him rewards to enhance his abilities, but he also acquired a small realm of his own, reminiscent of Kemui's space. The sensation of the surroundings expanding was exhilarating. With satisfaction, Bai Yi gazed into the distance. His current aspiration was to one day transform this place into his envisioned paradise. When that day arrived, he would no longer need to undertake the absurd tasks issued by the system. Main task: eliminate Traveler 4. Task background: the Second Ninja World War, where myriad heroes arise. As the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo engages in fierce combat with Konoha ninjas Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, bestowing upon them the title of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. Task objective: eliminate Traveler 004. Known information about the Traveler, a ninja from the Rain Village. Task prohibition: do not actively eliminate the target in the presence of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha and Hanzo. Yet again, a task devoid of substantial clues. Currently, Bai Yi's task panel displayed only this singular assignment. This, eliminate Traveler, constituted the primary mission of Bai Yi's system. Indeed, all tasks issued by Bai Yi's system were aimed at targeting various travelers or rectifying deviations within the original timeline of the Naruto world. Whenever a situation arose at a particular juncture in the Naruto world that contradicted the original narrative, Bai Yi, as the system's bearer, would emerge to prevent potential disruptions to the canon. The last incident, which led the public to believe that the Nine Tails was responsible for the killings, was already absurd enough, culminating in a suicide to create a closed loop. Fortunately, it provided me with the specific location of the target. This time, not only did the additional conditions appear peculiar, but the scope of the target was also broadened significantly, was it not? Gazing at the task description, Bai Yi displayed unmistakable exasperation. A ninja from the Rain Village. The only known information regarding the target was this. given the vastness of the Rain Village and its multitude of ninjas. How long would it take to search for each one? As the saying goes, when soldiers come, let them fight. When water arrives, let it flow. No longer dwelling on such matters, Bai Yi settled down for a good night's rest. The next day, with the system's transport, Bai Yi awoke to find himself in a suburban area. Rain? The incessant drizzle was not to Bai Yi's liking. However, observing the surrounding environment, a glimmer of happiness appeared on his face. Upon opening the system panel, it was indeed as Bai Yi had surmised. The incessant rain, even on dreary days, was a hallmark characteristic of Rain Hidden Village. This time, his identity was that of a member of Sand Ninja Village. Each time he undertook a mission, the system thoughtfully provided Bai Yi with an identity befitting the current timeline, much like when he was assigned as a member of Konoha's root organization previously. This time, he was designated as a Jonin from the Wind Country's Sand Ninja Village. Not being a Konoha ninja posed a slight complication. The description of this mission was evidently intertwined with the legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the leader of the Rain Hidden Village, Hanzo of the Salamander. However, as a Sand Ninja, engaging with Konoha and Rain Ninjas was indeed a formidable challenge. Bai Yi, what are you doing? The sudden voice startled him. Instinctively, Bai Yi drew a kunai and flung it behind him. The individual, seeing this, promptly summoned a puppet to deflect the thrown kunai effortlessly. Bai Yi, what are you doing? Upon turning around, Bai Yi realized that the person behind him was none other than his immediate superior, Chiyo. Chiyo, I apologize, I was a bit too tense. What is there to be tense about? Chiyo shot him a disapproving glance. You youngsters, fresh to the battlefield, can be quite bothersome. Bai Yi found it difficult to retort against Chiyo's jibe and could only nod repeatedly in apology. Let us go, we need to regroup with the main force. To be honest, despite Chiyo's sharp tongue, she was quite a decent person. After all, if her character matched her venomous words, she would not have become an exceptional ninja proficient in both puppet techniques and medical ninjutsu. The Second Shinobi World War was drawing to a close, and within the identity bestowed upon him by the system, Bai Yi was actually a bodyguard to a certain lord of the Wind Country. Had it not been for this final phase, he, as the Lord's bodyguard, would likely never have ventured into the very epicenter of conflict in Rain Ninja Village to execute a mission. This was precisely why Chiyo had made such remarks to him earlier. Lady Chiyo, upon reaching the camp, nearly everyone rose to greet her. Were it not for Chiyo's intervention in dispelling the toxic fog created by Hanzo of the Rain Village, it was uncertain how many Sand Ninjas would have succumbed to its lethal effects. Thus, the ninjas of Sand Village held a profound respect for Chiyo. This is Jonin Bai Yi, who has previously served as the Lord's bodyguard. After a slight nod, Chiyo turned to introduce Bai Yi to the others. He has been specially dispatched to assist with this mission. The mention of a Lord's bodyguard elicited expressions of skepticism among the crowd. After all, during wartime, although a Lord's bodyguard often faced enemy attacks, it was evident that their duties were considerably less harrowing compared to the brutal realities of the battlefield. Do not underestimate this individual. Chiyo discerned the apprehensions of those around her. Even my foolish brother, HZ, was no match for him. Could it be that even Lord HZ is not his equal? The Sand Ninja, who previously held reservations about Bai Yi, suddenly found their perspective illuminated. It is crucial to understand that, at present, Chiyo and her brother HZ rank among the foremost ninjas in the sand, second only to the Kazekage. If even HZ is not a contender, it signifies that Bai Yi's combat prowess must be exceedingly formidable. Thus, what could be the purpose of my dispatch? You are still unaware, are you? Chiyo remarked with a hint of surprise as she gazed at Bai Yi. According to the intelligence gathered by that boy HZ, in a few days, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru from Konoha are to be ambushed by a squad led by Hanzo. With that, Chiyo's lips curled into a faint smile. Although negotiations are currently underway with Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Ninja Village, we cannot act against him just yet. However, those three from Konoha can certainly be taught a lesson. Chapter 3, The Mantis Catches the Cicada, While the Yellow Bird Awaits. A lesson for Jiraiya and his companions? Upon hearing these words, Bai Yi's eyes immediately sparkled with brilliance. He had been pondering how to approach these three individuals, and unexpectedly, this opportunity had presented itself before him. That rascal, Hai Lao Zong, may not prioritize his own strength, but he has become increasingly adept at espionage and intelligence gathering. Chiyo let out a soft huff. Despite her apparent disdain for her younger brother, it was evident to any discerning listener that her words were imbued with praise and pride for Hai Lao Zhang. Bai Yi, you and I shall each lead a team of 5, laying ambush in the potential locations within Konoha. Once they engage in a life-and-death struggle with that old codger, Hanzo, do not rush into action. Wait until they depart, and then stealthily follow them. There may be unexpected surprises. As soon as she finished speaking, Chiyo tossed several vials to Bai Yi. These are antidotes for Hanzo's salamander poison. Each of you will receive 2. Should you come into contact with the toxin, remember to inject it immediately. Understood, Bai Yi nodded solemnly. Hanzo of the Salamander, known as the pinnacle of the ninja world, owes much of his reputation to his summoning beast, the salamander. This creature can emit a vast range of toxins from its mouth. The effects are astonishing. Inhaling it can induce paralysis within mere breaths. Fortunately, Konoha has Tsunade, who possesses the antidote, while Suna has Chiyo, capable of counteracting the poison. Moreover, in addition to creating the antidote formula, Chiyo has even discerned that after the salamander releases its toxic mist, it requires 5 minutes to replenish its venom, a critical weakness. This discovery has significantly minimized the threat Hanzo poses to the Sand Ninja. Yet, despite this, Hanzo's terrifying prowess continues to instill fear in many. Time is of the essence. We must set forth immediately. As a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, Chiyo understood the importance of time in war. Bai Yi was equally aware of this. After traveling a considerable distance without a moment's rest, he voiced no complaints and took decisive action. His resolute behavior inadvertently bolstered the goodwill of the other Sand Ninja towards him. Let us rest here, observing the surroundings. Bai Yi noted a relatively concealed corner shielded by towering rocks on either side. Having traveled for 2 consecutive days with little sleep, he commanded a halt for their ambush. Mr. Bai Yi, this location seems rather distant from the site marked by Lord Hai Laozong. Our objective is to benefit from the conflict between Konoha and Amigakure. If we remain too close, we risk being discovered prematurely, which would be counterproductive. Bai Yi shook his head. He bore no aversion to this strategy of lurking in the shadows. The world of ninjas is exceedingly brutal, especially amidst such warfare. Without extraordinary strength comparable to that of Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, survival is a precarious endeavor. It is highly likely that a careless mistake could lead to dire consequences. It is essential to recognize that Bai Yi possesses a system devoid of any so-called resurrection mechanism. The reason he could resurrect after committing suicide in the timeline of the Nine Tails Chaos was solely due to adhering to the mission's requirements. Our team, led by Lord Chiyo, is strategically positioned on the 2 optimal paths for Konoha's retreat. Everyone, take this opportunity to rest well and prepare yourselves for the challenges ahead. It is anticipated that within a day, we shall hear the sounds of battle not far from us. Bai Yi gazed towards the north. Based on the locations marked by Zuki and his own recollections, Jiraiya and his companions must have engaged in combat with Hanzo. Thus, their position would surely yield some disturbances. At that moment, if the enemy chooses to retreat in our direction, it will be our chance to reap the benefits of their misfortune. As Bai Yi had surmised, the confrontation between Jiraiya and Hanzo was extraordinarily intense. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of explosions. Especially when they summoned their respective summoning beasts, the vague silhouettes of those colossal creatures became apparent. Is this truly the strength of Hanzo from the village hidden in the rain? Even the combined forces of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru from Konoha seem unable to contend with him. Although not a single figure was visible, the enormous salamander stood proudly, signifying that throughout the battle, Hanzo appeared to hold the upper hand. Mr. Bai Yi, the ninjas from Konoha seem to be retreating towards our direction. Upon witnessing Gamabunta and Manda advance a distance before vanishing, one of Bai Yi's sand shinobi reported urgently. This is fortuitous. A slight smile graced Bai Yi's lips. Everyone, stay vigilant. We must not let them escape. Yes, the sand shinobi were all fully focused, awaiting Jiraiya and his companions to fall into their trap. However, at that moment, Bai Yi suddenly sensed an unusual chakra presence nearby. Another powerful individual? Bai Yi's brows furrowed in concern. Realizing the situation might be precarious, he hastily instructed his sand shinobi to investigate the surroundings. They should be far from the ranged shinobi's encampment, even if Hanzo, like us, dispatched a team to intercept Jiraiya and his companions. They should be too late. Hanzo himself had ambushed Jiraiya's group, and after this battle, Konoha has suffered a significant defeat. Moreover, the high-ranking officials of both Konoha and Sunagakure have been actively communicating with Hanzo to seek an end to the war. Thus, it is unlikely that they would set a second ambush, leaving no escape for Jiraiya and his allies. A time traveler, perhaps. Considering the current peculiar phenomenon, Baiye's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. It is quite possible that the individual emitting chakra nearby is a time traveler who has crossed into the ninja world, aiming to extend the duration of the Second Shinobi World War for their own notoriety. With myriad suspicions in mind, Baiye stealthily approached the location where the chakra had erupted. What is this? Paper. Perhaps 9.5 out of 10 ninjas would disregard this seemingly ordinary piece of white paper. However, Baiye, as a time traveler, is acutely aware that shortly after the Second Ninja World War, Jiraiya, who was bestowed the title of one of the legendary 3 ninjas by Hanzo, will take on a female disciple named Konan. The jutsu that this young apprentice wields is intrinsically linked to this very piece of paper. The faintly discernible chakra emanates from it. With utmost caution, Baiye draws a kunai, preparing to ascertain the true nature of this paper. The moment he thrusts the kunai towards it, an explosive blast erupts with a deafening roar. Is it possible that there are others lying in wait here, besides me? Chapter 4. The Art of Divine Paper. My prowess in the art of divine paper has been activated. The Rain Ninja, Hanaki, clad in a flowing black robe, furrowed her brow and swiftly concealed her presence. Lord Hanzo was still excessively merciful. As a transmigrator, upon arriving in the ninja world and becoming a Rain Ninja, Hanaki initially contemplated defection. After all, in the original narrative, Hanzo's performance was rather unimpressive. His reputation suffered greatly due to incidents such as the assassination of Yahiko, leaving him with a tarnished image in the eyes of the audience. Not to mention, he was directly defeated by the samurai Mifune after being reanimated. However, as Mifune aptly stated, Hanzo's failure stemmed from the loss of his former convictions. During the Second Great Ninja War, Hanzo managed to ensure the survival of the small village of Amigakure amidst the turmoil among the great nations. His strength, tactics, and magnanimity were evident. Moreover, despite knowing the potential backlash, he prudently chose to eliminate Yahiko, a future threat, to prevent future calamities. One could argue that before his character underwent a significant transformation, Hanzo was indeed a formidable warlord. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, Hanzo later succumbed to increasing paranoia, even doubting those closest to him. This was ultimately the reason for his complete downfall. Of course, all of this transpired later. Presently, Hanzo remains an exceptionally charismatic leader. Serving under such a figure evokes a sense of loyalty akin to that of a dragon sacrificing itself for its sovereign. Had circumstances been different, Amigakure might have already become mere cannon fodder in the conflicts of the great nations. I must swiftly eliminate the one who has discovered the art of divine paper. Having deeply felt Hanzo's magnetic charm before his descent into paranoia, Hanaki vowed to wholeheartedly support this warlord. In her view, the immediate priority was to neutralize the trio of Konoha's legendary Sannin, led by Jiraiya. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru posed an immense threat to Amigakure's aspirations for growth. However, despite having explained the situation to Hanzo, at this moment, he was filled with ambition and held great admiration for Jiraiya and his companions. Ultimately, they inevitably allowed the trio to escape. Of course, had Hanzo truly dealt a lethal blow to Jiraiya and the others, Hanaki and her comrades would not have been captivated by his charisma, willingly becoming mere foliage to foster his rise as a true legend of the ninja world. Thus, Hanaki recognized her role as Hanzo's covert blade. Sometimes, there are unsavory tasks that, whether Hanzo desires it or not, he must undertake. At this moment, the intruder threatening to disrupt the peace, is it the Sand Ninja? Hanaki meticulously examined all the trap placements she had set. Although she had yet to lay eyes on the enemy, it was reasonable to surmise that the only ones capable of laying ambush here, apart from the Sand Ninja, were none other. Among the Sand Ninja, currently, the strongest, aside from the Kazekage himself, was that puppet master, Chiyo. However, Hanaki felt no fear towards Chiyo. If he were to encounter Chiyo, he would possess nearly an 80% certainty of defeating her alongside the severely injured Jiraiya and the others. The Divine Paper Technique. Similar to Conan's paper dance, Huaxian's divine paper technique also manifests as sheets of paper in ninjutsu. However, Huaxian's approach involves the simulation of paper using chakra. These sheets serve a singular purpose, to unleash chakra, functioning akin to miniature explosives. Boom. Another trap suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. Without hesitation, Huaxian rushed towards the source of the blast. Finally, she had arrived. Upon spotting a figure ahead, the opponent swiftly threw a kunai. Divine paper technique. With a resounding bang, A sheet of paper materialized in the path of the kunai, subsequently exploding. The resulting airflow propelled the kunai several meters away. An explosive tag? The one launching an assault against Huaxian was none other than Bai Yi, who had been waiting for this moment. Divine paper technique. Binding of heaven and earth. This is bad. Bai Yi suddenly realized that the opponent's ninjutsu could instantaneously summon sheets resembling explosive tags above his head and beneath his feet. Without delay, Bai Yi formed hand seals. Wind release. Great windbreak. A ferocious storm erupted from Bai Yi's center, obliterating everything in its vicinity. This particular ninjutsu was Bai Yi's original creation, comparable to a miniature universal pull, and in certain instances, it even proved more effective than the latter. What an incredible technique. Why have I never encountered such a skill before? Huaxian was greatly taken aback as her divine paper technique was swept away by the wind. It is crucial to note that the paper she conjured was not ordinary. It existed as chakra in a unique form. Consequently, most ninjutsu, like fire release, could not incinerate it and might even allow the divine paper to absorb a portion of the energy, amplifying its explosive power. However, Huaxian never anticipated that the opponent's ninjutsu could directly dismantle her divine paper. How could someone wielding such formidable ninjutsu remain unknown to me? Huaxian was astonished. Yet, she did not linger in disbelief but continued to hurl shurikens at Bai Yi, seeking an opportunity. Nevertheless, she found that each of her attacks was effortlessly blown away by the opponent's ninjutsu. This wind release technique bore a striking resemblance to the universal pull wielded by those possessing the Rinnegan, as she recalled. This individual, Huaxian quickly sensed that she had encountered a formidable adversary, and Bai Yi also perceived that the opponent was not to be underestimated. This paper seems capable of absorbing the residual chakra in the surrounding air. Bai Yi furrowed his brow. Without a keen eye, discerning the secrets of the opponent's paper would indeed prove challenging. Fortunately, bolstered by the system's rewards, Bai Yi recognized this fact. Otherwise, recklessly employing other ninjutsu would undoubtedly lead to self-inflicted harm. Wind release. Wind blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless invisible blades of wind surged forth, directly assaulting Huaxian. These razor-sharp gusts could effortlessly slice through even the surrounding stones. Divine paper technique. Dance of the gods. Similar to Conan's paper jutsu, Huaxian's technique involved transforming her body into chakra, allowing her to move and alter it freely, thereby achieving immunity to various physical attacks. After a brief observation of her ninjutsu, Bai Yi realized that it bore an uncanny resemblance to Conan's. It is worth noting that during the Second Shinobi World War, Conan was merely a child. Thus, the fact that she could wield such ninjutsu further confirmed that she was indeed the target of the time traveler he sought. Chapter 5. Sage Mode. Xiaonan's dance of paper is exceedingly challenging. Any physical assault proves futile against those who master this ninjutsu. However, the dance of paper is not invincible. While it can be shielded from water through special means, Jiraiya is capable of using oil to prevent the opponent from transforming into paper. Regrettably, I lack the ability to spray oil. Bai Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment. For the only countermeasure he could conceive was the use of oil to thwart his adversary's ninjutsu. As Bai Yi pondered his next strategy, Huaxian surged toward him once more. This time it was different. With paper wings sprouting from her back, Huaxian brandished a spear crafted from paper. Boom. Each thrust triggered a small explosion within the range of the spear's tip. This compelled Bai Yi to continually create distance. Physical attacks were ineffective, and each of her assaults came with explosive consequences. A ninja capable of flight in the current ninja world is nearly invincible. If only I possessed the Sharingan. Bai Yi couldn't help but grumble inwardly. In truth, illusion techniques are an excellent choice against many formidable ninjas. Take, for instance, Jiraiya's battle against Pain, where he summoned 2 mighty toad sages, and even the 3 Pains were helpless against the magical toad's invocation. Not to mention, the ultimate goal of the 4th Great Ninja War was to thwart the Moon Eye Plan, which, put simply, aimed to ensnare the entire world in a dream through vast illusions. It appears that illusions reign supreme. Bai Yi mused. However, Huaxian's pursuit showed no signs of abating. Despite Bai Yi's seemingly precarious state, he was, in fact, brewing his trump card. As a being chosen by the system to rectify the timeline of the world, the rewards Bai Yi garnered upon completing tasks were far from meager. Aside from the various ninjutsu he had researched, Bai Yi's most formidable ability was his capacity to absorb the energies of heaven and earth, achieving the ultimate secret of Sage Mode. Yet, Aside from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, Baiye's Sage Mode shares a common flaw with all others. It necessitates a preparation period before entering. Fortunately, Baiyi only requires 60 seconds to enter Sage Mode. However, in the tumult of ninja combat, 60 seconds can witness the unfolding of many events. This fellow seems to be preparing some sort of ninjutsu. Even Huaxian, despite her usual swiftness, sensed Baiye's unusual demeanor. Subsequently, she expended half of her chakra in a single breath to enhance the speed of her divine paper technique, Angel Wings. This individual is even more perilous than Jiraiya and his companions. Although depleting half her chakra would hinder her ability to pursue Jiraiya and the others afterward, Huaxian still possessed some understanding of their trajectory. However, the sand ninja he was pursuing was different. An exceptional mastery of ninjutsu, rivaling even the Rinnegan's Shinra Tensei. If such an individual were allowed to grow unchecked, the consequences would be unimaginable. This opponent's speed seemed to have increased. Baiyi narrowed his eyes and hurled several shurikens. Yet, in Huaqian's eyes, these were trivial, hardly even a minor nuisance. Time had come. However, it was during the brief seconds when the adversary deflected the shurikens with a spear that Baiyi swiftly entered Sage Mode. Sage Art. Void Split Palm. The forceful strike surged toward Hua Qian's right shoulder like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. To Baiye's astonishment, his Sage Art, infused with chakra, failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon his opponent. Was this not wind release? Although it did not hurt Hua Qian, this palm strike caused the adversary to halt his assault. This was not mere transmutation. Baiye's Sage Art, Void Split Palm, was a release of highly compressed Sage Chakra. Such an attack, even if the opponent possessed a technique akin to Conan's paper transformation, could not be entirely evaded. Observing Huaqian seemingly unscathed, Baiye's mind raced. The only force capable of withstanding pure chakra assaults must be chakra itself. Baiyi was utterly astounded. This technique, which appeared to be akin to paper transformation, had seemingly allowed his opponent to transmute into pure chakra. Consequently, as long as his chakra remained unexhausted, it appeared he could never inflict harm upon him. Unless, of course, he utilized sealing techniques or jutsu capable of absorbing chakra to drain the opponent. Who on earth are you? Why are you in Sage Mode? Baiyi sighed wryly. Since the opponent could transform part of their body into pure chakra, it was only natural that having taken his palm strike, they could discern his Sage Chakra. What is your connection to Jiraiya? Huaqian questioned loudly, and the latter helplessly pointed to the forehead protector emblazoned with the Sand Village insignia on his brow. What connection could I possibly have with Konoha's Jiraiya? I am a ninja from Sunagakure. Nonsense. When has a Sunagakure ninja ever entered Sage Mode? Huaqian retorted through gritted teeth. The opponent's identity was shrouded in mystery. Sage Mode was a skill she had long coveted. She never expected to witness anyone other than Jiraiya wielding such power. Regardless, after defeating you, I will have ample time to extract the answers from you. Initially intending to reserve her strength for Jiraiya and the others, Huaqian discarded her caution. Her body began to swell, ultimately resembling a divine being descending from the heavens. Hovering in the air and looking down disdainfully at Baiyi. Why is it that larger beings are perceived as stronger? Is it because the tailed beasts are all colossal? Yet, their strength lies in the sheer volume of their chakra. Baiye's lips twitched as he gazed at the enlarging Huaqian above him. His Sage Chakra should have an impact on this individual. Otherwise, the other party would not have suddenly reacted so intensely. If the mystical arts were effective, matters would be simpler. Initially, Baiyi felt a twinge of concern, but upon witnessing the other's anxious demeanor, he exhaled in relief. Subsequently, both of them formed hand seals simultaneously, experiencing an uncanny synergy as they contemplated resolving the conflict with a single decisive move. Mystical Technique. Wind Morning Technique. Divine Paper Technique. Divine Spear. The clash of their ninjutsu ignited a tremendous storm of chakra. Nearby Sand Shinobi, as well as Jiraiya and his companions fleeing in this direction, and even the already retreating Hanzo, all took notice of the commotion. This sensation, the battle-worn Jiraiya, upon sensing this familiar chakra, could not help but narrow his eyes in astonishment. This battlefield, apart from himself, held another adept in the art of Senjutsu Chakra. Chapter 6. I shall spare your life for now. Jiraiya, what is the matter? Tsunade inquired hastily, noticing the sudden shift in Jiraiya's expression. It is Senjutsu Chakra. Jiraiya's revelation left Tsunade and Orochimaru momentarily stunned. According to their available intelligence, Not even Orochimaru had succeeded in mastering Senjutsu chakra, aside from Jiraiya himself. Could it be a rain ninja? Tsunade speculated. I am not certain, Jiraiya replied, shaking his head. It originated from the location where that chakra erupted. Is it possible that the toads of Myaboku Mountain have engaged in battle with someone? Tsunade pondered, but Orochimaru interjected, Tsunade. Contemplating such pleasant scenarios at this time is not advantageous for us. His words elicited an eye roll from Tsunade. However, Tsunade's statement stirred something in Jiraiya. We should investigate. He proposed. Investigate? Are you out of your mind? Orochimaru immediately retorted, almost resorting to outright insults towards Jiraiya's apparent insanity. We are currently fleeing for our lives. Jiraiya, do not engage in actions that might provoke disaster. Orochimaru makes a valid point, Tsunade concurred, realizing that approaching the source of the chakra would yield no benefits for them at this moment. Just a quick glance. If there truly exists an adversary capable of wielding Senjutsu chakra, we must relay this intelligence back to Konoha, Jiraiya asserted with determination. He, who could utilize Sage Mode, understood the formidable nature of Senjutsu. Should there indeed be such an entity among their foes, an ambush on Konoha's forces could lead to catastrophic casualties. Jiraiya, Tsunade called out solemnly, yet it was evident that Jiraiya had made up his mind. Tsunade, you and Orochimaru should proceed without me. I still possess enough chakra to perform the reverse summoning technique. But, Tsunade hesitated, glancing at Orochimaru. I entrust you to take care of Tsunade, Jiraiya implored. Without responding, Orochimaru grasped Tsunade and they vanished from sight. With a faint smile of reassurance as the two departed, Jiraiya steeled his gaze towards the direction of the chakra's eruption. Senjutsu, could it be? A sudden hypothesis emerged in Jiraiya's mind. Long ago, the great sage of Myaboku Mountain had prophesied that he would receive two extraordinary disciples during his lifetime, one destined to bring about destruction, and the other to be the world's savior. For reasons unknown, Jiraiya felt an unsettling connection between the enigmatic being he was about to encounter and this prophecy. At this moment, after an intense clash of ninjutsu between Bai Yi and Hua Qian, the latter found herself outmatched, her long robe's right half shredded by a wind blade. Gasping for breath, although the paper god technique was formidable, it exacted a tremendous toll on Hua Qian. In contrast, Bai Yi no longer bore the visage of Sage Mode, devoid of even a trace of Senjutsu chakra. However, the chakra of the individual remained largely unspent, and he appeared as vibrant as ever. The confrontation concluded. Bai Yi cast a cold glance at Hua Qian. As he observed Hua Qian approach step by step, there was no trace of fear in the latter's demeanor. On the contrary, he exuded an air of calmness that struck Bai Yi as somewhat peculiar. Was there still a desperate move left to play? Bai Yi halted midway, suddenly realizing that if his opponent were to retaliate with reckless abandon, he could very well sustain injuries. Therefore, to ensure his safety, he gathered wind chakra in his right hand, forming a razor-sharp blade. Whatever tricks you may still wish to employ will be futile. With that, Bai Yi launched the wind blade toward his foe. However, just as the blade was about to sever Hua Qian's head, a violent explosion erupted nearby. The shockwave from the blast sent the wind blade careening off course, away from its intended target. What was happening? Bai Yi immediately became vigilant, directing his gaze toward the origin of the explosion. At that moment, Hua Qian himself was momentarily taken aback. Had the divine paper technique's formation been activated? Were reinforcements arriving? Not long before, Hua Qian had planted several explosive divine papers in the vicinity. It was these unassuming sheets that had provided Bai Yi with an opportunity to exploit. Hua Qian had initially thought that his prior preparations would never see use in his lifetime. Yet, unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, a formidable ally had emerged. What the hell? Who would bury explosive talismans indiscriminately? Hearing the distant grumbling, both Bai Yi and Hua Qian swiftly darted toward the source of the sound. As the dust settled, the figure that emerged before them was none other than the hastily arriving Jiraiya. Jiraiya? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Bai Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips in disbelief. What is this? How fortunate for that brat. Bai Yi gritted his teeth. However, at that moment, a solution suddenly dawned upon him. The plan was to eliminate Jiraiya first. In doing so, the prohibition against slaying the target in the presence of the legendary Sannin of Konoha would no longer hold sway. The divine paper technique. What Bai Yi had not anticipated was that Hua Qian had summoned his final reserves of chakra, targeting none other than Jiraiya. Lord Hanzo, allow me to rid you of this final potential threat. Though Hua Qian felt a sense of reluctance, He was too far from Bai Yi to detonate his last resort and take them both out. This Bai Yi had maintained a safe distance. If left unchecked, he would surely pose a significant danger. With the last vestiges of his strength, Hua Qian transmitted information about Bai Yi via the divine paper technique, explicitly informing Hanzhou that this individual must be eliminated at any cost. Are they both coming after me? The spear formed from the divine paper was hurled fiercely toward Jiraiya. Bai Yi stood silently at a safe distance, observing the unfolding scene while keeping a vigilant eye on Hua Qian to prevent any unforeseen actions. Ninjutsu, Needle Earth Concealment. The hardened strands of white hair instantly elongated, encasing Jiraiya's body. However, to Jiraiya's astonishment, upon making contact with his needle, the long spear triggered a violent explosion. Not again? Jiraiya's lips twitched, and before he could react, he was hurled away by the force of the blast. Fortunately, thanks to the protection of Needle Earth Concealment, he sustained severe injuries but retained his life. Is it a lack of chakra that spared him? Hua Qian mused with a bitter smile. Wind style, wind blade. Huh. Hua Qian gazed in disbelief at the scene before her, for the target that Bai Yi had chosen to eliminate first was not her, but rather the battered and barely breathing Jiraiya. Chapter 7. Konoha's White Fang. This is dire. Jiraiya realized that the two adversaries, who had previously been locked in a fierce battle, had now turned their attention toward him. Farewell, Jiraiya. A razor-sharp wind blade hurtled towards Jiraiya's neck. Yet, at that critical moment, with a resounding crash, an iron door suddenly rose from the ground, standing protectively before Jiraiya. The Rashomon? Bai Yi furrowed his brow. However, the defense of this Rashomon did not impede his wind blade. Nevertheless, this distraction allowed Jiraiya to narrowly evade the lethal strike. Orochimaru. Bai Yi cast a cold glance at Orochimaru and Tsunade, who were hastening over from a distance. Since they had chosen to meddle, none of them would be permitted to leave. Jiraiya, are you all right? Tsunade hurriedly rushed to Jiraiya's side to administer healing. To her astonishment, all three of the legendary Sannin had arrived to join the fray. Hanzhou had not anticipated that Jiraiya and his companions would all come to the scene. The troublesome individual with formidable ninjutsu, beside Hanzhou, was also present. During the fierce battle between Hanzhou and Jiraiya's team, Hua Qian had been assisting from the sidelines. Consequently, Jiraiya and his companions instantly recognized each other's identities. Who would have thought it would be him? Orochimaru regarded Hua Qian with profound astonishment. He realized that he might no longer be a match for Hua Qian, especially since that Sand Ninja seemed to have effortlessly dealt with the formidable figure beside Hanzhou. Fortunately, there were no restrictions on eliminating Jiraiya and the others this time. Bai Yi let out a cold snort. Although he was uncertain why the system had not provided such a warning, he understood that eliminating Jiraiya and his companions at this juncture would severely impact the timeline. However, as the rules did not expressly forbid it, he would not be held accountable for his actions. Orochimaru, Tsunade, you all, enough with the dramatics. Jiraiya, are we truly going to stand idly by and let you perish? Tsunade rolled her eyes. For now, it was imperative to devise a plan to break free. Outside, numerous sand ninjas were still lurking. As Tsunade and Orochimaru approached, they encountered a significant number of sand ninjas. At that moment, those same sand ninjas mentioned by Tsunade and Orochimaru began to arrive in succession. Lord Bai Yi, first, deal with the Konoha shinobi. As for that rain ninja, just keep an eye on him and ensure he doesn't escape. Understood. The sand ninjas dispersed swiftly, surrounding Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru completely. This was truly a predicament. Jiraiya gazed at the advancing sand ninjas. This squad was well trained, evidently assembled specifically to target them. It seemed that both the rain ninjas and the sand ninjas had laid ambushes here, though the rain ninjas had fallen victim to their own treachery. Orochimaru drew a kunai, ever prepared for battle. That will suffice. Tsunade conserve some chakra for combat. Jiraiya, having received sufficient healing, slowly rose to his feet. Reverse summoning technique. What? Jiraiya. Before Orochimaru and Tsunade could utter a word of reproach, Jiraiya had already executed a reverse summoning technique, transporting them directly to Mayaboka Mountain. Alas, having exhausted his remaining chakra, he could only bring back 2 individuals. The reverse summoning technique, indeed. Bai Yi felt a surge of admiration for Jiraiya in his heart. In a critical moment, to protect his comrades who had come to his rescue, he resolutely expended his final chakra to relocate Orochimaru and Tsunade to safety, while he remained behind to confront the onslaught of dozens of sand ninjas. Attack! Bai Yi commanded, and the sand ninjas lunged at Jiraiya in an instant. While admiration lingered, Bai was no Hans. His sole objective was to fulfill his mission. No matter how much he esteemed Jiraiya, he would not allow him to hinder his progress. With the body flicker technique, Bai vanished in a flash. Are there more skilled fighters? He thought, his lips twitching. Is this truly a figure from the annals of the ninja world? Why can't Jiraiya ever be defeated? Lord Hans, among those coming to Jiraiya's aid, besides the Leaf Ninjas, was the leader of the Rain Ninjas, Hans of the Salamander. Hanaki, are you alright? I've exhausted my chakra. Rest assured, with me here, no one can harm you. Hans's gaze was sharp as he faced the enemy. Sand Ninjas, you despicable cowards taking advantage of the situation. Bai scoffed lightly, gesturing for everyone to retreat. What about Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru? The Leaf Ninja who came to Jiraiya's rescue was none other than the legendary Konoha White Fang, Kakashi Hatake. His prowess surpassed even that of the current 3 Sannin of Konoha, truly making him one of the foremost elite fighters of the village. Even Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law had perished at his hands, instilling profound fear in the Sand Ninjas regarding this Konoha White Fang. Lord Bai, the leading Leaf Ninja is Kakashi Hatake, the Konoha White Fang. And the Rain Ninja who has arrived is the legendary Hans of the Salamander. I am aware, Bai nodded. Clearly, the commotion from his earlier battle with Hanaki had attracted these 2 nearby squads. Given the current circumstances, it seemed unrealistic to confront Hans and Kakashi's teams while dealing with the Sand Ninjas. If he could maintain Sage Mode, he might have had a fighting chance. Bai lamented the depletion of his Sage Chakra after the recent skirmish with Hanaki. Although he did not require an extensive preparation time like Jiraiya to enter Sage Mode. Without the assistance of other sages, once his Sage Chakra was exhausted, he would have to start from scratch to re-enter that state. Of course, Bai had considered the possibility of employing a technique similar to Naruto Uzumaki's Shadow Clone technique to address this issue. However, he was neither a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails nor a member of the Uzumaki clan. Without an abundance of chakra, if he were to engage in battle while simultaneously maintaining several Shadow Clones to absorb Sage Chakra, the toll on his own energy would indeed be immense. He might not even have the opportunity to enter Sage Mode before being vanquished by his opponent. Lord Bai, though it is regrettable, we must withdraw for now. Bai shook his head and promptly issued the order to retreat. Once Bai and the Sand Shinobi departed, Hans exchanged glances with Kakashi Hatake. Having just endured a fierce battle, Hans was naturally reluctant to confront such a troublesome adversary. As for Kakashi, their original intent was to come to Jiraiya's team's aid, so they had no desire to engage in a prolonged struggle. Konoha's White Fang, until we meet again. Chapter 8 Temporary Peace. With a sudden crack, Hanzo executed his instantaneous technique, vanishing from the spot along with Huasien. Jiraiya and Tsunade, along with the others, found themselves transported to my Bokuzen through my reverse summoning technique. Jiraiya collapsed onto the ground, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Yet he could not help but laugh heartily. Haha, it seems the prophecy of the great sage Toad holds some merit after all. Until the child of prophecy is found, I absolutely cannot perish. Good grief, Kakashi muttered, shaking his head in exasperation. By the way, Jiraiya continued, his expression turning serious as he addressed Kakashi, are you aware that there are those among the Sand Ninjas who can wield sage techniques? What did you say? Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. The power of Sage Mode was indisputable, and if the Sand had such a ninja, it was inconceivable that Leaf Village possessed no intelligence regarding this. I sensed Sage Chakra, which prompted my curiosity. Jiraiya replied with a wry smile. In addition to the Sand Ninja capable of using Sage Chakra, Hanzo is accompanied by a peculiar ninja named Huasien, who employs the art of paper. These two will undoubtedly become Leaf's greatest adversaries in the future. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Kakashi fell into deep contemplation. Actually, the higher-ups are already discussing a peaceful resolution. Jiraiya remarked, nodding silently. The primary cause of this ninja world war stemmed from the major nations feeling their economies stagnate, while the Leaf occupied fertile lands, inciting jealousy from the Iwagakure and Sunagakure. However, the true victims of this war were not the people of the 3 great nations, but rather the Rain Village. Caught in the crossfire, squeezed between them, it could be said that had it not been for Hanzo, this legendary ninja, the Rain Village would have long been ravaged by war and vanished from existence. Yet, even though negotiations were actively underway, the devastation wrought upon the Rain Village suggested that the conflict would not conclude swiftly. Kakashi understood this clearly. If the 3 great nations did not offer Hanzo some form of compensation, he would undoubtedly stir trouble everywhere. a scenario that a nation desperately striving to revive its economy after a prolonged war could ill afford. Only a few months remain. Jiraiya mused quietly, gazing up at the sky, pondering whether the so-called prophecy of the great sage Toad would soon come to fruition once more. In a camp of the Sand Ninjas. What did you say? You encountered Konoha's White Fang. After failing the mission, Bei returned to the camp, reuniting with Chiyo and her team. Upon learning that Bei had met Konoha's White Fang, Kakashi, Chiyo clenched her teeth, her body trembling with rage. Damn it! Why wasn't it me who ran into that bastard? Lady Chiyo, please, remain calm. Bai Yi was acutely aware of Chiyo's profound hatred for Hitaki Tsukumo. However, even if Chiyo were present at that moment, she would have been powerless to confront Tsukumo head-on, especially with Hanzo lurking nearby, his intentions inscrutable. A deep sigh escaped Chiyo's lips. Negotiations were already underway above, and the opportunity for her to exact vengeance might dissipate into thin air. Even though discussions were fervently ongoing, it was likely that this war would endure for several months. Bai Ye's perspective coincided precisely with that of Hitaki Tsukumo. Yet, in Bai Ye's view, the optimal moment to eliminate Huasien was not during the Second Shinobi World War. As Hanzo's trusted aide, wherever Huasien appeared, Hanzo would inevitably be by her side. Under such circumstances, he found himself bound by the task prohibition. Even if an opportunity to eliminate her arose, the task rewards would remain unattainable. Damn Hitaki Tsukumo. I shall certainly end his life. Chiyo growled in a low voice, only for Bai Yi to interject with a reminder. Lady Chiyo, the immediate priority is for us to withdraw from the vicinity of Amigakure. I know, Chiyo snapped, slamming her palm against the table in frustration. As they devised their retreat plan, Bai Yi volunteered to stay behind and cover their exit. Thus, months later, the Second Shinobi World War was declared over. Meanwhile, Bai Yi remained in Amigakure, gathering intelligence to prevent any discontent from the recently concluded war that might provoke Amigakure to act against Sunigakure. In Amigakure, within a small village, Jiraiya, on his way back to Konohagakure, encountered Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko. Upon seeing Nagato's Rinnegan, he recalled the prophecy of the great sage frog. Ignoring Orochimaru's objections, he decided to stay and mentor the trio. However, just 3 days into his tutelage, an unwelcome visitor burst through the door. Jiraiya, the affairs of Amigakure are not yours to meddle in, especially as a shinobi of Konoha. Huasien glared at him fiercely. Although the war had ended, and theoretically, if she were to attack Jiraiya, it would undoubtedly result in Amigakure's unilateral breach of the agreement, inviting Konoha's wrath. Yet, if Jiraiya failed to discern the gravity of the situation and acted against her, Huasien would not hesitate to respond. I merely wish to assist these 3 children. My affiliation with Konoha bears no relevance to this matter, Jiraiya replied, frowning. Among the trio, Nagato's parents had been slain by Konoha shinobi. Fortunately, the 3 did not seem to harbor intense animosity towards him. However, with Huasien's arrival, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. You 3, hide behind me. I am Huasien, a trusted ally of Lord Hanzo. As a member of Amigakure, I will undoubtedly ensure your safety. As Huasien saw Jiraiya refusing to relent, her gaze shifted towards the trio led by Yahiko. Mayahiko, Nagato and Konan found themselves at an impasse. On one hand, Hanaki was renowned as an exceptional ninja from the Rain Village. On the other hand, Jiraiya was one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. If one disregarded any additional circumstances, either of these 2 figures would undoubtedly lead them towards a promising future. I find it perplexing why you insist that we must choose one to follow. Could there not be a possibility for both to serve as our mentors? Mayahiko's words left Jiraiya and Hanaki in a state of bemusement. Setting aside the fact that they were once bitter adversaries, if both were to become their mentors, returning to their respective homes would likely become a rather complicated affair. In such a scenario, they might even find themselves branded as traitors. Chapter 9. Diverging Paths. Gods and Angels. In time, neither the Hidden Leaf Village nor the Hidden Rain Village will have a place for them. Yahiko, you must understand, it is impossible for us to calmly teach you together. Konan wished to patiently explain to Yahiko, but a single remark from him rendered them both speechless. Hasn't the war already concluded? Then why can't you instruct us together? Jiraiya and Konan exchanged glances. Indeed, the Second Great Ninja War had come to an end, yet the strife among ninjas would persist indefinitely. You must choose for yourselves. Konan sighed deeply. In truth, his true objective was to obtain Nagato. Once he secured this boy with the Rinnegan, Hanzo would gain a formidable ally. Uchiha Madara had grown frail, now lurking underground, biding his time. Thus, if he could preemptively guard against his adversary, once Nagato matured, he would become the Hidden Rain Village's most potent asset. However, fate took an unexpected turn. Ultimately, Nagato chose to remain with Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Yahiko and Konan decided to depart with Konan. This outcome left Konan quite displeased. After all, his genuine target was solely Nagato. While Yahiko and Konan were indeed exceptional, they paled in comparison to the significance of Nagato, the one possessing the Rinnegan. Very well. Although it was somewhat regrettable, Konan nodded and led Yahiko and Konan away. The Rinnegan in 3 years, Jiraiya would depart. Should Nagato remain unyielding in his choice, then a flicker of murderous intent gradually surfaced in Konan's eyes. This ominous sentiment was keenly perceived by the inherently kind-hearted Konan among the trio. Yahiko, rest assured, following Konan now is our best choice. Moreover, did we not make a pact with Nagato? Yahiko consoled Konan with a smile. When the 3 of us have honed our skills, we shall unite to uphold justice. Indeed, Konan shyly cast a glance at Yahiko. Regardless of the circumstances, Yahiko's face always radiated with that sunlit confidence and cheerfulness. It was precisely this optimistic disposition that allowed both Nagato and Konan to face their tumultuous lives with smiles, despite enduring profound suffering. The decisions made by Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato were undoubtedly the right ones. Under Jiraiya's tutelage, Nagato exhibited remarkable progress, while Konan, with her fondness for origami, became not only endearing but also increasingly likable, prompting Konan to impart his divine paper technique to her. Living up to expectations, Konan successfully mastered the divine paper technique. However, since the divine paper technique was originally a ninjutsu from Konan's previous world, what Konan executed merely transformed into a more powerful form of the paper dance. As for Yahiko, this young man possesses only average talent, yet he is blessed with an unwavering spirit of perseverance. What astonishes Hanabi even more is that Yahiko seems to embody the essence of a natural leader. While his abilities may not surpass even those of Konan in her current form, he has nonetheless emerged as the vanguard for the younger generation. Nearly everyone seeks out Yahiko when confronted with troubling dilemmas, hoping that he might illuminate their path and resolve their predicaments. It is no wonder that Lord Hanzo chose to address the issue of Yahiko. The increasing influence of Yahiko even instills a sense of dread in Hanabi. Perhaps, in the original narrative, Hanzo recognized this potential, sensing that Yahiko's future prominence might pose a threat to his own dominion. Thus, he opted to collaborate with Danzo, leading to the downfall of the once thriving Akatsuki organization. This ultimately became the fulcrum for Obito and Uchiha Madara to implement the Eye of the Moon plan. The trio, aside from their daily training under their master, would often carve out moments to gather. Although this behavior had not escaped the notice of Jiraiya and Hanabi, Jiraiya found no fault in it. On the contrary, the camaraderie among the 3 friends reminded him fondly of Tsunade and Orochimaru. In the world of ninjas, having indestructible bonds is of paramount significance to any shinobi. For Hanabi, his original aim was to possess the Rinnegan of Nagato. Therefore, the closer the trio's ties grew, the more advantageous it became for him. As Hanabi traveled the land with his sole disciple, Konan, executing various missions, they gradually earned the titles of God and Angel in the Rain Village. God and Angel? How intriguing. Inside a small tavern in the Rain Village, the lively discussions surrounding the master-disciple duo of Hanabi and Konan caused by Yi to involuntarily raise the corners of his mouth in a slight smile. Throughout the past year, Hanabi had been assisting Hanzo in managing the Rain Village, due to the mission taboo that forbade him from eliminating Hanabi in Hanzo's presence. Bai had yet to find an opportune moment. However, the recent emergence of the God and Angel duo in the Rain Village piqued Bai's keen instincts, presenting a potential opportunity to fulfill his mission. It is said that after taking the Angel Konan as his disciple, Hanabi has continuously dealt with those attempting to wreak havoc upon the village. Following the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, the Rain Village, thanks to the efforts of Hanabi and Hanzo, reaped numerous benefits from the 3 great nations. Consequently, a year after the war's end, the revitalized ninja villages began to stir, eager to extract advantages from the Rain Village. Yet, these nefarious individuals found themselves thoroughly outmatched by the God and Angel. In no time, their titles resonated throughout the entire ninja realm. Speaking of which, isn't there that saying, "Oh, you mean God and Angel alongside hounds, right?" Apart from Konan, Yahiko is also a figure of some renown. After all, he occupies a leadership role among the younger generation of ninjas. However, I have recently heard that they seem to be embarking on a rather perilous mission. It truly raises concerns for our esteemed Angel, who is still but a child. A dangerous mission? Is it related to the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, particularly Jiraiya? According to intelligence from the Hidden Rain village, Jiraiya of Konoha has been concealing himself within the village ever since the war concluded. For such a formidable ninja from Konoha to remain hidden within the village poses a significant threat to Hanzo. Although, under the counsel of Hanaka, the Hidden Rain village has refrained from adopting a policy of seclusion, actively welcoming talents and technological advancements from other ninja villages, and capitalizing on its unique geographical position to bolster its economy. The task of scrutinizing spies from various factions has become increasingly arduous. This has compelled Hanzo to once again propose the implementation of a lockdown policy to restrict the movement of people both within and outside the village. At this juncture, the news of Jiraiya's concealment within the village has, for reasons unknown, reached the ears of the leader of the Hidden Rain village. Chapter 10. Exaggerated performance. It appears that the situation is unfolding just as I had anticipated. Upon hearing this gratifying news at the tavern, Bai rose and hurried towards the location where Jiraiya was concealed. The information regarding Jiraiya's hiding place in the Rain village was, of course, disseminated by Bai himself. During his year-long covert operations in the Rain village, he had established connections with numerous individuals for intelligence gathering. These contacts were adept at swiftly relaying various pieces of information throughout the streets and alleys of the Rain village. Coupled with the recent escalation of tensions between the great nations, Hanzo could not afford to underestimate this legendary figure from Konoha, remaining in the Rain village. If Hanzo were to confront Jiraiya, it was evident that aside from himself, Huasien would be the most suitable choice. However, whether it was Hanzo or Huasien dispatched to deal with Jiraiya, both would need to leave someone behind to guard against potential intrusions. Thus, regardless of Huasien's whereabouts, Bai planned to eliminate the opponent while evading the mission taboo. Based on the intelligence recently divulged by the tavern patrons, it was highly likely that the individual sent to attack Jiraiya was none other than Huasien herself. Adhering to the notion that should either Huasien or Hanzo encounter each other, they would eliminate the other without hesitation, Bai prepared to ensnare them both after they had engaged Jiraiya in an intense battle. However, this would pose a significant challenge for Jiraiya. If Hanzo were to mobilize, Jiraiya might stand a chance of survival. But if it were Huasien, regrettably, it would mean that both of them would meet their demise. Days later, within the modest dwelling where Jiraiya was hidden, he seemed to sense a disturbance in the air and turned to Nagato with a sudden inquiry. Nagato, if I were to leave, would you come back to Konoha with me? The unexpected question left Nagato momentarily bewildered. After parting ways with Yahiko and the others, he had devoted himself to rigorous trainings, aspiring to return to Yahiko and Konan as their most capable ally. Teacher Jiraiya, he stammered. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, patting Nagato on the shoulder. He was well aware that Nagato longed to reunite with Yahiko and Konan. I shall not interfere with your choices. On the contrary, I believe that your inner desires are indeed the correct path. Jiraiya affectionately ruffled Nagato's hair. Now, remember, when you reunite with Yahiko and Konan, be sure to speak highly of your teacher. Otherwise, that rascal Yahiko will surely twist my words to speak ill of me. Jiraiya laughed heartily. He had once shadowed Nagato. For although Yahiko and Konan had good intentions, they would undoubtedly attract undue scrutiny if discovered by the Rain Shinobi. The Rinnegan was undoubtedly formidable. Within a mere year, Nagato had made remarkable progress. Nevertheless, should he encounter genuine peril, he remained vulnerable. Fortunately, throughout this extended period, Jiraiya had not detected any ambushes targeting Nagato. However, during their gatherings, he often found himself overhearing Yahiko's disparaging remarks about him. It seems there was a lamentation regarding his insufficiently assertive demeanor at that time. Otherwise, Yahiko and Konan would undoubtedly have steadfastly chosen him. This toad. Thank you, Master Jiraiya, said Konan, her cheeks flushed. Over the past year, Jiraiya had been quite attentive to him. It can be said that without Yahiko, Konan, and Jiraiya, even with the Rinnegan, Nagato might have succumbed to despair and chosen to end his own existence. However, just as the two were sharing a hearty laugh, the door was suddenly kicked open. The Rain Ninja, who had come to apprehend Jiraiya, discovered that the room, once filled with laughter, was now utterly empty. What is the meaning of this? The Rain Ninja looked around in disbelief. Moments ago, they had sensed Jiraiya's presence within the room without a doubt. But why? Upon opening the door, was there not a soul in sight? Search. The Rain Ninja began rummaging through the place in search of Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had already whisked Conan away to safety. Master Jiraiya, did you anticipate that the Rain Ninja would come for you? Indeed, Jiraiya nodded. Conan, though it pains me, we may have to part ways today. Master Jiraiya, I don't understand. The war has ended, so why do ninjas continue to clash? The war has ended. Jiraiya sighed heavily. The disputes among the nations ceased for less than a year before being reignited. The notion of a true end to war seems yet to be realized. This. Nagato furrowed his brow. The dreams of Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato were to achieve world peace. Yet it appears that the path to fulfilling such a monumental task remains fraught with challenges. Haha, Jiraiya, capturing you is indeed no easy feat. You have come as well. Jiraiya couldn't help but smile wryly at the figures approaching in the distance. Hanabi, Jiraiya, I previously urged Lord Hanzo to eliminate you. You should be grateful for his mercy that you have survived to this day. With that, Hanabi prepared to unleash her paper jutsu against Jiraiya. However, at that moment, a boy with orange hair suddenly leaped forward, kunai in hand, shouting loudly, Jiraiya, prepare to meet your end. Yahiko? His appearance astonished not only Conan and Nagato, but even Hanabi and Jiraiya as well. This boy had followed them. Hanabi gritted her teeth. While Yahiko was indeed brave, his strength was hardly a match for the legendary Jiraiya of the Leaf. Frankly, it was somewhat humorous. You little brat. Jiraiya lifted Yahiko with one hand, exasperated, and asked, what on earth do you intend to do? You toad. Put me down. Calling someone a toad again? Do you have no manners, you little rascal? With that, Jiraiya tossed Yahiko toward Hanabi. In the air, Yahiko astonishingly twisted his body and redirected his course, charging once more towards Nagato. Yahiko. Upon witnessing Yahiko's intention to confront Nagato, Conan cried out in anxiety. However, to everyone's surprise, this young Yahiko stumbled and inadvertently dropped his kunai to the ground, subsequently collapsing before Nagato. Hey, what are you standing there for? Use me as a hostage. Nagato, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and seized Yahiko, pulling him close. Wow, Lady Hanabi, save me. I've accidentally been captured by the enemy. Yahiko's exaggerated demeanor left the onlookers speechless. Yet, after the initial shock, Hanabi remained remarkably composed, advising Conan. No matter what transpires in a moment, do not take action. Chapter 11. A rift between master and apprentice? What a little rascal. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead, astonished that at such a critical moment, Yahiko could cause such a blunder. Kushina-sensei, please save Yahiko. Conan, realizing Yahiko's intentions, hurriedly called out to Kushina for help. Rest assured, I shall rescue him, Kushina replied with a frigid tone, promptly activating her divine paper technique. In a moment, Jiraiya had intended to utilize the reverse summoning technique to escape. After all, if he were to leave Nagato behind, with Yahiko and Conan present, they would undoubtedly prevent any harm from befalling Nagato. However, to Jiraiya's surprise, Kushina seemed unconcerned about Yahiko's charade, and she directly conjured a spear to hurl towards him. What the? Interrupted mid-formation. Jiraiya quickly extended his hair to pull Nagato and Yahiko in front of him, then leapt backward. Boom. A violent explosion erupted at the point where the spear struck. Had it not been for Jiraiya's timely intervention to whisk Yahiko and Nagato away, those two children would likely have been rendered unconscious by now. Kushina-sensei. Conan urgently tugged at Kushina's clothing, but the latter merely cast a cold glance at her before reiterating, do not forget the warning I just gave you. With that, Kushina charged at Jiraiya, spear in hand. You two, get as far away as possible. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jiraiya hastily urged Nagato and Yahiko to vacate the battlefield. Ninja art, Lion's main technique, divine paper technique, paper transformation. Damn. Discovering that his extended hair could not grasp his opponent, Jiraiya devised a countermeasure, first creating distance, then unleashing a toad oil projectile toward Kushina. With this, you shall not escape. After executing the toad oil projectile, he swiftly employed the lion's main technique once more. However, just as Jiraiya believed this maneuver could shatter Kushina's paper transformation, he suddenly realized that she had somehow freed herself from his constraints. What is happening? Logically, if the paper were saturated with oil, it should adhere together. Yet, why was she still able to manipulate her paper form with such ease? Kushina-sensei's paper transformation is unlike mine. It remains unaffected by anything, Conan observed anxiously, rushing to Nagato and Yahiko's side. You two, are you all right? We're fine. Yahiko and Nagato shook their heads. But what about Lady Kushina? Does she truly intend to blow us all up? Yahiko pouted, clearly disgruntled by Kushina's actions. Conan felt equally bewildered. After all, Kushina was well aware of the frequent gatherings between herself, Yahiko, and Nagato, yet she had never directed her ire toward them, always encouraging her to foster a bond with Nagato instead. However, it was evident that Hanaka intended to obliterate both Jiraiya and the duo of Yahiko and Nagato. Something seemed amiss with teacher Hanaka, as Conan furrowed her brows in concern. The reason Hanaka had previously placed such great trust in Nagato was due to his ability to wield a fraction of the Rinnegan's powers. After all, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato possessed immense vitality and chakra. In Hanaka's eyes, winning Nagato over was far more advantageous than eliminating him, particularly in the quest for someone suitable to inherit and effectively utilize the Rinnegan. Clearly, the former option was far more prudent. This perspective persisted until one fateful day when she and Hans met a particular individual, Danzo from Konoha. This fellow, whether intentionally or not, divulged some intriguing information regarding the research on the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju's cells. As a time traveler, Hanaka understood that possessing Hashirama's cells would grant her the capability to personally control the Rinnegan. Conversely, if a long-term collaboration was to be established, Hans would need to find a way to support Danzo in becoming Hokage. Ultimately, under Hanaka's suggestion, although the collaboration with Danzo was fraught with significant risk, high risks often yield high rewards. If he were to obtain Hashirama's cells, then with the Rinnegan in his possession, he would eliminate all obstacles for Lord Hans. At that point, whether it be the legendary Sannin of Konoha or the Suna ninja Baiyi, none would stand a chance against her. This included the elusive Uchiha Madara, who had been secretly orchestrating various plans. Thus, for Nagato, whose relevance was waning, his existence merely posed a hindrance to her efforts in seizing the Rinnegan. Regardless of the circumstances, we should take cover for now. Yahiko proposed similarly, recognizing that the battle between Hanaka and Jiraiya was beyond the grasp of their youthful capabilities. Even if Conan, often referred to as an angel, was currently the strongest among them, if Nagato refrained from utilizing the Outer Path's golem, being caught in the fray would undoubtedly be disastrous. The battle raged on fiercely. Meanwhile, Baiyi, watching the spectacle from the sidelines, admired the clash between the two. It was no small feat for Hanaka, lacking significant external advantages, to have fought her way to this point. Likewise, the renowned Jiraiya from the original story exhibited the prowess befitting one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Perhaps it is time for me to intervene? Baiyi mused with a slight smile. At this moment, if he could swiftly dispose of the troublesome Jiraiya, Hanaka's life would be easily within his grasp. Without hesitation, just as Jiraiya found himself outmatched by Hanaka and sought a way to enter Sage mode, Baiyi suddenly soared into the air. Sage Art, Wind Vortex Blade. Oh no! Observing the ambush on Jiraiya, Nagato immediately sprang to his feet. Wind Release, Wind Blade. Water Release, Water Surge Wave. Divine Paper Technique, Dance of the Paper Butterflies. The combined force of the three young ones, though insufficient to fully counteract Baiyi's celestial technique, afforded Jiraiya a moment to evade. Baiyi cast a silent glance at Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato. What? You three little rascals wish to meddle, do you? If I do not unleash my wrath today, it would be a disservice to you. You three, quickly, take cover. Upon witnessing Baiyi's sudden shift in focus towards the trio, Jiraiya frantically shouted in alarm. Celestial Art, Void Palm. Divine Paper Technique, Spear of God. The impact of the strike unleashed a torrent of chakra, sending the three young ones hurtling several meters away. Crashing heavily to the ground, Jiraiya swiftly utilized his hair to shield the trio behind him for protection. Observing this scene, Huasien could not help but furrow her brow, calling out sharply to Conan. Conan, as a rain ninja, how can you protect a leaf ninja? Sensei. Conan intended to defend herself, but Huasien abruptly shouted back, enough. From this day forth, we are no longer teacher and student. I am not your mentor, nor are you my disciple. Chapter 12. Is the system deliberately toying with me? Teacher Huasien. Upon hearing the other party's resolute declaration, Xiaonan couldn't help but cry out in desperation. I told you to hurry and leave. Huasien cast a cold glance at Xiaonan, then unleashed two spears toward both Xiaonan and Bei. Ninjutsu, Needle of the Earth God. Boom. The explosion was intercepted by Jiraiya's Needle of the Earth God, while Bei effortlessly countered with Sage Art, Wind Release, Great Windbreak, sending the spears flying. That technique. After witnessing Bei's Great Windbreak, Nagato's eyes widened in disbelief, as though he had come to a realization. What are you waiting for? Hurry and go, teacher. Let us leave. Upon seeing Huaxian's resolute expression, Jiraiya seemed to grasp the situation and swiftly took the three children away. Thank you, Jiraiya. Huaxian's lips curled into a slight smile, and with a whoosh, she flew toward Bei. Do you intend to stay behind as a rear guard? As an observer. Bei had long seen through Huaxian's intentions. Although she showed no concern for Nagato and Yahiko's fates, she held a deep affection for this little angel she had meticulously guided for a year. You, from the very beginning, your true target was me, wasn't it? Huaxian realized something suddenly and let out a bitter smile. I had originally planned to leverage my understanding of the original plot to seize Nagato's Rinnegan and witness the glory of Hanzo and Amigakure alongside Xiaonan. Amigakure, perpetually drenched in rain, was no different today. The heavy downpour washed away Huaxian's form, which had become akin to blank sheets of paper. Without Jiraiya, escaping with Xiaonan from your grasp would indeed be implausible. Huaxian's divine paper technique seemed effortless for any ninja to transport Xiaonan. Yet it proved impossible in the presence of Jiraiya and Bei, both adept in Sage Chakra. If it were just you, escaping would not be unfeasible. Hee. Huaxian chuckled. Had he not contemplated the same? However, the thought of abandoning Xiaonan weighed heavily on his conscience. Moreover, Xiaonan, Yahiko, and Nagato, these three had already received a letter from him before his departure. Should any misfortune arise, these three must be preserved at all costs by Hanzo. Especially Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. As long as he could harness even half of its power, Amigakure would undoubtedly navigate the turmoil between the great nations without a hitch. Furthermore, he had faith in Xiaonan. She would surely persuade Yahiko and Nagato to assist Lord Hanzo. Although the outcome might differ, once these three youngsters matured, they would bolster Lord Hanzo's side with exceptional strength. At that time, even in my absence, there would still be capable allies by Lord Hanzo's side. Under Lord Hanzo's rule, Amigakure would continue its ascent to greatness. Listening to Huaxian's self-talk, which resembled a final farewell, Bai found it somewhat tiresome. He couldn't fathom what she saw in Hans. The aspirations and ideals of Lord Hans were far beyond her comprehension. Huaxian snorted, and from behind her, wings of condensed white paper unfurled, launching a frenzied barrage of attacks toward Bai Yi. Boom. The incessant explosions nearly obliterated the surrounding mountaintops. However, in his sage mode, Bai Yi skillfully evaded all harm with a powerful gust of wind. Truly a monster, Huaxian thought, shaking her head. It was over. Bai Yi cast a cold gaze at Huaxian, as if she were merely an ant he could crush at any moment. Sage Art, Wind Release, Dance of Wind Blades. With the final invocation of his sage technique, Huaxian ultimately succumbed to the onslaught of wind blades. Yet, to her bewilderment, he refrained from delivering a finishing blow. Damn, that was a close call. Bai Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He certainly had the capability to eliminate Huaxian, but at a crucial moment. The system issued a warning. Warning. Task target's life value is critically low, due to the host violating task prohibitions. Killing the target under these circumstances will be considered a task failure. Casting another glance at task prohibition, he noted, prohibition against actively killing the target while the three Sannin of Konoha and Hans are aware. At present, Jiraiya was still alive, and if he were to kill Huaxian, it would indeed breach the task prohibition. Damn it, I should have pursued Jiraiya. I could have eliminated him before taking care of Huaxian. Bai Yi slapped his forehead in frustration. Had Jiraiya died, it wouldn't have triggered the task prohibition. After all, what could a dead person know? Yet, unexpectedly, Huaxian intended to hold back, allowing Jiraiya to escape with Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko. When Bai Yi saw Huaxian willingly stay behind, he didn't even consider the implications of the task prohibition. In that fleeting moment, his sole focus was on Jiraiya being absent, neglecting the condition that the prohibition was in effect only if the three Sannin of Konoha and Hans were aware. You really have a charmed life, don't you? Bai Yi rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Huaxian, bewildered, gasped for breath. What just happened? She gazed at Bai Yi's departing figure, utterly perplexed. As Bai Yi walked away, his heart brimmed with frustration. A task that could have concluded today had inexplicably failed. Moreover, Had it not been for the system's timely warning, he might have wasted a significant amount of time. How could he fail to eliminate his target after so many attempts? Is the system toying with me? Bai Yi stroked his chin and suddenly recognized a peculiar oversight. The bizarre condition of actively killing the target. If directly eliminating the target proves unfeasible, then enlisting others to do the deed would suffice, would it not? Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in Bai Yi's mind. As a burgeoning faction within Konoha, Root has been flourishing under Danzo's leadership, subtly evolving into an indispensable force within the shadows of the village. It is rumored that even Hanzo's aide, Hanaki, pales in comparison to you, Bai Yi. Danzo regarded the visitor before him with a hint of surprise and inquired, "What brings you to me?" With a chuckle, Bai Yi replied, "I am aware, Lord Danzo, of your ambitions to ascend to the position of Hokage. However, to attain such a rank, one must first accumulate a significant record of achievements. Would you not agree? What assistance could you possibly offer me?" Danzo cast a puzzled glance at Bai Yi, who merely smiled faintly and added, "Would eliminating Hanaki be deemed a considerable feat?" Chapter 13, Danzo's Deception. Doubts about Hans. What benefit is there for me in eliminating Huchi? What of that individual beside Hans? With a disdainful snort, Danzo expressed his skepticism. However, Bai Yi merely chuckled and addressed him. "I am aware of your desire to revert the Hidden Rain village to its former insular state. Presently, it flourishes between the three great nations, amassing wealth through trade. Those merchants who once had to traverse through Konoha to reach other lands no longer require such a detour, leaving Konoha's revenues nearly non-existent." A slight smirk graced Bai Yi's lips as he continued to entice Danzo. After the Great War, the Hidden Rain village chose to welcome a plethora of wandering ninjas and engage in trade during such perilous times, a strategy suggested by Huchi to Hans. Yet, even if Huchi were to perish, would Hans truly shutter the village? Danzo cast a scornful glance at Bai Yi. The current prosperity of the Hidden Rain village is inextricably linked to this policy of openness. Even Hans, despite any foolishness, would not forsake such a lucrative opportunity. It appears that Lord Danzo is unaware that Huchi's disciple has defected alongside Jiraiya, isn't it? Bai Yi remarked. What did you say? Danzo had indeed heard of the formidable duo known as the God and Angel of the Hidden Rain village, but he had received no whispers regarding the defection of the disciple. Jiraiya, was he not being pursued by the God and Angel of the Hidden Rain village? As a disciple of the third Hokage, Danzo bore no particular animosity toward the legendary Sannin of Konoha. However, he held a greater regard for Orochimaru, the other pupil of the third Hokage. Should he find himself unable to ascend to the position of Hokage, he would prefer to align himself with Orochimaru, supporting him on his path to leadership. It was precisely because of this pursuit that certain events had transpired, leading to the present situation. Bai Yi had the foresight not to implicate himself in the narrative. For Jiraiya's concealment within the Hidden Rain village seemed closely intertwined with Huchi. Now, with Huchi's disciple at Jiraiya's side, are you suggesting Danzo appeared to discern Bai Yi's underlying thoughts, to employ a blade for assassination? The current Huchi was evidently under Hans's suspicion. Thus, should the news of Konan and Yahiko's defection alongside Jiraiya reach Hans's ears, embellished with insinuations that Huchi sought to unite with Konoha to eliminate Hans and seize his position, Hans would surely eradicate the nuisance that was Huchi. Given the recent surge of peculiar happenings within the Hidden Rain village, Hans would likely abandon Huchi's proposals. After all, a paranoid Hans would undoubtedly perceive Huchi's strategy of openness as a means to gather allies for the purpose of usurping his power. Danzo and Bai Yi exchanged glances for a few moments. In truth, this plan appears rather commendable. Danzo himself is a member of the Leaf Village, and during previous encounters, Hanzo discerned that he and the current third Hokage represent contrasting forces. The decisions made by the two are likely to conflict. At that juncture, Hanzo might believe that two factions have emerged within the Leaf Village. One faction, led by the Hokage, aims to elevate Hanabi to a higher position, while the other faction, represented by Danzo, seeks to maintain the status quo. With Danzo's involvement, the plan gains considerable persuasive power. However, the dilemma lies in Danzo's perplexity regarding why Bei would choose to assist him, given that the latter hails from the Sand Village. During the Second Shinobi World War, the Sand and Leaf Shinobi clashed fiercely. Thus, Bei, what is your true intention? I desire to become the Kazekage, which surely requires some merit, does it not? Bei concocted a reasonably plausible rationale, suggesting that we could covertly ally, with one as Kazekage and the other as Hokage. forming a clandestine alliance between the Sand and Leaf villages. Should war arise again, it would be advantageous to have an ally, wouldn't it? Hee. Danzo, upon hearing this, chuckled softly. Your ambition is quite substantial. Likewise, the two extended their right hands, firmly grasping each other. Thus, under Danzo's orchestration, the conspiracy began to unfold gradually. A flurry of rumors, under Bei's manipulation, began to sweep through the Rain village. Within just 3 days, Hanzo, alerted by the whispers, dispatched individuals to verify the situation. Yet, they could find no trace of Conan. Only Hanabi, appearing gravely injured, was at home recuperating. How could she sustain such serious injuries from a single confrontation with Jiraiya? Hanzo sensed something amiss. He even began to suspect that perhaps Hanabi had conspired with Jiraiya. Hanabi feigned her injuries, allowing Jiraiya to escape, causing the Rain shinobi, who had already pinpointed Jiraiya's location, to lose track once again. Just as Jiraiya began to doubt whether Hanabi truly intended to rebel, Danzo personally arrived in the Rain village, further stoking the flames. Could it be that Hanabi genuinely seeks to betray me? For years, Hanabi has been by my side, dedicated and often saving the Rain village from peril. Hanzo could hardly believe she would turn against him. Yet, the truth remains that Jiraiya has been concealed within the Rain village for a year. It is also true that Hanabi failed to complete her mission. Hanzo, you may know faces but not hearts. You are growing older, and Hanabi once believed you would bequeath the leadership of the Rain village to her. Alas, you disregarded her intentions. What nonsense. I am still in robust health. Even if she wishes to inherit my position, she must possess sufficient patience, no? Hanzo roared in a low, furious voice. One must concede that both of us are gradually aging. Should we fail to act now, in 10 years, we might find ourselves devoid of any opportunity to resist. Danzo's words left Hanzo in prolonged silence. Ultimately, under his persuasion, Hanzo, with a heavy heart, issued the command to capture Hanabi. Lord Hanzo. In the confines of her prison cell, Huasien bore an expression of indignation. Was it merely a whisper of impending turmoil that prompted Lord Hanzo to apprehend her? Nevertheless, even now, Huasien clung to the belief that she still had a chance. After all, if Hanzo truly wished her demise, he could easily have dispatched someone to carry out the deed, rather than confining her to a cell. Was it the drastic decline in his condition following the Shinobi War that stirred concern within Lord Hanzo? The Second Shinobi World War, for Hanzo at the peak of his prowess, was akin to an uninhabited realm. In that moment, the name of Hanzo the Salamander reverberated throughout the entire Shinobi world. Even the illustrious legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha owed their titles to Hanzo's bestowal. One can only fathom the extent of his formidable strength and influence. Regrettably, following the conclusion of the war, Hanzo's physical state began to deteriorate increasingly. Chapter 14. Mission accomplished. Attaining divine-level ninjutsu. Without his peak power, Hanzo's suspicions grew increasingly intense. Hu Chi-in aspired to transform Hans, to restore his faith. Regrettably, she lamented her failure to eliminate Jiraiya outright and forcibly bring back Conan, Nagato, and Yahiko. In her recollections, Jiraiya had remained concealed in Amigakure for 3 years without detection. Little did she know that her very presence had caused a significant deviation in the original timeline. No, in a moment of urgency, Hu Chi-in suddenly realized a crucial fact. Each deviation from her memories appeared to be linked to a singular individual, the Sunin ninja proficient in sage arts, Bai Yi. It dawned on her why she had never heard this name before. A chilling realization struck Hu Chi-in. Bai Yi might very well be another traveler, just like herself. If that were the case, it could spell disaster. With this thought weighing heavily on her mind, Hu Chi-in urgently called out to the Rain ninja assigned to guard her, eager to convey this revelation to Hans. However, unbeknownst to her, the guard had already been bribed by Danzo and Bai Yi. They not only ignored Hu Chi-in but also poisoned her drinking water, rendering her unable to speak. Silenced, Hu Chi-in found herself incapable of defending her innocence, even when confronted with overwhelming evidence. Even more alarming was the fact that Danzo had discovered the vial containing the toxin that had rendered Hu Chi-in mute. He audaciously acknowledged that this poison originated from Konoha. In the entire world, the sole individual capable of neutralizing this toxin was Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin personally bestowed with the title by Hans himself. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Hans became convinced of Hu Chi-in's treacherous intentions. Hu Chi-in glared furiously at Danzo. This wretched man was utterly malicious. Hu Chi-in, Why did you betray me? Hans's inquiry left Hu Qi stammering in her struggle to respond. Hans, decisive action is necessary. As Hans hesitated, Danzo urged him to act. Hu Qi, should I assist you? Stop. Seeing Danzo preparing to eliminate Hu Qi, Hans bellowed, I will handle this myself. With kunai in hand, Hans stifled his inner turmoil and grief. Splash. As blood splattered upon the ground, the instant Hu Qi met her demise, Bai Yi, who had been observing in the shadows, received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Eliminate the traveler. 4. The host may return to the alternate space at any time and receive rewards. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yi chose to return to the alternate space. The resulting distortion in this realm alerted Hans to an unsettling shift. However, after a thorough inspection, he found no trace of anything amiss. It seems I was overly anxious. Gazing down at Hu Qi-in's lifeless body, Hans sorrowfully gestured for Danzo to discuss subsequent matters later. Where's this? The deceased Huasien found his eyes enveloped in darkness. At that moment, a sudden beam of light appeared, so blinding that he had to shield his eyes as he continued to move forward. After traversing an unknown distance, the pain in his eyes diminished, and as his vision gradually returned, he was taken aback by the breathtaking scenery that resembled an ocean of flowers. Had he, upon death, crossed over into another realm? Reflecting on his life in the world of ninjas, he had once believed he had encountered a sovereign worthy of his heartfelt devotion. Yet, to his dismay, Hanzo ultimately transformed into the very figure he had dreaded. Congratulations, host, you have successfully bound the corpse flower system. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind, startling Huasien. It was worth noting that after his transition into the world of Naruto, he had not been granted any so-called system, but rather the formidable God paper technique as his unique advantage. Utilizing the immense power of this technique and his knowledge of the ninja world, he gradually ascended to become an exceptionally powerful rain ninja. Regrettably, Huasien had anticipated eliminating Jiraiya, after which, according to the current timeline, no one else would be able to wield Sage Chakra. At that point, with the God paper technique at his disposal, he would be nearly invincible. However, contrary to his expectations, he discovered that he was not the sole transmigrator in the ninja realm. Though the reasons behind this other transmigrator's relentless pursuit of him remained a mystery, having spared his life on several occasions, Huasien could distinctly feel that his eventual betrayal by Danzo and his demise at the hands of Lord Hanzo were inextricably linked to a certain individual named Bai Yi. Why did I acquire a system after my death? Where exactly am I now? Because, at the moment of your demise, a spatial distortion occurred, fortuitously allowing you to enter the corpse flower world, thereby unlocking this system. This system grants the host the ability to resurrect. However, to return to the original world after resurrection, a waiting period of 10 years is required. Note, within the corpse flower world, the host will not age due to the passage of time, but all fire sources are strictly prohibited. Be sure to refrain from using fire in the corpse flower world. Infinite resurrection? And in this realm, one would not age with the passage of time? Huasien gazed in disbelief at the sea of flowers surrounding him. This place was akin to a paradise for cultivators. Aside from the inability to learn fire-based abilities, any other powers could be cultivated here for decades, even centuries. Moreover, by plucking a single corpse flower, Huasien could choose to resurrect in any world, only to return to the corpse flower world upon his death in that realm. Bai Yi. Although the corpse flower system granted him endless chances at life, resurrecting 100 times would be futile against someone wielding sage mode without formidable means. Furthermore, to re-enter the ninja world, he would have to wait another 10 years. Thus, Huasien resolved to embark on a journey over the next decade, seeking to acquire new abilities in various worlds. At last, the world of ninjas once again opens its doors to him. By that time, having acquired the remaining new abilities, he shall return to the ninja realm to vindicate the injustices he has suffered. Danzo, Bai Yi, await my return. A decade from now, I will undoubtedly find you and exact my vengeance. Huaqian's gaze was resolute. As for the first world he intended to venture into, it appeared he had long since found the answer within his heart. This mission was even more troublesome than the last, yet fortunately, he had grasped the critical point. Returning to the alternate dimension, Bai Yi exhaled deeply. This system, with each new task it assigned, seemed to dig a pit for him. However, in doing so, it also appeared to offer hints regarding the most impeccable methods to accomplish the mission. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Ninjutsu, Infinite Chakra. Chapter 15. New Side Quest. Ninjutsu, Wanning Chakra, the ability to transform one's body into chakra at will, thus avoiding any physical harm. This elemental transformation. Gazing at the detailed description of Ninjutsu, Wanning Chakra, Bai was suddenly reminded of the elemental transformations in One Piece's Logia-type devil fruits. The similarities in their abilities are striking. No wonder. Hua Qian's true power is revealed to be this. As he stroked his chin, Bai initially pondered why his sage arts would affect her, only to realize that the immense power of his sage techniques could disrupt her ninjutsu. It is well known that sage chakra is exceedingly difficult to control. In Mayaboko Mountain, if one cannot master the sage chakra within, they risk petrification into a frog. It is precisely due to this distinct nature of sage chakra that Hua Qian's God Paper technique was easily thwarted. Hua Qian lacks sage techniques and cannot enter sage mode. But if I could attain sage mode, could I harness sage chakra to execute Wanning Chakra? A sudden thought flashed through Bai Ye's mind. The most feared ability of ninjutsu, Wanning Chakra, is the capacity to absorb chakra through techniques like sealing techniques, or to encounter ninjas who wield sage arts, such as Jiraiya's sage art, Super Large Rasengan, or Naruto's sage art, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. However, if I could utilize sage chakra to perform ninjutsu, Wanning Chakra, would I not evade both of these weaknesses entirely? Excessive absorption of sage chakra leads to becoming a frog. Yet sage arts are not susceptible to the invasion of sage chakra. Dreams are no substitute for action. Bai promptly commenced his training, experimenting with the application of sage chakra to enter Wanning Chakra mode. After 3 months, he finally grasped a glimmer of understanding. At this moment, a new main quest was refreshed. Main quest: Eliminate the Transcendent. 5. Quest background: Following the end of the Nine Tails chaos, the people of Konoha are in turmoil. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has resumed his position, while the Uchiha clan is viewed with suspicion by Konoha's higher-ups due to the chaos. Quest objective: Eliminate Transcendents 005 and 006. Known information about the Transcendents indicates they are bloodline limit ninjas. Quest taboo, currently unknown, will gradually reveal itself upon entering the ninja world. Currently unknown? What on earth? This is the first time Bai has encountered such a situation. Moreover, this time he must eliminate not one, but 2 transcendents. However, just as he was about to enter the ninja world to execute his task, the system's announcement echoed once more. Side quest: Be Tian Shun. Quest requirement: Assist Danzo in obtaining Uchiha Shursue's eyes. Wait, what? Have I become the villain? Bai's lips twitched. After such a long time without a side quest refresh, it turns out that this one involves aiding that old schemer Danzo in acquiring Uchiha Shursue's eyes. It appears that the target of this mission is likely a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Bai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Based on the information currently available, the description of the bloodline limit ninja explicitly mentions the Uchiha clan. Moreover, this is a crucial time, just after the tumult of the Nine Tails rampage has subsided. Thus, it stands to reason that the objective of this mission is indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan is formidable to contend with. In truth, Bai is quite reluctant to confront a ninja from the Uchiha clan, although he presently seems capable of holding his own against any strong adversary. His resistance to Genjutsu is alarmingly low. None of the character rewards he has previously acquired have been related to countering illusions. Ironically, most ninjas from the Uchiha clan excel at weaving Genjutsu into their combat strategies. Perhaps he should first investigate the situation in the ninja world. Through the system's teleportation, Bai found himself once again in the familiar realm of ninjas. Bai, what is the matter? As his vision gradually sharpened, he realized he was dining on grilled meat with Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi CHG. It's nothing, Bai waved his hand dismissively. Shikaku, Inoichi, and CHG are renowned members of the Ino Shika-CH trio from Konoha. Bai did not expect to reunite with them for a meal so soon after arriving in the ninja world. Current identity of the host: Konoha Jonin, a friend of the late 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Shikaku, do you think the Nine Tails rampage is connected to the Uchiha clan? It's hard to say, Nara Shikaku replied, shaking his head. Some have claimed to have seen the emblem of the Sharingan in the eyes of the Nine Tails, but according to the 3rd Hokage, he has not witnessed such a thing. Furthermore, I, along with Konoha's intelligence department, have conducted a thorough investigation of the Uchiha clan and found no suspicious individuals. Yamanaka Inoichi chimed in. In truth, the three of them did not harbor significant animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Rather, it was the ordinary citizens of Konoha who believed that the Nine-Tails rampage was the handiwork of the Uchiha clan, leading them to shun the Uchihas. What is your perspective on this matter, Baiyi? Me? Baiyi pondered for a moment before articulating a thought-provoking statement. Whether the appearance of the Nine-Tails is linked to the Uchiha clan is ultimately inconsequential. The seeds of suspicion have already been sown in the minds of the people of Konoha. No matter how fervently they clarify their innocence, it will be in vain. Sometimes, hearing your words can be quite hurtful, Nara Shikaku remarked with a wry smile. Just then, the Uchiha clan's prodigy, known as Shursui of the Body Flicker, entered the barbecue restaurant. Despite Shursui's significant contributions to Konoha during the Third Great Ninja War, he was met with cold glances upon his arrival at the restaurant. "Oh, isn't that Shursui?" Nara Shikamaru greeted him warmly upon seeing him. They are all comrades who participated in the Third Great Ninja War and have frequently undertaken missions together. The bonds forged between such comrades cannot easily be severed by mere rumors. Shikaku, Hiruzen, Choza, and Bei, what a coincidence. Uchiha Shursui was rather taken aback upon encountering the four of them. "Ah, you're taking a break today as well?" "Presently." Uchiha Shursui holds a nominal position within the Konoha police force. However, his role is rather unique. He seldom engages in routine tasks of the police force. Instead, he is often dispatched to handle more perilous missions. Indeed, Uchiha Shursui smiled as he introduced his companion, Uchiha Itachi, to everyone. "This is Uchiha Itachi. Itachi. These three are the renowned Ino, Shika, Cho, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Hiruzen, and Akimichi Choza. And this individual is Bei, whose prowess rivals that of the fourth Hokage." Chapter 16. The Request of the Third Hokage. Joining the Umbu. "Greetings, I am Itachi Uchiha." The youthful Itachi Uchiha displayed an extraordinary politeness, particularly when he spoke in a soft, childlike voice that endeared him to those around him. "Ah, I have long admired your reputation." Akimichi Dingza complimented with a smile. The brilliance of this prodigy from the Ninja Academy was well known among the crowd. Although he appeared as a mere child, the aura he exuded resembled that of a formidable warrior. "If it's not too much trouble, would you care to join us?" Nara Shikaku extended an invitation to both Itachi and his brother, Shursui Uchiha. However, observing the demeanor of those around them towards the Uchiha clan, Shursui ultimately opted to decline. After all, should they face ostracism from the villagers of Konoha, Shursui would feel an immense sense of guilt, and he would have no means to rectify it. "Such a pity," Akimichi Dingza remarked, somewhat displeased. "But then again, this is not a matter we can resolve." Nara Shikamaru sighed, echoing Baiye's earlier sentiments. Once seeds of doubt take root in the hearts of men, the truth becomes less significant. "So, what did the third Hokage summon you for a few days ago?" In response to the curious inquiries from his companions, Baiyi could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. "I apologize, my friends, but this matter is somewhat confidential." "Oh," the trio responded in unison. Yet, in truth, they had already heard whispers regarding the matter, with Nara Shikaka present. The nature of the discussion between Baiyi and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could easily be surmised. Baiyi, having finally secured a day of rest. "You must indulge without restraint today." Yamashiro Oboi raised his cup. The trio understood that Baiye's meeting with the third Hokage was likely an invitation to join the Hokage's elite Umbu organization. For Baiyi, this represented a promotion, and the feast was essentially a celebration of his impending induction. However, due to the sensitive nature of the Umbu, Shikaku and the others could not speak too openly, nor could Baiyi disclose any further details. After a hearty meal, as Baiyi walked along the street, a masked man suddenly appeared before him. "Lord Baiyi, the Hokage requests your presence." "I understand." Baiyi waved his hand dismissively, and the Umbu agent, recognizing the urgency, turned and departed. After all, he was already aware of Baiye's imminent joining of the Umbu. Given Baiye's formidable skills, it was inevitable that he would assume a leadership role, perhaps even that of commander. To continuously urge someone who is his only superior aside from the Hokage would display a lack of emotional intelligence. In a flash, Baiyi executed the body flicker technique. With a whoosh, he vanished from his spot. "Third Hokage, I have arrived." In less than 2 minutes, Baiyi stood before the door of the Hokage's office. Upon knocking at the door, a voice, tinged with age, reverberated from within. "Come in." As the door swung open, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose visage bore the marks of time, gazed forlornly at Bai Yi. Bai Yi, have you given further consideration to joining the Umbu? Given the village's needs, I, Bai Yi, cannot refuse. Excellent, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, clapping his hands in approval. From this day forth, you shall serve as the commander of the Umbu, while also assuming the responsibilities of team leader. Understood, Bai Yi nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen then added, by the way, I wish to introduce a novel approach to the Umbu. A slight smile graced his lips. Please, go on. You need not wear a mask. Simply undertake missions under the identity of a Konoha Jonin. Bai Yi found himself perplexed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's statement. The Umbu masks are too conspicuous, and the rumors of your entry into the Umbu have been rampant. If you don the mask, it would undoubtedly declare to all that Bai Yi has joined the Umbu. Precisely, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, as Bai Yi began to grasp his intentions. The succession of the Hokage, while officially settled, still required a formal appointment ceremony in the capital of the Land of Fire. Bai Yi recalled that during this incident, the scheming Shimura Danzo seemed poised to orchestrate something monumental. I will entrust Kakashi to you. He is a promising talent, and I hope you will guide him onto the right path. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not provide a definitive answer to Bai Yi. However, his expression confirmed that Bai Yi understood the implications of his words. Your subordinate comprehends. With that, Bai Yi vanished from the Hokage's office. Truly swift, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused. The speed displayed by Bai Yi's body flicker technique reminiscent of the late 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Minato, had you not departed this world so soon, perhaps you could have managed these troubles with greater finesse. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. With Danzo lurking ominously and the long-standing grievances of the Uchiha clan simmering in the aftermath of the Nine-Tails incident, the potential for upheaval grew. Should he fail to maintain control during this tumultuous period, he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would become the greatest transgressor in Konoha's history. Yet, he found solace in the presence of Bai Yi, his trump card. Moreover, without the mask, even Danzo would hesitate to confirm whether Bai Yi was indeed one of his subordinates. Danzo. The mere thought of him caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to sigh once more. He had tacitly allowed Danzo to cultivate his own influence, operating in the shadows. In the time before the 4th Hokage's succession, they had collaborated in this manner. Regrettably, a divergence arose between the two old friends regarding the matter of the Hokage's heir. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained steadfast in his belief that his choice was indeed the right one. Orochimaru is undoubtedly ill-suited to become the next Hokage. His heart cannot possibly harbor the so-called will of fire. Nevertheless, for Bai Yi, none of this truly matters. The reason he consented to Sarutobi Hiruzen's request today is merely that within the Umbu, he can more effectively fulfill both primary and secondary missions. The Umbu without masks possesses a certain intrigue. Bai Yi smiled faintly. If he were unmasked, would Danzo perhaps think that he had not truly joined the Umbu? And if that were the case, might he extend an invitation for Bai Yi to join his so-called rude organization, attempting to manipulate him as he had done with Kakashi against Sarutobi Hiruzen? In this world, some revel in joy while others are cloaked in sorrow. Meanwhile, Kakashi, swayed by Danzo's persuasion, lies curled up in his bed. Where exactly should I stand? Chapter 17. Children, life is a wilderness. The demise of Lin Yahara. Alongside the tragic loss of his mentor, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze has plunged Kakashi into an abyss of solitude. In this moment of despair, Shimura Danzo has taken notice of Kakashi's exceptional abilities, seeking to lead him into the shadows. Despite the turmoil within his heart, Kakashi remains impervious to Danzo's temptations. Yet, he is still engulfed in torment, uncertain of where his allegiance should lie. Should he side with the 3rd Hokage or Danzo? Teacher, Linobito, which path should I choose? As Kakashi ruminates, a sudden gust of wind flings open the window, revealing a figure before him. You. Who are you? Upon recognizing this person, Kakashi hastily rises and bows. There is no need for such formality, Kakashi. The one who has come to guide him is none other than Bai Yi, recently appointed as the captain of the Umbu by the 3rd Hokage. Mr. Bai Yi, what brings you here? I noticed you've been rather troubled lately. Bai Yi smiles as he approaches Kakashi, gesturing towards the door. I just completed a mission and am quite famished. Care to join me for a meal? Though perplexed, Kakashi does not decline Bai Yi's invitation. After all, Bai Yi was a close friend of his late mentor, Minato, and had once trained both him and Obito, making him something of a mentor himself. Mr. Bai Yi, it's quite late. Could it be that your mission Kakashi seems to have deduced something? Recently, There have been countless rumors about Bai Yi potentially joining the Umbu. The lateness of his mission leads Kakashi to speculate that Bai Yi has indeed already become part of the Umbu, and the task he just completed was assigned by them. Speaking of my mission, it is rather troublesome. Bai Yi chuckles wryly. His words carry a double meaning. The task assigned by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is to help Kakashi open his heart. This matter is indeed somewhat complicated. Furthermore, his own main and side quests appear to be even more challenging, particularly the side quest, which pertains to Danzo's acquisition of Uchiha Shirsui's eye, a pivotal event in the original storyline. The emergence of this side quest clearly indicates that someone intends to create chaos and protect Uchiha Shirsui. The role Bai Yi must play in this scenario will be crucial in rectifying the narrative. In fact, he has begun to believe that once Danzo attempts to seize Shirsui's eye, the two time travelers involved in the main quest will inadvertently reveal themselves before him. To avoid suspicion, all he needs to do is fulfill his current duties. When the opportunity arises, he will engage with the cunning Danzo. Long time no see. Without further ado, at this late hour, the only place still serving food in Konoha is the renowned Ichiraka Ramen. Kakashi, how do you find life in the Umbu? It's manageable. Mr. Bei, aren't you also? Haha, I cannot compare myself to a genius like you. Back in the Ninja Academy, I was always overshadowed by that Watergate fellow. Bei's words left Kakashi taken aback. Mr. Bei, I am far inferior to you. At 12, you were already a Jonin, while I was merely a Chunin at that age. You should not be so modest. Bei tousled Kakashi's hair. So, you are still young. We must look beyond our current circumstances. There are countless opportunities awaiting you. Perhaps one day, the position of Hokage will be yours, Kakashi. Oh, I dare not hope for that. Sometimes, a hint of ambition is not a bad thing. Seeing Kakashi's reaction, Bei brought up Kakashi's late friend, suggesting that if he were to become Hokage, Obito would surely be pleased. Upon hearing Obito's name, Kakashi was momentarily struck silent. Mr. Bei, you mean? Speaking of which, what do you think of Lord Danzo? Huh? Before Kakashi could voice his uncertainty, Bei promptly mentioned Shimura Danzo. I don't know much about Lord Danzo. He just seems a bit intimidating. And the third Hokage? The third Hokage is warm and kind, the epitome of the perfect Hokage in our hearts. Then what are you pondering? Why choose a seemingly sinister figure over a good person? Bei's words left Kakashi stammering, unable to respond. One cannot say such things about Lord Danzo. Regardless, that old man is quite devious. Bei appeared indifferent, asserting that ultimately it matters little whom you choose. Remember, child, life is an open field. No matter whom you select, the one you must ultimately take responsibility for is yourself. After finishing his bowl of noodles, Bei contentedly drank the broth. Why are you, such a young child, preoccupied with such trivial matters? If you're feeling down, just go out and play. The ninja world is vast. Why not accompany Jiraiya on a journey? Mr. Bei, you truly are carefree. Kakashi was profoundly struck by Bei's attitude. It is known that ninjas regard their missions as paramount. Yet, Bei's perspective was entirely different. In his words, what are missions? What are ranks? Ultimately, one should pursue what brings them comfort. Choosing sides? I will side with whomever I find agreeable. Tired? Then I shall take leave. Go out and play. This seemingly laissez-faire attitude, akin to shirking responsibility, was precisely what Kakashi needed. He had been too tightly wound, overthinking every action. If he could just clear his mind a little, he would discern that Danzo's so-called words were nothing but nonsense. All right, filled and satisfied, let us return home and rest. After completing the payment, he rose and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. By the way, in a few days, as the third Hokage sets out for his appointment, you shall serve as a guardian of the Umbu. So, you have indeed joined the Umbu, have you not? Bai Yi offered no response, merely gesturing for silence with a subtle motion of his hand. However, on his way home, a group of masked individuals suddenly appeared before him. Is Lord Danzo the one who summoned you? Lord Bai Yi, Lord Danzo requests your presence. It seems your curiosity could not be contained. Bai Yi felt a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that Danzo would extend an invitation so swiftly. Lead the way, Bai Yi said, waving his hand. The three members of Root, seeing that no one else was following, guided Bai Yi down a narrow alleyway. Chapter 18, The Double Agent. Following Root, Bai Yi entered a secret chamber, and upon encountering Danzo, he promptly greeted him, Lord Danzo. Danzo cast a glance at the three members of Root standing behind Bai Yi, who immediately understood and vanished without a sound. You must know why I summoned you, do you not? Danzo inquired. Are you not concerned that I have already made an agreement with Lord Third? Bai Ye's words caused Danzo's expression to darken instantaneously. So, your earlier conversation with Kakashi was also instructed by the Third? Indeed. However, my agreement with Lord Third was predicated on the fact that Kakashi is undeniably unsuited for Root. How can you ascertain his unsuitability? Do you not perceive the darkness within his heart? Danzo challenged. Bai Ye retorted coolly. What darkness are you rambling about? This old man has truly taken himself too seriously. Since you are already a man of Hiruzen, why have you come to this meeting? Danzo gestured subtly, and in an instant, Bai Ye found himself restrained by 3 other Root members, their blades poised at his throat. Lord Danzo, if you kill me now, how will you explain to Lord Third? Bai Ye scoffed, exhibiting no signs of fear. Truly, he was a man revered even by the legendary Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. During the Third Great Ninja War, shall we cease this mutual flattery? Bai Ye initiated a jutsu, 10,000 condensed chakra, and astonishingly, he passed through the blades and approached Danzo directly. Lord Danzo, the 3 men attempted to strike Bai Ye, but Danzo's sharp command halted them. Calm yourselves. You may withdraw. Yes, sir. One must admit that Danzo's Root is even more obedient than the Umbu. Upon receiving Danzo's command, they executed it without hesitation, showing no regard for external matters. What a remarkable pack of loyal hounds, Bai Ye mused, while Danzo fixed him with an intense gaze, as if seeking to penetrate the depths of his thoughts. Lord Danzo, there is no need for such scrutiny. Bai Ye raised his hands above his head. If you do not trust me, you may have that child lurking in the corner search me. There is no need for subterfuge. Jia, you may also take your leave. Danzo was astonished by Bai Ye's abilities. Should such a ninja join Root, the advantages would be unparalleled. So, you wish to align yourself with me? Indeed. Lord Third should have relinquished his position, should he not? Ha! I did not expect you to be an ambitious fellow, Danzo remarked, a slight smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. I only hope you do not follow in Lord Third's footsteps, forsaking your capable subordinates in favor of others succeeding the Hokage. Orochimaru, you say. Danzo's lips curled slightly upward. Well then, I must trouble you. As for your codename, there is no need for a codename or mask. Bai Ye waved his hand dismissively. If I were to adopt a codename and a mask, my sudden disappearance would undoubtedly raise the suspicions of the Third Hokage. Without a codename and mask, to wander under the sun as Root? How amusing. Danzo nodded in agreement with Bai Ye's request. In a few days, Hizashi will be appointed in the capital of the Land of Fire. Although I am yet unaware of the specific route, I have heard that Hizashi intends to arrange for Kakashi to be part of the escort team. I am aware of that. Bai Ye smirked. So, why are you still trying to persuade Kakashi? It's evident. Lord Danzo, please do not rush. Bai Ye could not help but roll his eyes. Patience is key to achieving grand strategies. In his recollection, Danzo ought to be a figure renowned for his restraint. Kakashi now believes that I have become the captain of the Umbu. Therefore, a simple inquiry from me could reveal the itinerary set by the Third Hokage. I see. Thus, Lord Danzo, you must continue to sway Kakashi. Otherwise, if you do not apply pressure, and I inquire too much, I may arouse suspicion. You are indeed quite prudent in your endeavors. Danzo praised Bai Ye. The latter offered a bit of flattery in return. It is merely for the sake of your esteemed self. To ensure absolute certainty, I shall take matters into my own hands. Excellent. Danzo gazed at Bai Ye with satisfaction. With you here, Konoha shall once again become the most formidable shinobi village in the world. The following day, Bai Ye arrived at the Hokage's office to report to the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, regarding Kakashi. Well done. Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, listened as Bai Ye discreetly conveyed the information about Danzo's plot to assassinate him. Upon Bai Ye's departure, Hiruzen let out a deep sigh. Danzo, I never imagined you would go so far as to eliminate me in your quest to become Hokage. Although Hiruzen had his suspicions, he still clung to a sliver of hope. Yet now, the truth lay bare before him. No amount of argument could change the reality. It seems that allowing Bai Ye to serve as an unmasked Umbu was indeed a sagacious decision. Meanwhile, as Bai Ye reported to the Third Hokage, Danzo personally approached Kakashi, seeking his involvement in the assassination plot against Hiruzen. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi resolved to exploit this opportunity to betray Danzo at a critical juncture, ensuring that he would be caught red-handed. Thus, he feigned agreement with Danzo's request. By sheer coincidence, just after Bai Ye and Kakashi departed from the presence of Hiruzen and Danzo, they encountered each other on the street. Mr. Bai Ye, I have something I wish to report to you. Coincidentally, I also have something to inquire of you. The two individuals once again found themselves at a Chiraka ramen, subsequently engaging in conversation through the unique coded language of the Umbu to prevent any eavesdropping by Danzo's associates lurking nearby. Mr. Baiyi, it appears that Danzo indeed intends to assassinate the third Hokage during the appointment process. I have feigned compliance with his demands, and at the opportune moment, I shall unmask his treachery. I understand. However, matters of this nature should not be discussed in public, even in code. Before taking a seat, Baiyi noticed that several individuals were concealed in the vicinity. For them, deciphering the Umbu's coded language was not a formidable task. Many had the capability to unravel its secrets. If you have the time, it would be prudent to study barrier techniques. Sometimes, they prove to be far more advantageous than coded language. Understood, Mr. Baiyi. Presently, Baiyi appeared to Kakashi as a remarkably dependable captain. Has the Hokage informed you of the operational route for this mission? Chapter 19. The assassination plan of the Hokage. Confronted with Baiyi, Kakashi did not withhold his thoughts. Do your best, and perhaps you will find yourself assisting me in the future. Assist Mr. Baiyi? Kakashi pondered, glancing at Baiyi. It seemed that his name was absent from the list of the escort team. In any case, you need only to trust that I stand with the third Hokage. Baiyi remarked enigmatically before vanishing from Kakashi's sight. Indeed, Baiyi's name was not among the list of protectors for Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, this did not imply that Baiyi would not appear within the escort team. Baiyi had already established a tacit understanding with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. When he informed Hiruzen of Danzo's assassination plot, the latter had immediately grasped the implications. The so-called assassins sent to eliminate him were undoubtedly Baiyi. To gain Danzo's trust and remain concealed within route, Baiyi had to undertake actions that would earn Danzo's admiration. If he could secure Danzo's complete confidence with this assassination, then Hiruzen would have his own trusted informant close to Danzo. Thus, should Danzo ever contemplate any outrageous schemes in the future as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be forewarned and able to intervene. Amidst these hidden agendas, the succession ceremony for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was on the verge of commencing. The procession towards the capital of the Fire Country was grand and imposing. Kakashi, while outwardly acquiescing to my plans, was likely devising a means to expose my intentions. Not only had Baiyi infiltrated the ranks, but Danzo himself was also present. Fortunately, my true ace in the hole was Baiyi. Danzo had considerable faith in Baiyi's abilities, a skilled individual whom even the fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, held in high regard. His prowess was undeniably formidable. It was a pity for Kakashi, a promising talent. Although he was ill-suited for route, he was destined to become a top-tier jonin in Konoha. Should Hiruzen perish and Kakashi remain obstinate, I would have no choice. Danzo harbored a certain murderous intent towards Kakashi as well. If this plan were to be revealed, his chances of succeeding Hiruzen as Hokage would be utterly obliterated. Therefore, should Kakashi prove defiant after Hiruzen's demise, Danzo would have no alternative but to send him to his end as well. In addition to Kakashi and Baiyi, Danzo had another hidden card up his sleeve, a member of Root codenamed A. In the event of a crisis, Danzo would take matters into his own hands. At that juncture, A, who possessed the ability to wield would release, would play a pivotal role. Regrettably, Orochimaru was still preoccupied with his experiments. Otherwise, Orochimaru's failure to ascend to the position of Hokage had surprised him greatly. Were it not for the critical nature of his research, had he been involved, the outcome might have been quite different. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses numerous trump cards, his prospects appear grim. After nearly 2 hours of advance, the team decided to pause and recuperate. Unexpectedly, a group of masked rogue ninjas erupted from the forest. Lord Third, be cautious. Several Umbu members instantly appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen. But to their surprise, the rogue ninjas did not target the third Hokage. Rather, their aim was the Umbu themselves. In an instant, save for Kakashi and the disguised Baiyi, all other Umbu present were lured away. Lord Third, this is Danzo's trap. He intends to have someone assassinate you here. At that moment, thick wooden stakes suddenly surged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. Raikiri, with his Sharingan activated, Kakashi had already discerned the trajectory of the attack. With a swift strike of Raikiri, the enemies would release crumbled into dust. Is this what release? Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi were taken aback. Amidst the chaos, sensing the opportune moment, Baiyi shed his disguise and lunged at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wind release, wind blade. The fierce wind blades instantly shredded Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, with a resounding thud, a cloud of white smoke billowed. Bai Yi had struck nothing but a shadow clone of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bai Yi intended to escape swiftly using the body flicker technique. Yet, Kakashi, positioned nearby, executed a solid earth-style wall, halting him in his tracks. Mr. Bai Yi? Kakashi momentarily froze upon recognizing Bai Yi's face, recalling the latter's words before their departure. Suddenly, he grasped the situation. Bai Yi, how dare you betray Lord Third? Kakashi, don't force my hand. Bai Yi glared fiercely at Kakashi, the intensity of his gaze causing Kakashi to question whether this was merely an act or if Bai Yi truly had betrayed the third Hokage in favor of Danzo's faction. Wood release, great force technique. Lightning shield, Raikiri. Wind release, wind blade. Earth release, earth-style wall. The clash of four jutsu stirred a whirlwind of dust. As the smoke cleared, the true third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, emerged alongside a visibly astonished Danzo, whom he had apprehended. How did you discover my presence nearby? Thanks to Kakashi's Sharingan, your disguise was recognized long ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained nonchalantly. However, his words left Kakashi bewildered, for he had not unraveled the disguise at all. The true reason Sarutobi Hiruzen identified the concealed Danzo was due to the intelligence provided by Bai Yi. Would release. Danzo, I believe you owe me an explanation. With Danzo captured on the spot, this farce came to a close. However, in the presence of the youth capable of wielding would release, Sarutobi Hiruzen boldly confronted Danzo, questioning him vehemently. His origins matter not. He will, without a doubt, become a pillar of strength for Konoha. Knowing this is sufficient, Danzo chose to remain silent on the matter. Observing his reticence, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a deep sigh. Kakashi, please escort them back. To his surprise, he expressed disappointment upon realizing that Bai Yi had also aligned himself with Danzo. I regret to say, but I believe this is the better choice for the village. In the light, shadows inevitably exist. It is the balance of both that will allow our village to flourish. Sarutobi shook his head, speaking earnestly to Danzo and Bai Yi. Assassinating the Hokage is a capital offense. Yet, I shall not hold you accountable. Let the day's events be as though they never transpired. However, while I may not impose any consequences upon you, I sincerely hope that you will dedicate yourselves wholeheartedly to Konoha in the future. Otherwise, with that, Sarutobi turned away, leaving behind a retreating silhouette. Following his words, Danzo and Bai Yi, having heard his admonition, complied without further resistance, returning to Konoha under Kakashi's vigilant watch. Chapter 20. The Liaison of the Dark Division en route on a moonlit night. Atop the Hokage building, the third Hokage sat in contemplation. Lord Third, I wish to withdraw from the Umbu. Why? Came the query. I once harbored thoughts of betraying you, Lord Third. A person like me in the Umbu. He chuckled lightly. Have you not heard? Even Bai Yi betrayed me, attempting to take my life. Had you not forewarned me, I might have been cleaved in two by his wind blades. But, Mr. Bai Yi, was it not to feign allegiance and infiltrate route to monitor Lord Danzo? Feigning allegiance. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, shaking his head with a wry smile. In such a scenario, if Bai Yi truly intended to kill me with Danzo's assistance, there would have been a 90% chance of my demise. This revelation sent a chill through Kakashi, who broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, had Bai Yi chosen to side with Danzo and pursued murder, none present would have escaped unscathed. Thus, Kakashi, there exists a concept known as trust. Much like the trust the fourth Hokage placed in you. The third Hokage was acutely aware of Kakashi's guilt and remorse regarding the fourth Hokage's demise. He then recounted the events surrounding Minato's tumultuous period, hoping to secure Kakashi's entry into the Umbu. You are akin to Bai Yi, as the third Hokage. I place immense trust in you both. Now, I require your strength. Henceforth, Kakashi, you shall join my direct Umbu unit. You need not heed orders from anyone but me. Not even the commander. Lord Third. Kakashi's face lit up with excitement as he gazed at the third Hokage. Your most pressing task now is to serve as the liaison for Bai Yi. Given Bai Yi's infiltration within the root organization, direct contact with the third Hokage was impractical. Thus, a messenger to relay communications became paramount. After much deliberation, the third Hokage deemed Kakashi most suitable for this vital role. Meanwhile, Danzo, disheartened by his failed plan, sat brooding in the root base. Lord Danzo, I never anticipated that Lord Hiruzen would see through my scheme. Danzo clenched his teeth, pondering why he had never triumphed over Hiruzen in his lifetime. Lord Danzo, what of the boy with Mokutan? Are you referring to Jia? From this day forth, you shall mentor him. The third Hokage was privy to some details regarding the boy, knowing full well the Nine-Tails threat had always loomed large over Konoha. If the ability to replicate the first Hokage's Mokutan techniques could be revived, it would significantly mitigate casualties during a Nine-Tails rampage. However, the cultivation of this boy would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Such matters, even if not held against him by the third generation, would undoubtedly be met with no mercy should they recur in the future. Moreover, for Danzo, the predicament concerning Orochimaru is increasingly vexatious. My Sharingan cannot endure much longer. Danzo sighed deeply. Numerous forbidden techniques necessitate the assistance of the Sharingan to unleash their utmost potency. Regrettably, under my current circumstances, the consumption of my Sharingan is exceedingly rapid. To frequently replace my eyes is, however, a rather unrealistic endeavor. After all, the Uchiha clan is not comprised of fools. Taking action against them now would prove quite troublesome. Danzo sighed again, and in a sudden moment of clarity, he conceived an exquisite plan. Kakashi, were it not for that fellow, this assassination might have succeeded, and I would have ascended to the coveted position of Hokage. Bai Yi, what is it, Lord Danzo? Together with Jia, retrieve Kakashi's Sharingan for me. Understood. Following the assignment, Bai Yi and Jia, also known as Tenzo, vanished in a flash. I see. The third generation has chosen you as my liaison. Indeed, Mr. Bai Yi. However, it appears Danzo intends to eliminate you and seize your Sharingan. Humph. Kakashi snorted coldly upon hearing this. If he has the capability, as a gift from Obito, Kakashi would never allow Danzo to succeed. I have nearly completed my investigation into that Mokutan ninja, remarkably swift. Within just a few days, Bai Yi has managed to uncover the entire situation regarding that Mokutan ninja. The speed of task execution left Kakashi utterly astonished. In reality, however, Bai Yi did not investigate Tenzo at all. His knowledge of Tenzo's circumstances stemmed from the fact that, in Bai Yi's recollection, he bore another lesser-known name, Yamato. Tenzo was an experimental subject of Orochimaru, one of 60 children, with only he remaining. Having awakened the first Hokages would release techniques. Kakashi was left dumbfounded upon hearing this revelation. He had not anticipated the cold-heartedness of both Danzo and Orochimaru. Wagering the lives of so many children merely to cultivate a ninja capable of utilizing would release. The third generation must have been aware of this matter long ago, but likely underestimated the extent of the damage. Kakashi remained silent. For the time being, let us refrain from contact. There may soon be attempts on your life. Likely orchestrated by that boy Tenzo. Bai Yi cautioned Kakashi. Tenzo is not inherently malevolent. I hope you can guide him to the best of your ability. As expected. In the days that followed, Tenzo shadowed Kakashi, waiting for an opportunity to act, until Orochimaru defected from the village. In an instant, apart from the shadows, even Danzo's route began to vigorously investigate the laboratory left behind by Orochimaru. After all, if there were any evidence linking Orochimaru to Danzo himself within that laboratory, it would spell disaster for him. Is this truly Orochimaru's laboratory? Bai Yi stepped into the eerie depths of the lab, where a macabre collection of human and animal specimens lay scattered about, inducing a sense of revulsion. Danzo had mentioned that this place contained data on the Hashirama cells they had previously researched together. Bai Yi searched the premises diligently, but the lab had long been abandoned, making the quest for such data an arduous challenge. Suddenly, as Bai Yi continued his desperate search, he was startled by the faint rustling of footsteps nearby. It is I, Master Bai Yi. Upon closer inspection, the figure that approached was none other than Yamato, known in this time as Tenzo, a member of the Root organization. What brings you here? Lord Danzo sent me to assist you. What of Kakashi? Kakashi is investigating another one of Orochimaru's research facilities. I have failed my mission. Chapter 21. An unexpected encounter with Orochimaru, is that so? Bai Yi fixed his gaze on Tianzong. He was acutely aware that an inexplicable bond of friendship had formed between him and Kakashi. Even if Tianzong were to be given the opportunity to eliminate Kakashi, it was doubtful he would have the heart to do so. Orochimaru's laboratory was rife with various traps, and it would be prudent for Lord Bai Yi to exercise caution. Having just emerged from one of Orochimaru's labs, Tianzong was well aware of the lurking dangers within. Thank you for the warning, Bai Yi nodded. However, just as he was about to be vigilant, a sudden explosion erupted. A hidden explosive tag detonated, engulfing Bai Yi in an instant. Mr. Bai Yi. Ninjutsu, Wanning Chakra. Water release, waterfall technique. Tianzong swiftly extinguished the flames generated by the explosion, rushing over to assess Bai Yi's condition. I'm fine. Bai Yi exhaled deeply. Without the protection of Wanning Chakra, he would have had to resort to using the Great Windbreak. In that case, the violent airflow might have exacerbated the flames, potentially incinerating the crucial data hidden within. This laboratory of Orochimaru's was indeed fraught with peril. Bai Yi couldn't help but click his tongue. Orochimaru, even after the departure of his followers, why has he left behind so many traps? Why didn't he destroy them before leaving? It's utterly perplexing. In truth, it wasn't that Orochimaru didn't wish to destroy these materials. He had simply left in haste. Moreover, even if he intended to obliterate them, he believed Danzo would undoubtedly intervene and oppose him. Orochimaru was acutely aware of Danzo's unreliability. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to defect from the village outright. The research data on the first Hokage's cells, if it fell into the hands of other villages, could yield catastrophic consequences. The strength of Konoha was built upon the solid foundation laid by the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. However, as time passed, Konoha appeared to suffer from a depletion of talent. It was precisely for this reason that individuals like Danzo emerged, willing to go to any lengths to strengthen Konoha. If there were figures like Uchiha Madara possessing absolute power, there would be no need for such convoluted discussions. The power of the first Hokage was indeed formidable. Tianzong understood the significance of the research data on the first Hokage's cells far better than Bai Yi did. After all, he was a product of that very research. Let us proceed further. I will lead the way, Bai Yi commanded Tianzong, and together they ventured deeper into Orochimaru's laboratory. Along the way, they encountered numerous traps, yet under the protection of Bai Yi's Wanning Chakra and Great Windbreak, these traps proved utterly ineffective. Observing closely, Tianzong finally grasped why Danzo held Bai Yi in such high regard. Such power? Was this the strength of a contemporary of the fourth Hokage? Tianzong felt an overwhelming shock within. In truth, there were numerous inquiries he yearned to pose to Bai Yi. Yet, it appeared that all such questions would have to await the conclusion of this mission before he could seek answers. Lord Bai Yi, this is it. After a prolonged search, Tianzong excitedly brandished a notebook, densely filled with various experimental data regarding the primordial cell experiments. We shouldn't linger here. Let us depart. Having secured the desired items, there was no need for them to remain in this eerie and foreboding place. After all, the traps here were numerous, and in Bai Yi's estimation, the truly terrifying dangers had yet to manifest. Thus, Bai Yi hastily prepared to escort Tianzong out of the laboratory. To take what does not belong to you, and then leave. Lord Bai Yi, how impolite. Wind release, wind blade. Rashomon. As the wind blade collided with the iron gate, Bai Yi discerned the identity of his opponent in that fleeting moment. Orochimaru, what brings you back? Bai Yi questioned, furrowing his brow at the pale figure before him, whose countenance was unsettling. To reclaim what is rightfully mine. With that, Orochimaru unleashed his hidden shadow snake hand, only to be thwarted by Tianzong's would-release ninjutsu, which repelled the attack. Oh, the child behind you can utilize would-release? How intriguing. Orochimaru remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Is that not Tianzong? It has been quite some time. Orochimaru, the experimental data will not be handed over to you. Orochimaru laughed heartily. Huh? You think you can wrest the data from me? Orochimaru, you are rather overconfident, aren't you? Bai Yi scoffed, aware that if his opponent did not resort to any Edo Tensei techniques to summon powerful allies, he would indeed have a formidable challenge ahead. Bai Yi, you are quite the troublesome fellow. Orochimaru observed, a flicker of wariness glimmering in his eyes. A ninja renowned alongside the Golden Flash. In Orochimaru's view, Bai Yi's strength might even surpass that of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It could be said that had it not been for Bai Yi's issues with the path of the ninja, he might have even aspired to contend for the position of Hokage. Bai Yi, though you appear languid, I perceive the ambition in your eyes. What say you? Why not join forces? Together, we could conquer not just Konoha, but the 5 great nations. Apologies, but I am not interested. Wind release, Shinming blade. Countless sharp blades surged from all directions towards Orochimaru. Although it seemed as though he were being subjected to 1,000 cuts, in the next instant, he slithered away like a snake, shedding his skin. What say you, Bai Yi? I know you possess some fascinating ninjutsu. Shall we exchange? A smirk graced Bai Yi's lips. Indeed, Orochimaru possessed many intriguing techniques, but when it came to what piqued his interest, apart from the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, which allows the summoning of the deceased into the realm of the living. All other means, in Bai Ye's perspective, pale in comparison to the rewards granted by his system. After all, in the late stages of the shinobi world, aside from those extraordinary abilities, other methods are utterly useless when confronted with the overwhelming dominance of bloodline. Save your jutsu for your own burial. Bai Yu scoffed, and behind him, Tianzong immediately unleashed Would Release. Silent killing binding technique. How ruthless. Orochimaru, realizing he could not sway Bai Yi, felt his gaze sharpen with determination. The information contained within this laboratory was of paramount importance to him. Thus, even when faced with Bai Yi, he was compelled to reclaim the data. Chapter 22. Is your name really 10,000 snakes? Bai Yi, you still have time to return the information in your hands. Wind Release, Windblade. It appears that negotiation is off the table. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, evading the Windblade, and immediately unleashed the Hidden Shadow Snake Hands technique. However, this time, his target was not Bai Yi himself, but rather the person behind him. Tianzong, be careful. Bai Yi swiftly pulled Tianzong aside. Ninja Art, 10,000 Condensed Chakra Technique. Boom. A chakra barrier abruptly materialized before Bai Yi. Is this the legendary 10,000 Condensed Chakra Technique? It stands alongside the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God as one of the two great jutsu of the Third Shinobi World War. What? This system patch even incorporated the 10,000 Condensed Chakra? Bai Yi's lips twitched slightly. After all his efforts to acquire this divine-level ninjutsu, he never anticipated that the information would be leaked so swiftly. Since that's the case, I shall test you with a continuous assault. 10,000 Snakes Formation. Countless snakes erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, surging toward Bai Yi and Tianzong. Tianzong, you must leave this place at once. Yes. Attempting to flee? Orochimaru's lips curled slightly as he sought to unleash another jutsu to intercept Tianzong. Little did he know, at that moment, Bai Yi had already transformed his body into chakra and swiftly traversed through the sea of snakes to stand before him. Wind Release, Wind Cutter Technique. Channeling a sharp wind blade in his right hand, Bai Yi aimed directly for Orochimaru's neck. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Futile. Bai Yi's gaze was sharp as he looked at Orochimaru. In the state of 10,000 Condensed Chakra Technique, Bai Yi could evade any attack by partially transforming his body into chakra. The snakes that Orochimaru released from his sleeve simply passed through Bai Yi's chest without inflicting any harm. What? Aside from Orochimaru, perhaps only Minato and the 3rd Hokage and Konoha were aware of Bai Yi's possession of such a unique ninjutsu. Furthermore, in their understanding, Bai Yi's 10,000 Condensed Chakra was merely a means to utilize chakra to forge various types of weapons to confront unforeseen circumstances. Orochimaru's Body Replacement Technique. With a whoosh. At the critical moment, Orochimaru swiftly darted out from his own mouth. That was close. Though their battle lasted only several seconds, the ninjutsu they employed was diverse and intricate. The Body Replacement Technique? I suspect that this takes quite a toll on your chakra? Bai Yi observed Orochimaru to evade his lethal strike. Orochimaru had also resorted to a technique that consumed a considerable amount of chakra. It seems you possess a certain understanding of my ninjutsu. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue. Unfortunately, your understanding of me remains rooted in the distant past. With that, Orochimaru summoned the Kusanagi sword and charged directly at Bai Yi. Similarly, your comprehension of me appears to be somewhat lacking as well. Bai Yi let out a cold laugh and clapped his hands together. Wind Release, Great Windbreak. With a thunderous roar, Orochimaru, who had been charging at Bai Yi, was forcefully blown several meters away by an overwhelming gust of wind. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Orochimaru, stunned and seeing stars, had never imagined that Bai Yi possessed such formidable techniques. Unbeknownst to you, there is much more. In that moment, Bai Yi realized an important truth. The ninjutsu acquired as a reward for completing missions would be known throughout the ninja world. However, any ninjutsu he created himself would be entirely new, unknown to anyone in the ninja realm. Summoning Technique. Recognizing that he was no match for Bai Yi alone, Orochimaru quickly resorted to the summoning technique. In an instant, a colossal serpent appeared within the laboratory, causing it to burst apart. The two combatants found themselves exposed in the forest outside the laboratory, creating such a commotion. Aren't you afraid the Leaf Village will come looking? Orochimaru snorted dismissively. 10,000 snakes. I shall offer you 500 sacrifices. Eliminate this fool before me. Haha, it's the first time I've seen you so eager. The summoned 10,000 snakes were even larger and more robust than the surrounding trees. Summoning such a monstrous creature would undoubtedly alert the leaf ninjas nearby. Thus, Orochimaru hastened to assure the beast that it must swiftly deal with Bai Yi. Let's go, 10,000 snakes. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Hiss, hiss. Hiss, the last time we fought like this was during the Great Ninja War, wasn't it? Ha ha ha, countless shuriken hurtled toward Bai Yi. However, this predictable approach was utterly ineffective against Bai Yi, who had become immune to physical damage. Damn it, this guy is immune to all physical attacks. I must find a way to trap him. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, while 10,000 snakes, surprised by Bai Yi's agility as he darted from its tail, could only stare in disbelief. Orochimaru exclaimed, "What on earth is going on?" Without time to react, Bai Yi leaped in front of 10,000 snakes. "So, you're called 10,000 snakes?" Bai Yi scoffed, then unleashed wind release. Great wind break. Boom. The massive body of 10,000 snakes, along with Orochimaru, was sent hurtling backward. What is this guy's true nature? The blown away 10,000 snakes became enraged, and Orochimaru described, "This man is a leaf ninja rivaling the fourth Hokage. He is merely lazy, and thus not widely known." Orochimaru gritted his teeth, astonished that even 10,000 snakes could be defeated so swiftly. As the leaf ninjas were on the verge of arriving, he had no choice but to order 10,000 snakes to retreat. "That's enough, 10,000 snakes. Return with all the sacrifices. We must withdraw? Nonsense. I will not retreat. I must devour this little brat." The myriad serpents lay battered and bruised, seething with unparalleled fury. "If you wish to remain here to confront the forces of Konoha, then you may do so alone." With a resounding crash, Orochimaru vanished before the multitude of serpents. "Damn it, Orochimaru. The next time we meet, I shall ensure you are the first to taste my wrath." Though the serpents were not the most astute, they understood that facing the army of Konoha would likely spell their doom. Thus, with a decisive thud, they too dissipated from the scene. Lord Bei, in the distance, witnessing the entire clash between Orochimaru and Bei, Tenzu rushed to Bei's side after seeing Orochimaru's departure. "Are you unharmed?" "I am fine," Bei replied, waving his hand dismissively. He did not regard Orochimaru, who had not summoned the dead, as a significant threat. "We should take our leave as well. Soon, the Umbu will arrive, and we would find it difficult to explain ourselves." With that, Bei intended to escort Tenzu away. However, just as they turned to depart, Kakashi, an operative of the Umbu, intercepted them. "Tenzu Bei, what brings you two here?" Chapter 23. Another would release youth? Bai Yi, Tianzong, what brings you here? In response to Kakashi's inquiry, Bai Yi and Tianzong awkwardly scratched their heads. Just now, Orochimaru suddenly appeared. "We are also here on Lord Danzo's orders to apprehend him." Bai Yi's eyes shifted, fabricating such a tale. However, in reality, as the captain of the Umbu, he was bound to report this incident to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Coincidentally, the one responsible for assisting Bai Yi and acting as the liaison between the third Hokage and Bai Yi was none other than Kakashi, who stood before them, posing the questions. "Mr. Bai Yi, should we?" Tianzong glanced at Kakashi, discreetly gesturing to eliminate him. The Konoha ninjas would arrive soon, and being discovered would yield dire consequences. Bai Yi shook his head, dismissing Tianzong's notion. At this moment, a flicker of doubt surfaced in Bai Yi's mind regarding Tianzong. According to the original storyline, Tianzong should have been following Kakashi to explore another research facility left by Orochimaru. If Tianzong had arrived at my side, it indicated that he had already concluded his investigation with Kakashi. Logically, Kakashi should have been returning to report by now. Thus, Kakashi would not have arrived here so promptly. So, did Tianzong disregard my orders and fail to keep a close watch on Kakashi? Observing Kakashi's disheveled appearance, Bai Yi could surmise the extent of danger the latter encountered while investigating Orochimaru's laboratory. However, according to the original plot, with Tianzong's assistance, Kakashi ought to have emerged unscathed. Furthermore, Tianzong should have forged some bond with Kakashi by now, making it unlikely for him to urge me to eliminate him. Bai Yi furrowed his brows, glancing at Tianzong beside him. What exactly transpired with this fellow? Could it be that he had already encountered the targets of my mission, the other two traversers? Hence, he deviated from the original storyline? In any case, let us return first. Bai Yi looked at Tianzong and Kakashi, and the three of them proceeded back to Konoha. On their way back, Tianzong persistently inquired whether Bai Yi intended to take action against Kakashi. His peculiar demeanor further solidified Bai Yi's suspicions. Konoha, Root Organization Base. Lord Danzo. We encountered Orochimaru in the laboratory. Unfortunately, this slippery fellow managed to escape, and I failed to capture that crafty serpent. Crafty serpent? I would say it's more of a slippery snake, sneered Danzo. He was well aware of Orochimaru's cunning nature. The best opportunity to capture this slippery serpent was actually during the mission led by the third Hokage himself. Regrettably, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately could not bring himself to eliminate his esteemed disciple. You brought back the information, correct? Indeed. Baiyi nodded, subsequently handing the documents to Danzo. However, before handing it over to Danzo, he had also taken the liberty to create a copy using the system. The cells of Hashirama, if he could acquire such power for himself, his strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. When the time came to undertake other missions, he would navigate them with greater ease. After all, in the world of ninjas, strength is the ultimate truth. Very well, you may leave. After verifying that there were no issues with the documents, Danzo waved his hand dismissively. However, Baiyi remained unmoved, still standing in place. What is it? Danzo inquired. Lord Danzo, regarding Tens, among the 60 children, he should be the only one who survived, correct? Though Danzo was inwardly astonished that the other party was aware of Tens's origins, his exterior remained composed. Did Hizashi tell you this? Baiyi remained silent. Offering no response, Danzo continued. Indeed, among the 60 children, only 10 survived. So why do you suddenly ask about this? I just have a feeling that Tens has been acting somewhat unusual lately. Baiyi did not conceal his concerns, reporting Tens' odd behavior to Danzo. Unusual? Danzo furrowed his brows. Rest assured, Lord Danzo, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Very well, I entrust this to you. I have faith in your abilities. During this period, every mission Baiyi undertook was executed with remarkable excellence. Moreover, he now bore the same burden of being accused of attempting to assassinate the Hokage. As fellow comrades in a shared plight, Danzo placed considerable trust in Baiyi. Upon leaving the root base, Baiyi concentrated on investigating Tens' circumstances. Subsequently, following information provided by the Umbu, Baiyi traced his way to the experimental facility where Tens, along with 15 other children who had undergone the Hashirama cell injections, had been housed. Surely this place isn't riddled with traps? This time, Baiyi had learned from past experiences and used shadow clone jutsu, sending a clone in to scout the area first. Once the clone confirmed that there were no immediate dangers, Baiyi entered personally to assess the situation. It was quite similar to what he remembered. The laboratory resembled his recollection, filled with large canister-like containers, though they had now become mere remnants, dilapidated and in disarray. However, just when Baiyi thought there was nothing of significance and that his visit had been in vain, he suddenly noticed a peculiar, eerie green glow emanating from the depths of the laboratory. What is that? Baiyi quickly employed the shadow clone jutsu once more. As the clone approached, what it observed made Baiyi's pupils constrict in shock. Within a nutrient-filled test tube, a boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to Tens was peacefully asleep. Surrounding the test tube were sturdy wooden beams. Baiyi attempted to have his clone draw closer to the test tube, but was repelled by the surrounding wooden beams. The force was astonishing. Baiyi suddenly realized that the power of this wood release surpassed that of the heaven concealment by more than just a fraction. Moreover, this wood release seemed to possess a latent ability to suppress Baiyi's chakra. Was this the wood release technique of the first Hokage? What exactly? Was this creature in the experimental tank? Just as Baiyi found himself at a loss, the system's announcement echoed through the air. Congratulations, host, for discovering a key clue in the main storyline. Task critical item unlocked. Critical item, Memory of Yamato. Utilizing this potion will enable Yamato to regain his current plotline memories. This will only be available after defeating Transcender 006. Task limitation, Transcender 006 can only be defeated by wood release. Furthermore, within half an hour after the defeat, Yamato's memories must be restored and brought before Kakashi Hatake. Otherwise, the task will be deemed a failure. Reminder, either Transcender 005 or Transcender 006 can be dealt with to complete the task. However, if both are eliminated simultaneously, the rewards will be significantly greater. This task. Baiyi gazed at the description above, and a sense of headache washed over him, particularly at the stipulation that Transcender 006 could only be defeated by wood release. How could he fulfill this condition when he had no mastery of wood release whatsoever? Chapter 24. Uncle Snake. I was reckless before. What should I do now? Baiyi scratched his head as he returned to his room. Wood release. Aside from the current Tenzo outside, It seems there is no other person in the entire ninja world capable of wielding this technique, right? Oh, right. It appears that Danzo, that old dog, has also acquired this ability. After all, with the assistance of the scientist Orochimaru, he has also transplanted Hashirama's cells. Yes, Orochimaru. Baiye's eyes suddenly lit up. For matters concerning wood release, he could seek Orochimaru's help. With the coveted research data in his possession, coupled with his formidable strength, this ambitious individual would surely choose to collaborate with him. However, how should he go about locating Orochimaru now? As for the Sound Village, Orochimaru has yet to pursue that matter, and the Akatsuki organization. I certainly cannot reach out to that group of lunatics at this moment, can I? Baiye fell into despair once more. There was no choice but to gradually seek out Orochimaru. After all, this fellow has numerous bases, and searching for him one by one would undoubtedly arouse suspicion from Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, those two old geezers. Although there was the option of abandoning this task and directly searching for another traveler, in the adult world, one must always strive for the best. Otherwise, it is better not to pursue anything at all. Thus, Baiye made a resolute decision. He must find a way to locate Orochimaru. For that, he would not hesitate to engage with the Akatsuki. Currently, regarding the Rinnegan, if Baiye recalled correctly, it was the leader of the Akatsuki, now known as Pain, who initially recruited Orochimaru. Furthermore, Orochimaru had been coveting his Rinnegan, which is why he chose to join the Akatsuki. The subsequent events involved Orochimaru collaborating with Sasori to conduct experiments, recruiting Haiden, betraying the Akatsuki, and establishing the Sound Village, among a series of tales. Given this perspective, it would indeed be quite challenging to locate Orochimaru without drawing attention from others. Baiye sighed deeply. However, apart from searching for Orochimaru, he could also focus on completing his side quest. Side quest, the Heavenly Deity. Quest requirement, assist Danzo in obtaining Uchiha Shirsue's eyes. It seems the other traveler is indeed a member of the Uchiha clan, as I had previously surmised. However, given the current circumstances, Baiye was even more concerned about the identity of this other traveler. It is crucial to note that Baiye had not suspected Danzo at all before, simply because he was a character within the storyline. But who would have guessed that, after all this time, it turned out there was also a Yamado. Moreover, this Yamado, confined within a jar, is the true native of the ninja world. If this other traveler is disguising themselves using the identity of a native, then what on earth can Baiye uncover? Unless the other party inadvertently reveals their true identity, who could possibly discern that they are, in fact, a time traveler? Could it be that this time traveler is none other than the current Uchiha Shirsue? Or perhaps, disguised as Uchiha Itachi? Baiye found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, contemplating every conceivable possibility. Yet, in the end, he remained utterly perplexed. Very well. He resolved to take things one step at a time. After all, at this moment, Baiye possessed no leads regarding the second time traveler. Such a pursuit was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, prompting him to temporarily abandon the quest. Ultimately, the second time traveler would inevitably reveal themselves due to a particular event. That event was the Uchiha clan's impending coup. In the end, Danzo would seize Uchiha Shirsue's eyes and order Uchiha Itachi to massacre the entire clan. As long as this time traveler was a member of the Uchiha clan, this event would surely compel them to make advanced preparations. The Uchiha clan's planned insurrection was just around the corner. Thus, whether it concerned Orochimaru or the investigation into the identity of the other time traveler, it all hinged on the slow passage of time. In Konoha, within the residence of a certain Uchiha clan member, Shirsue, Uchiha Itachi gazed at Uchiha Shirsue. For this mentor and elder brother figure, Itachi harbored genuine respect, particularly for Shirsue's unwavering loyalty to the village, which profoundly influenced Itachi's life. Please, make yourself comfortable, Uchiha Shirsue said with a warm smile as he poured a cup of tea for Itachi. However, after they finished their tea, Shirsue's expression suddenly shifted. Have you heard about that matter? Yes, Uchiha Itachi nodded. His father, the current clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, had informed him of the discontent within the Uchiha clan and the desire for rebellion. We cannot allow this to transpire. For the sake of both the Uchiha clan and Konoha, Uchiha Shirsue stated earnestly, meeting Itachi's gaze. Deep down, they both understood that such a scenario must never come to pass. The probability of the Uchiha clan succeeding in a rebellion was nearly non-existent. Of course, this was assuming that Shirsue, with his extraordinary prowess, would not intervene. All members of the Uchiha clan were aware that Shirsue's true strength lay in the abilities granted by his Meijiki Sharingan, Kodo Amatsukami, possessing this supreme genjutsu. Uchiha Shirsue could manipulate the will of others at will. With his assistance, the success rate of the coup would increase significantly. The rest would depend on whether fate favored the Uchiha clan. So, Shirsue, what do you intend to do? Uchiha Itachi was unwaveringly supportive of Shirsue. In a few days at the gathering, I plan to use Kodo Amatsukami to persuade Mr. Fugaku to alter his mindset. Kodo Amatsukami, you say? Uchiha Itachi nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, if he couldn't sway his father, Kodo Amatsukami would be the most effective solution. Thus, I will need your assistance, Itachi. Assist you? I am aware that you are currently in the shadows. I need you to discuss this matter with Lord Third. What? Itachi Uchiha could not help but widen his eyes. To inform Lord Third about the impending rebellion of the Uchiha clan? Would that not brand him as a traitor to his own kin? Itachi, for the future of Konoha. We must proceed with this. The gaze of Shirsue Uchiha was resolute. In his view, a rebellion must never come to fruition. Very well. Itachi Uchiha nodded. Although his resolve did not match that of Shirsue, he still understood the dichotomy of right and wrong. Then I shall entrust this to you. Shirsue Uchiha bowed deeply to Itachi. By the way, apart from Lord Third, there is Danzo. Danzo has made several attempts to recruit Itachi into Root, all of which were firmly declined by him. I have already informed Danzo of the situation, and he supports our plan. Chapter 25, The Ambush on Uchiha Shirsue. Danzo. Shirsue, do you truly believe his words? Although Itachi Uchiha had mentioned Danzo to Shirsue, he still harbored doubts about this shadowy figure. While Danzo may have been somewhat radical in his methods, his actions ultimately served the greater good of Konoha. In Shirsue's eyes, everything Danzo did was for the benefit of the village. Though his tactics might occasionally be underhanded, his intentions were noble. For the sake of Konoha, Shirsue believed that Danzo would be willing to heed his counsel. In truth, I have come across certain information regarding Danzo. After much hesitation, Itachi decided to share the news he had received with Shirsue. What news? He may attempt to seize your eyes. What did you say? Shirsue was taken aback, pressing Itachi for clarification. Where did you obtain this information? I cannot disclose that. Itachi shook his head. Nevertheless, this information is highly credible. The events surrounding the Nine-Tails incident were also relayed to me by this individual. At that time, I chose not to believe it. Itachi was deeply conflicted. He had promised her that he would never reveal this matter, and she had assured him that as long as he assisted her in secret, Shirsue would remain unharmed. Regrettably, Itachi ultimately broke his vow. Is it someone from our clan? Shirsue furrowed his brow, gazing at Itachi. Itachi remained silent, lowering his head, his expression twisted in anguish. Very well. Shirsue sighed deeply, his tense brows gradually relaxing, and his demeanor softened. Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall not press you. I will exercise caution regarding Danzo. With that, Shirsue rose to depart. Perhaps I should accompany you. There are too many eyes around. As pillars of the Uchiha clan, walking together at this moment would only deepen the misunderstandings others have of us. However, it's fine. I can manage on my own. Shirsue reassured Itachi with a smile, patting his worried face. Do you not trust in my strength? Itachi nodded reluctantly. He was all too aware of Shirsue's prowess, having lost more often than not in their sparring matches. Yet, despite this knowledge, he still felt it was insufficiently secure. Danzo, you summoned me? Baiyi was currently investigating Orochimaru's whereabouts when Danzo unexpectedly approached him. Have you heard about the Uchiha clan? I have not. Baiyi shook his head. Yet, he was already aware of the implications behind Danzo's words. After all, during this period, the only significant event concerning the Uchiha clan was the impending rebellion. The Uchiha clan is plotting a coup. What? Baiyi feigned an expression of profound shock, prompting Danzo to scoff derisively. No need for theatrics here, he remarked. Baiyi, upon hearing this, chuckled softly, pondering that among the Uchiha clan, aside from Uchiha Shirsue and Uchiha Fugaku, there likely existed no other wielder of the Meijiki Sharingan. You are aware of the Meijiki Sharingan? Danzo sneered. Yet Baiyi asserted that the Meijiki Sharingan was not something to be shrouded in secrecy. It was merely that the current Uchiha clan had grown weak, leading to the gradual obscurity of its reputation. Otherwise, in a bygone era, such knowledge would have been common among all shinobi. After all, if one were to encounter a member of the Uchiha clan possessing the Meijiki Sharingan, barring the Senju clan, only a select few would stand a chance in battle. To be candid, I do not harbor much trust for Uchiha Shursui, Bai confessed. Danzo turned his gaze towards Bai. His distrust was not solely reserved for Shursui, but rather extended to all members of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, rather than placing victory in his hands, it would be more prudent to seize the power of Kotoame Tsukumi from him directly. Though Danzo's demeanor appeared calm, Bai could perceive the profound ambition lurking within his eyes. What do you require of me, sir? Bai inquired, to which Danzo responded with a disdainful smile. Shortly, Uchiha Shursui would meet with me to discuss a specific course of action, and at that time, on the road Danzo made a gesture across his throat, and Bai nodded in understanding. At last, the day had come. Bai felt a surge of excitement. Although side quests lacked the gravitas of main quests, the rewards they offered were consistently commendable, alleviating Bai's pressing concerns. Thus, when Danzo expressed his desire to claim Uchiha Shursui's eyes, he was not the only one exhilarated by this prospect. In the Hidden Leaf Village, on a secluded path, under Danzo's orchestration, Uchiha Shursui successfully convened with him. After their discussions concluded, Danzo pledged his unconditional support to Uchiha Shursui. However, just as Shursui prepared to return and make arrangements, Danzo unexpectedly broke the code of conduct and launched an attack from behind. Your eyes shall be mine. Not a chance. Uchiha Shursui reacted with remarkable speed, fending off Danzo's ambush before promptly employing a genjutsu to ensnare him, rendering him unconscious. It seems Itachi's words were indeed true. Uchiha Shursui furrowed his brow. Yet at that moment, Danzo, who should have succumbed to the Sharingan's illusion, suddenly regained consciousness. I've succeeded. Izanami. Utilizing this secret technique of the Uchiha clan, Danzo successfully deceived Uchiha Shursui. However, just as he believed victory was assured, a mighty fireball technique caused him to miss the Manjiki Sharingan that was within his grasp. Who is it? As the moment of the great fireball technique unfolded, members of Danzo's root organization immediately emerged. There. Bai furrowed his brow and swiftly unleashed the wind release. Wind blade, sweeping it towards the distance. The fire release, great fireball devoured by Ye's wind blade. Bai gazed in the direction from which the fireball originated, his eyes widening in disbelief. Itachi Uchiha? Bai was astounded. Could it be that, like that other traveler, he had become Itachi Uchiha? Itachi Uchiha? How could he possibly be here? Itachi, did I not instruct you to stay away? Shursui, I cannot allow you to fall into Danzo's trap. Itachi Uchiha shouted at Shursui, as members of Root immediately charged towards Uchiha Shursui and Itachi. You truly are a source of concern. Uchiha Shursui sighed wryly, and then the two brothers fought side by side, momentarily turning the tide against the ninjas of Root. Bai, if you do not take action soon, those two will escape. Rest assured, Lord Danzo. With me here, they shall not flee. Chapter 26, Susanoo. The reward for the side quest must not slip away. Bai immediately entered Sage Mode. Sage Art, Multitude of Chakra, Hexagonal Inscription Formation. A hexagonal barrier formed from the scattered sage chakra and the surroundings arose. Witnessing such a formidable barrier technique, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but be taken aback. It is Bai. Uchiha Itachi gazed in Bai's direction, and at that moment, his face was adorned with a layer of paint due to his entry into Sage Mode. This technique is Uchiha Shursui. Observing the paint on Bai's face, was reminded of that particular ninjutsu. This is not only Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, even Danzo, upon seeing Bai in this state, was equally astonished. Sage Mode. When did this fellow Bai learn Sage Mode? Danzo furrowed his brows. He wished for his subordinates to be formidable and exceptional ninjas. However, if they became excessively powerful and overshadowed him, that would not bode well. Apart from the first Hokage, only Jiraiya and Konoha could enter Sage Mode. Even Orochimaru was said to have failed in his attempts to master it. Danzo's expression darkened. If Bai's Sage Mode was learned from Jiraiya, then doesn't that mean he has been a spy planted by Sarutobi Hiruzen all along? Hiruzen. Could it be that Bai is your eyes and ears beside me? Was Itachi's appearance also part of your prior arrangements? Countless thoughts raced through Danzo's mind. However, with the Uchiha clan on the brink of rebellion, only he, the root of Konoha, could resolve this predicament. Hiruzen, if all this was indeed your orchestration, I can only say that your choice this time was erroneous. Nevertheless, just as Danzo presumed Bai and Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi were allies, and that the barrier was meant to restrain him, Bai immediately launched an attack on Shursui and Itachi within the barrier. Sage Art, Wind Release, Mysterious Inscription Blade. Countless wind blades sliced towards Uchiha Itachi from all directions. The latter hastily employed the Phoenix Fire technique in an attempt to counter. However, Baiye's wind release was augmented by Sage Chakra. The fire technique employed by Uchiha Itachi not only failed to fend off the assault of the wind release but also inadvertently fueled it. Instead, he was engulfed by the wind release, becoming an enhancement to Baiye's technique. How is this possible? Uchiha Itachi marveled at the potency of Baiye's ninjutsu. While Uchiha Shursui quickly pulled Itachi aside, retreating a few steps to dodge, Baiye had now entered the legendary Sage mode. Any ninjutsu would be amplified. Uchiha Shursui understood that at this juncture, attempting to use ordinary ninjutsu against Baiye was utterly futile. Itachi, you handle Danzo and the other members of the Root organization. Leave Baiye to me. Are we going to use that? Uchiha Itachi quietly inquired of Uchiha Shursui. The latter nodded in agreement. Now, to contend with Baiye. The most effective method is undoubtedly the use of the Kodo Amatsukami. However, utilizing Kodo Amatsukami requires a certain preparation time, a fact that Baiye is well aware of. He must swiftly resolve the situation with Shursui, lest he unleash Kodo Amatsukami, which would be troublesome. With an immense reservoir of chakra and the enhancement of Sage mode, Baiye charges forward recklessly, ignoring any attacks from Uchiha Shursui without so much as flinching. Is this fellow immune to physical attacks? Uchiha Shursui stands frozen. At this moment, his Manjiki Sharingan is focused on preparing Kodo Amatsukami, leaving him utterly unable to utilize his ocular powers to cast illusions. Uchiha Itachi, you are quite the promising child. If you were to switch sides now, I might consider forgiving you. Although Uchiha Itachi is hailed as a genius, he finds himself retreating continuously under the assault of Danzo and several elite shinobi from the Root organization. After all, Itachi currently lacks the Manjiki Sharingan. His proud Tsukuyomi and the most potent physical attack, Amaterasu, have yet to awaken. Without these two abilities, dealing with Danzo's subordinates proves to be quite the challenge. If this continues, Itachi may very well collapse. Uchiha Shursui senses Itachi's predicament. While facing Baiye, simply surviving is already a significant achievement. He has no time to spare for Itachi. It seems he must resort to that technique. Weighing the pros and cons, Uchiha Shursui ultimately decides against using Kodo Amatsukami. What a pity. If only your Kodo Amatsukami were a minute faster, the entire course of this battle might have been rewritten. Sage Art, Wind Release, Shin Blade. Summoning a blade of wind into his hand, he intends to thrust it towards Uchiha Shursui, only to be suddenly repelled by an overwhelming force. Susanoo. A massive green skeletal figure emerges around Uchiha Shursui. Gradually, the skeleton expands, revealing the entirety of its upper body. But that is not the end. In response to Shursui's roar, strands of muscle begin to manifest upon the skeletal frame. Danzo stares in disbelief at the green giant that transforms before his eyes. The third power of the Uchiha clan. It requires a pair of complete Manjiki Sharingan to wield such divine power. Damn, Baiye, flung back, could not have anticipated that at this critical moment, Uchiha Shursui would resolutely abandon his long-prepared Kodo Amatsukami. Is it truly worth it to forsake eliminating me, the threat to Konoha's safety, for his sake? Baiye inquires with a somber tone. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui has activated Susanoo to its second stage. Although Baiye possesses the capability to defeat Uchiha Shursui, it would demand an immense expenditure of time and energy. Nevertheless, Baiye chooses to confront this legendary Susanoo head-on. Speaking of which, I have never faced Susanoo directly before. A hint of excitement appears at the corner of Baiye's mouth. Ding! Simultaneously, an announcement from the system suddenly resonates. Mission taboo updated. Task prohibition. During any task, the safety of Uchiha Itachi must be ensured. Otherwise, the assassination mission against the Transcender 005 shall be deemed a failure. Damn it! Baiye cursed vehemently at the system. If Baiye were to engage in a serious battle with Uchiha Shursui, it would likely result in the elimination of Uchiha Itachi, who is currently battling Danzo and Root, thereby eradicating any future threats. Consequently, his mission to assassinate Transcender 005 would inevitably culminate in failure. At critical moments, the system always intervened to create chaos. Gritting his teeth, Baiye shed his Sage mode and feigned a state of weakness. Uchiha Shursui, you never expected that my Sage mode could last only this long. If you were to persist in using Kodo Amatsukami. Uchiha Shursui shook his head, invoking Susanoo as he and Uchiha Itachi shattered the barrier set by Bai Yi, vanishing in a swift motion. Chapter 27. The Uchiha Uprising Shursui. What have you done? Is that the power of the Meijiki Sharingan, Susanoo? Uchiha Shursui retracted his Susanoo, his eyes beginning to bleed profusely from the exertion. Susanoo, is your vision all right? I'm fine. Uchiha Shursui shook his head. The immediate concern is to return and address the uprising within the Uchiha clan. Shursui's escape ignited a furious rage within Danzo. Upon returning to the route, Danzo faced his subordinates, including Bai Yi, in silence. Lord Danzo, it is my fault. I never anticipated that Uchiha Shursui would. You are aware of the prowess of the Meijiki Sharingan. But why did you not guard against his Susanoo? Bai Yi's lips quivered. Guard against Susanoo? Is that something one can simply defend against? It is a miracle I was even vigilant against his Kotoame Tsukumi. How could I be expected to anticipate his Susanoo? Enough. Danzo, observing Bai Yi struggle to articulate his thoughts, chose not to prolong the tension. After all, the emergence of Susanoo was indeed unforeseen. Bai Yi, you remain. The rest may leave. Understood. Once the others had departed, Danzo's gaze remained fixed on Bai Yi, still silent. Lord Danzo, do you wish to inquire about my sage mode? Bai Yi preemptively addressed Danzo's inherent suspicion. My sage mode does not derive from the three great sage locations. It fundamentally differs from Jiraiya's sage mode. With that, Bai Yi demonstrated his sage mode before Danzo. Jiraiya's sage mode is inherited from Mount Mayaboku, requiring the summoning of two great toad sages. However, my techniques bear similarities to those of the first Hokage, learned by chance during a particular mission. Danzo nodded contemplatively. Upon first witnessing Bai Yi's sage mode, he had indeed harbored doubts. Yet, as he observed Bai Yi ruthlessly targeting both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, those suspicions had largely dissipated. Nevertheless, absence of evidence can breed uncertainty. Danzo desired a personal explanation from Bai Yi. Fortunately, Bai Yi understood Danzo's intent and willingly elaborated on the origins of his sage mode. Otherwise, it was likely that Danzo would have dispatched someone to eliminate him the following day. After all, the assassination of Uchiha Shursui with the aim of seizing his Meijiki Sharingan, if it were to leak, would spell endless trouble. Bai Yi. Regarding those who participated in today's mission, Danzo's eyes glinted with malice. Bai Yi nodded in acknowledgement, assuring he would address the matter. Regrettably, training shinobi requires considerable time. Danzo sighed heavily. If only my success had been achieved independently, it would have been a different story. Alas, this endeavor was utterly thwarted by the unexpected interference of Uchiha Itachi. Hiruzen, have you truly discerned my intentions? Danzo furrowed his brow. To this day, he remained convinced that his actions had been precisely anticipated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, oblivious to the fact that none of this bore any connection to the third Hokage. Within the Uchiha clan shrine, nearly all members of the Uchiha clan had gathered. Their discussions centered on the impending rebellion they were preparing to execute. Clan leader, we have scoured Konoha, yet we still have not laid eyes on Uchiha Shursui or Uchiha Itachi. Where could those two possibly have gone at such a critical moment? They cannot have become pawns of Konoha, can they? Silence. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku commanded considerable respect from his kin. Uchiha Shursui has always demonstrated unwavering loyalty to our clan, and Uchiha Itachi is a rare genius among us. Do you truly doubt your own comrades? Uchiha Izumi, an equally gifted individual, maintained a low profile, seldom appearing in the public eye. In their recollections, this young girl often secluded herself in meditation. However, it was said that even Uchiha Shursui could not help but marvel at her prowess, claiming that in a few years, she would undoubtedly surpass him and perhaps even become the strongest in the Uchiha clan. Little Izumi, that is not our intention. I understand. So let us allow them a bit more time. Uchiha Izumi prayed for the safe return of the two. At that moment, a knock echoed on the door, and Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi entered the shrine, leaning on each other for support. What has happened to you? Upon seeing the injuries both bore, with Shursui even bleeding from his eyes, the clan members hastily approached to inquire about their well-being. Itachi, are you all right? Uchiha Izumi worriedly stepped closer to Itachi, who shook his head, signaling that they were not gravely harmed. Who has inflicted such wounds upon you? It was the mist shinobi. Just as Itachi was about to reveal the truth, Shursui unexpectedly interjected, explaining to the group. Itachi and I completed our mission and were on our way back to the village when we were ambushed by the mist shinobi. I apologize for causing everyone concern. Miss Shinobi. While the other clan members accepted Shirsue's account, Uchiha Fugaku, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, frowned in skepticism. It was well known that a tacit understanding existed among the Mist Shinobi. Upon encountering Shirsue's body flicker technique, they were permitted to abandon their mission without fear of repercussions. This raised questions about the impression Shirsue had left on the Mist Shinobi. In such circumstances, how could they possibly be so reckless as to confront Uchiha Shirsue? It is a relief that you are unharmed. However, although Uchiha Fugaku discerned the deception in Shirsue's words, he chose not to expose it. How intriguing it is to speak of the ninjas from certain villages. The Mist ninjas indeed instill a considerable fear in Brother Shirsue. Uchiha Izumi rolled her eyes in annoyance. However, upon witnessing the safe return of Uchiha Shirsue and Uchiha Itachi to their clan, Izumi let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I had forewarned Itachi, otherwise. Uchiha Izumi glanced at Uchiha Shirsue and Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, it was she, Uchiha Izumi, who had conveyed the information to Danzo regarding the plot to seize Shirsue's eyes. Currently, Uchiha Izumi is a soul who traversed back in time just before the clan's extermination. Moreover, during her journey through time, she acquired a plethora of memories that had never existed before. These memories unveil the truth of the events. Uchiha Izumi does not harbor resentment towards Uchiha Itachi for his choice. Nevertheless, having been granted the opportunity to relive this life, she, Uchiha Izumi, will strive with all her might to alter the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan. When silence is broken, it resonates profoundly. At this moment, Uchiha Shirsue, Uchiha Itachi, and the fully aware Izumi are gathered within this ancestral hall. Together, the three of them possess the power to momentarily quell the tyrannical hearts that seek to instigate a rebellion within the Uchiha clan. Chapter 28. Another Kaleidoscope. Silence fell over the gathering as Uchiha Shirsue and Uchiha Itachi returned safely. Uchiha Fugaku's piercing gaze swept across the assembly. Before he commenced a discussion regarding the specifics of their insurrection plan, the Uchiha clan has long endured oppression from Konoha. That scoundrel Danzo not only placed the blame for the Nine-Tails incident upon us, but has also relegated us to the fringes of this village. If this continues, the Uchiha clan will inevitably be devoured by Konoha. Thus, the purpose of today's assembly at the shrine is to solicit your thoughts on the current situation. Uchiha Fugaku refrained from directly proposing a rebellion. Within the Uchiha clan, although the majority leaned towards a hawkish stance, eager to retaliate against Konoha, there remained a faction of moderates, subtly persuading the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Notably, Uchiha Izumi fervently advocated for patience before the assembly commenced, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Shirsue and Itachi. Leader, what more is there to discuss? Konoha has shown us no mercy, hence, we need not feel guilty about our intentions. Uchiha Teiho scoffed, prompting a chorus of agreement from numerous members. The current predicament between the Uchiha and Konoha was not born overnight. The long-suppressed anger now had an outlet, leading many Uchiha clan members to blindly pursue a resolution through force. Esteemed members, violence will not resolve our issues. It will only exacerbate tensions. Uchiha Shirsue quickly interjected in opposition. Shirsue, I am aware of your recent closeness with Danzo, and you, Itachi. While both of you are exemplary ninjas of our clan, your actions are becoming increasingly suspect. Uchiha Daifuku raised his voice, addressing Shirsue and Itachi. Today, in the shrine of the Uchiha clan, before our leader, I, Uchiha Daifuku, wish to pose a question to you both. Do you harbor any thoughts of betraying the Uchiha clan? Daifuku's words instantly stirred a commotion among the assembly. It is known that Uchiha Shirsue is currently the strongest ninja of the Uchiha clan. Should he turn his allegiance towards Konoha, the rebellion may very well falter. Shirsue. Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku sighed heavily, turning his gaze towards the two. Itachi was assigned to monitor the upper echelons of Konoha, and Shirsue was tasked with surveilling Danzo's root organization. Understanding dawned upon the assembly, dispelling their doubts. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku himself was acutely aware that neither Shirsue nor Itachi would ever align themselves with the notion of a coup. I am the leader of the Uchiha clan, and I respect your choices. Therefore, let the majority prevail, and I shall ultimately adopt policies reflecting the will of the greater number, Uchiha Fugaku declared. Certainly, if there are those among you who wish to refrain from instigating a coup, then remain at home in earnest. Betraying one's kin is the most disgraceful of acts. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze suddenly shifted, transforming into the coveted Mangeki Sharingan. I shall personally eliminate anyone who dares to oppose. But wait. Just as Fugaku's words resonated, and the assembly prepared to raise their hands for a vote, a youthful voice unexpectedly broke through the tension. Izumi, what is it that you intend to do? Uchiha Ina turned towards the source of the voice, his expression brimming with ire. To instigate a coup now would be as futile as striking a stone with an egg. Over at Konoha, apart from the Umbu directly under the Hokage, there exists the root organization led by Danzo. To confront them, we would require at least 4 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan to ensure our victory. You children know nothing of the world. Even without the Mangeki, our Sharingan alone would render the Umbu and root members no match for us. Uchiha Ina scoffed. You all underestimate the strength of the other ninjas in Konoha. Izumi sighed deeply. She understood that merely discussing the formidable power of Konoha's current ninjas with her clan was futile. Thus, disregarding Itachi's admonitions, she stood resolutely beside Fugaku. Izumi, what exactly do you intend to do? Uchiha Hakadai squinted his eyes, curiosity etched on everyone's faces as Izumi stepped forward. Your Sharingan have yet to evolve into Mangeki. Thus your insights are rather superficial. With a sudden surge of powerful chakra erupting from Izumi, members of the Konoha Guard, including Ina and Hakadai, immediately grew vigilant. Chief, be cautious. This presence is. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Izumi in astonishment. Her eyes, initially possessing 3 tomo, began to undergo a remarkable transformation, until the 3 patterns resembling the wings of a butterfly emerged as her Mangeki Sharingan awakened. With this pair of Mangeki Sharingan I now possess, thwarting your coup is not an impossible endeavor. How is this possible? Even Uchiha Shursui was taken aback. Izumi had been in seclusion for years, and yet she had awakened her Mangeki Sharingan. Izumi, perhaps within the shrine at this very moment. Only Itachi remained unfazed by Izumi's revelation of her Mangeki Sharingan, for he had long been aware of this development. I cannot believe you possess the Mangeki Sharingan. Fugaku's voice was laden with disbelief, as Shursui quickly interjected. Chief, you must be aware that Danzo has a ninja by the name of Bei at his side, correct? This individual is renowned alongside the Golden Flash. Not long ago, I gathered intelligence that this ninja excels in Senjutsu. Senjutsu? Within the Uchiha clan, very few had ever heard of such abilities. Those endowed with the Sharingan have always maintained a profound confidence in their abilities, often dismissing the necessity to explore the strengths of other factions. The techniques akin to those of Jiraiya? While others remain oblivious, Uchiha Fugaku is not so easily deceived. He has witnessed the formidable prowess of Sage Mode firsthand. Indeed, although, by conventional reasoning, this might seem like the opportune moment for a coup, one must recognize that a withered camel is still larger than a horse. The ultimate outcome of our insurrection would lead to mutual destruction with Konoha. The village is our shared sanctuary. If our actions precipitate a coup that invites invasion from other villages, how are we any different from those who betray their kin and comrades? Uchiha Shursui persistently endeavors to persuade the members of the Uchiha clan with his rationale. At present, our greatest concern is not the 3rd Hokage, but rather Shimura Danzo. I can assure everyone that with my Kodo Amatsukami, I can alter Danzo's perspective. Upon achieving this, if we continue to work diligently and earnestly, we shall gradually improve the perceptions of the villagers towards us. Chapter 29, Cherished Friends, Childhood Sweethearts. And the perspective of Uchiha Shursui was met with merely a dismissive smile from Uchiha Fugaku. Was all of this merely a consequence of Shimura Danzo's machinations? No. The implication stretched far beyond him, entangled with the actions of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the other denizens of Konoha. Indeed, one could trace the roots of this predicament back to the era of the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, whose missteps remain inescapable. On the surface, the Uchiha clan, as members of the Konoha police force, basked in a semblance of glory and authority. Yet, the tasks they were assigned often embroiled them in contentious affairs. It can be argued that the establishment of the Konoha police force was the very catalyst for the marginalization of the Uchiha clan by the other villagers. Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the 3rd Hokage, was undoubtedly aware of the pitfalls of such an approach, yet he continued to govern in the same vein as his predecessor. Particularly, under the instigation of Danzo, Sarutobi gradually began to harbor suspicions towards the Uchiha clan. As these suspicions deepened, the slanders propagated by Danzo shifted from mere whispers to tangible threats. A coup. This was the only avenue the Uchiha could conceive as a means of escape. Negotiation? If reconciliation could truly resolve the escalating tensions between the Uchiha and the other factions of Konoha, then, on a grand scale, this world would be devoid of conflict. Clan leader, if you still wish to instigate a coup. Upon uttering these words, Shirsue's eyes began to manifest the kaleidoscopic patterns of his Sharingan. Are you too contemplating rebellion? Uchiha Hakadai roared at Shirsue and Uchiha Izumi, their intentions unmistakably laid bare by the activation of their Sharingan. However, the Uchiha clan was not one about a power. Mr. Hakadai, we harbor no ulterior motives. We simply wish to prevent the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. As these words escaped Izumi's lips, her mind involuntarily conjured the harrowing memories of her clan's slaughter prior to her crossing over. Such a scene, she swore, she would never endure again. Cease this treachery. Do you truly believe that possessing the Manjiki Sharingan renders you invincible? With such prowess, why not confront those who threaten the Uchiha instead? Uchiha Te exclaimed, preparing to unleash his jutsu upon Izumi. For the Uchiha, each of us is willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. Such noble ideals are beyond the comprehension of you mere children. Enough. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, Uchiha Fugaku interjected decisively. Do you intend to resort to fratricide within the shrine? With these words, an immediate hush fell over the assembly. Enough. I shall deliberate thoughtfully on the matter of the coup. For now, I ask you all to disperse. Indeed, Shirsue's Kodoame Tsukumi was undoubtedly the most formidable of techniques, a fact even Fugaku could not deny. Itachi. Wait. Understood, father. Uchiha Itachi nodded in acquiescence. Once everyone else had departed, Uchiha Fugaku finally activated the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan. To his astonishment, it concealed a hidden chamber beneath. Follow me, he instructed, offering no further explanation as he led Uchiha Itachi towards the subterranean sanctum. Upon reaching the authentic stone tablet, Uchiha Fugaku began to recount an extensive history of the Uchiha clan, including the tale of Uchiha Madara's initial attempt at rebellion, which was met with a lack of support from his kin. Father, even Madara was unable to succeed. Times have changed, Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku interjected, shaking his head. I understand that you, Shirsue, and even Izumi aspire to resolve the current dilemmas of the Uchiha clan peacefully. Yet, apart from force, all other means are utterly futile. With that, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze shifted to his Manjiki Sharingan. Itachi, I am aware of your reservations. Allow me to show you what the Uchiha clan will become following the coup. Under the illusion crafted by Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi vividly witnessed the future that awaited the Uchiha clan post-rebellion. Contrary to the speculations of Uchiha Shirsue and Izumi, the coup did not result in a catastrophic outcome for the Uchiha and the other ninjas of Konoha. Ultimately, under Fugaku's meticulous orchestration, their insurrection was directed solely against the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the higher-ups of Konoha, such as Danzo Shimura. However, one aspect of the illusion aligned with Shirsue's assumptions. Following the Uchiha clan's revolt, numerous individuals from other villages sought to exploit the chaos to infiltrate Konoha. Yet, under the Uchiha's leadership, these rogue ninjas were not only thwarted but were also driven back by Konoha's defenders. Consequently, Konoha began to expand its influence, growing increasingly formidable. With the Uchiha clan at the helm, Konoha gradually flourished. Do you see? Our coup is not solely for the Uchiha clan. It is also for Konoha. The policies of the first Hokage were excessively lenient. Otherwise, had Madara's vision been realized, Konoha would have emerged as the most powerful village in the world by now. Once the illusion dissolved, Uchiha Fugaku solemnly placed a hand on Itachi's shoulder. Therefore, Itachi, the coup is not a malevolent act. It is a transformation that will benefit both the Uchiha and Konoha. As for Shirsue and Izumi, you are the one best suited to persuade them. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Itachi with eager anticipation. If you can convince them, the coup will unfold exactly as I have shown you. Faced with his father's fervent gaze, Itachi momentarily averted his eyes. He thought of the villagers, the clan members enduring hardship, and his younger brother. Upon hearing the mention of his brother, Itachi's emotional defenses crumbled instantly. Itachi, the fate of everything rests upon you. Confronted with the expectations of his father, Fugaku Uchiha, and the thoughts of his still young brother, Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha felt his legs begin to weaken as he stepped out of the Uchiha clan's shrine's secret chamber. What am I truly? In that moment, a tempest brewed within Itachi's heart. Just then, Izumi Uchiha unexpectedly appeared before him. Lord Clan Leader, have you taken me to the secret chamber? Izumi, what on earth? Itachi increasingly found himself unable to discern the true nature of his childhood companion. Izumi had once confided in him that her motivation for becoming a ninja was to be with the one she cherished. Yet now, she had even awakened her Sharingan. She possessed knowledge of the secrets within the shrine's hidden chamber. The Nine Tails incident. Danzo's sinister plot. How many more undisclosed secrets does Izumi Uchiha harbor? Izumi, could you please allow me a moment of solitude? Izumi fell silent for a moment, then nodded and vanished from sight. Chapter 30. I come to assist you in the coup. After the spring disappeared, Uchiha Itachi wandered aimlessly through the streets. It seems you are in quite a foul mood. Turning around, Uchiha Itachi discovered that the one who spoke to him was none other than Bai Yi, who had recently sought to eliminate both him and Uchiha Shursui. What do you want from me? Uchiha Itachi glanced around, pondering that in such a public setting, surely Bai Yi would not dare to make a move against him. Shall we have a chat? Bai Yi gestured toward a nearby bench. Though Uchiha Itachi felt puzzled, he followed his curiosity and sat down beside Bai Yi. To his surprise, as soon as he took a seat, Bai Yi began to use the unique communication method of the Umbu to prove his identity. Is this the latest code of the Umbu? How do you know it? Quite simple. I invented it, Bai Yi replied with a casual smile. Now, are you willing to converse with me? Uchiha Itachi had not anticipated that Bai Yi, who seemed to be a member of Danzo's rude organization, was actually part of the direct Umbu under the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I'm afraid that these codes alone cannot confirm your identity. What about these? As the Umbu captain appointed by the third Hokage, Bai Yi possessed far more secrets of the Umbu than Uchiha Itachi could fathom. Thus, after various demonstrations of identity, Uchiha Itachi suddenly realized that this individual was an informant left by the third Hokage beside Danzo. Then why did you assist Danzo in seizing Shusui's eyes? How did you know we were there to take the eyes and not to kill Shursui? Uchiha Itachi was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected question. However, quickly regaining his composure, he replied nonchalantly, naturally, Shursui informed me afterward. Hee, Bai Yi chuckled, but the outcome turned out well, didn't it? You all managed to escape. After all, that is indeed true. Uchiha Itachi cast a skeptical glance at Bai Yi. Although various signs indicated that this person was affiliated with the third Hokage, why did he feel so peculiar? At that moment, my sage mode could at least be sustained for 10 minutes. Under such circumstances, even if Shursui activated his Susanoo, I might still be able to fight him. And with merely 3 tomo, you wish to contend against Danzo and the numerous elite shinobi of Root. You should know the final outcome quite well, shouldn't you? Uchiha Itachi found himself at a loss for words in response to Bai Yi's retort. Indeed, with his current strength, attempting to withstand Danzo and the elite shinobi of Root for 10 minutes was nothing short of a delusion. So, are you implying that you intentionally dispelled your sage mode to let us go? Bai Yi remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. However, it must be said that I was also led astray by the system. After all, the task taboo indicated the necessity of ensuring Uchiha Itachi's safety. If this fellow had truly perished, then all my efforts would have been in vain. So, what is your purpose in finding me now? You of the Uchiha clan. Are you contemplating a coup? Indeed, Itachi Uchiha did not refute this notion. After all, he had already reported this matter to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. As the captain of the Hokage's direct Umbu forces, it was only natural for Bai Yi to be aware of such affairs. To resolve the internal turmoil within your clan, the most effective strategy would be to have Shursui employ the Kodo Amatsukami to control your father, Fugaku Uchiha, the clan leader. This, Itachi had just been manipulated by his father, and now someone was presenting him with an entirely new solution. The Uchiha are indeed inclined to heed your father's words. Should he change his mind, most would undoubtedly rally behind him. However, it seems that his father has begun to regard Shursui with suspicion. Thus, it falls upon you. Bai Yi patted Itachi's shoulder. You understand well what it would mean if the Uchiha were to incite a coup. For the sake of Konoha, you must make a choice. For a moment, Itachi's mind was a battleground of conflicting thoughts. Overwhelmed by a throbbing headache, he bowed his head in silence. I shall not pressure you. When you have made your decision, remember to seek me out. If you are willing, I can assist you with Shursui. Noticing a change in Itachi, who was no longer the loyal protector of Konoha he once appeared to be, Bai Yi utilized the body flicker technique and vanished before him. It seems that this traveler has made contact with Itachi. Bai Yi furrowed his brow. It remains uncertain where this Uchiha stands, on the side of the coup or in favor of reconciliation. For Bai Yi, it mattered little whether the Uchiha clan initiated a coup. What was paramount was how he could aid Danzo in acquiring Shirsui's eyes. Even without this side mission, Shirsui's Kotoame Tsukumi posed a significant threat to him. In pursuit of this goal, Bai Yi resolved to become a so-called double agent once more. Under the moonlight, he stealthily approached the Uchiha clan's residence and made his way to Fugaku Uchiha's home. Let us discuss matters outside. The children are asleep. Truly befitting of the clan leader. Shall we change our venue for conversation? With a swift motion, the two matched each other's pace, arriving in a nearby forest outside of Konoha. Leaving the village, do you intend to resolve this matter with me here? Fugaku scoffed. Although he had heard from Shisui that Bai Yi possessed the ability to utilize sage techniques akin to those of the first Hokage, he, with his Mangeki Sharingan, felt no fear. The clan leader is overly cautious. I have come to offer my support for your coup. What did you say? Fugaku gazed at Bai Yi in disbelief. What benefit could this possibly hold for you? Are you not an ally of Danzo? Hell, I am not merely a subordinate of Danzo. I am also the captain of the Umbu. A double agent, perhaps? Uchiha Fugaku increasingly felt that the man before him was far from ordinary. Previously, he had only heard whispers of this individual's prowess, which was said to rival that of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. However, due to his exceedingly lax attitude towards missions, he was seldom assigned to significant tasks. Consequently, opportunities for Bai Yi to showcase his true strength were indeed scarce. Having completed missions beneath the two great powers of Konoha, I am acutely aware that they are not the optimal choices for the village. Bai Yi waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he had no genuine desire to assist Shimura Danzo or Sarutobi Hiruzen. So, are you contemplating a change of allegiance? Your words, esteemed clan leader, are rather insulting. A hint of displeasure crossed Bai Yi's countenance. In any case, I believe that Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi from your clan possess greater potential than the current third Hokage and Danzo. Therefore, I am willing to support your coup. When the time comes, I hope, esteemed clan leader, that you will endorse Uchiha Shisui as the next Hokage. Chapter 31. The Best Solution. Poisoning. Bai Yi's words left Uchiha Fugaku in a state of shock, rendering him speechless for quite some time. Do you not desire to become Hokage yourself? With my disposition, I simply cannot bear such a monumental responsibility. Bai Yi let out a bitter smile. The impression he currently left on others was one of indolence. Should the weight of Konoha fall upon his shoulders, the village would undoubtedly be left in ruins within half a year. Thus, you have chosen Uchiha Shisui. Have you? Lord Clan Leader, it is not that your capabilities lack excellence. However, in light of the coup, it is evident that Uchiha Shisui is far more suited for the role of Hokage than you. Bai Yi's assertions were indeed sound. The Uchiha clan's rebellion, even if ultimately victorious, would undoubtedly plant seeds of suspicion and even hatred in the hearts of the villagers of Konoha. However, at this juncture, if the mastermind behind the coup, Uchiha Fugaku, refrains from assuming the title of Hokage and instead cedes it to the highly regarded Uchiha Shisui among the Jonin, then while the common citizens of Konoha may still harbor grievances, the animosity from the elite ninja ranks would be significantly diminished. Moreover, Uchiha Shisui has always opposed the coup, a sentiment that may have reached the ears of the ninja community, particularly the special operatives of Umbu and Root. Thus, with Uchiha Shisui as Hokage, these two organizations would become formidable allies. In contrast, should Uchiha Fugaku take on the mantle of Hokage, the fate of those esteemed Konoha ninjas would likely end in slaughter. After all, no one wishes for traitors lurking in their midst, intent on assassination. You speak the truth. Uchiha Fugaku was well aware of the advantages of having Uchiha Shisui as Hokage. However, should Shisui assume the role, what of the clan? The strongest member of the Uchiha clan at present is indeed Uchiha Shisui, supported by the prodigious Uchiha Itachi, in addition to your leadership. Are you truly concerned about potential discontent among other clan members? I am not one who can suppress every issue. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. At this point, I fear I lack even the ability to sway my own son. Are you referring to Uchiha Itachi? Precisely. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Bai Yi. Though the latter's reasoning was compelling, there remained a nagging distrust towards the man before him. Itachi is Shisui's closest friend. I had intended for Itachi to persuade Shisui, yet he seems rather reluctant. Indeed, due to the influence of the traveler, it appears that Uchiha Itachi's heart remains in a state of uncertainty. Upon hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Bai found himself contemplating similarly. For the original storyline to unfold as intended, it was crucial for Uchiha Itachi to steadfastly align himself with Konoha. After all, given the nature of the system, even if one were to complete all tasks, if the outcome of the Uchiha clan's extermination night were to be rewritten, it would likely impose a task taboo upon oneself, resulting in a futile endeavor with no rewards to be gained. As for Itachi, I shall personally endeavor to persuade him. Bai willingly took on the task of convincing Uchiha Itachi. However, prior to that, we must remain vigilant regarding a certain matter, the Kodo Amatsukami. Indeed, Bai nodded. The Kodo Amatsukami technique is exceedingly formidable. It has the capability to alter a person's will without their knowledge. One could assert that such an ability is nearly insurmountable, as even Shursui himself requires a moment of preparation to utilize it. With Shursui's prowess, any genjutsu is rendered ineffective against him. Thus, the best course of action to prevent him from employing Kodo Amatsukami is poison. A subtle smile graced Bai's lips. Within the Root organization, there are indeed several shinobi skilled in the use of poisons. In the Konoha Root base, Danzo was anxiously awaiting news from Bai. The revelation of his acquisition of Uchiha Shursui's eyes had left him in a state of panic. Hizashi, since you are aware of my ambitions, why have you yet to intervene? Do you tacitly accept the abandonment of the Uchiha clan, in comparison to Uchiha Shursui's eyes, or the potential coup by the Uchiha clan? Danzo's current concern lay more with the stance of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who may have already discerned the truth of the matter. Lord Danzo, Bai, you have returned. Lord Danzo, I have made contact with Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi. Regarding Itachi, with a little persuasion and using his brother as leverage, I can convince him to assist in our endeavors. Splendid, Danzo exclaimed, elated by the news. And what of Uchiha Fugaku's stance? I have hinted to Uchiha Fugaku my intention to support his coup. He has agreed to devise a plan to imprison Uchiha Shursui. Ha! Bai, you are truly remarkable. Danzo laughed heartily. However, you have seen Shursui's strength. Imprisoning him will not be an easy feat. Thus, I humbly ask for your guidance, Lord Danzo. Indeed, at times, even when you have conceived the perfect solution, it is wise to hold back in front of your superiors. After all, if your abilities surpass those of your leader, what purpose does the leader serve? Particularly when in the presence of someone like Danzo, the slightest hint of threat could lead to one's demise. Just as Bai nearly faced assassination after revealing his sage mode. The Yamanaka clan excels in nurturing various insects, many of which possess lethal toxins. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo advised Bai accordingly. Neruri Ma is an exceptionally skilled ninja within the Root organization. When it comes to matters concerning poison, you need only seek his assistance. As for how to ensnare Uchiha Shursui with poison, that is a matter for you and Uchiha Fugaku to deliberate upon. The subordinate understands. Bai nodded, and with a swift motion, vanished from sight. However, after Bai's departure, his immediate intention was not to seek out Neruri Ma for inquiries regarding poison. Instead, after employing the shadow clone technique to throw off all surveillance, his original self arrived at the Hokage's office. It is I. Please enter. Upon pushing open the door, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, looked at Bai with a furrowed brow. What news do you bring? The Uchiha clan is indeed attempting to instigate a coup. However, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi are vehemently opposing this, which has alleviated the timing of the Uchiha clan's coup attempt. Sigh. If only Shursui could be ruthless enough to use Kodo Amatsukami on their clan leader, Fugaku. Thus, Lord Third, you still prefer a peaceful resolution to this matter, do you not? Chapter 32, The Oil Woman Clan Indeed. Upon mentioning this matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but sigh. Previously, Uchiha Itachi had reported this issue to me and even convened a high-level meeting. Regrettably, at that gathering, apart from myself, all others were opposed to a peaceful resolution regarding the Uchiha clan. The senior leaders of Konoha, with the exception of Sarutobi Hiruzen, believed that the only solution was to eliminate the Uchiha clan preemptively to prevent future troubles. In truth, the choice made by the Konoha leadership was not misguided. Given the current circumstances, only through stringent measures could we thoroughly eradicate potential threats. I have already advised Itachi to do his utmost to buy me time to persuade the other senior members of Konoha. Yet, Itachi now appears to be quite lost, reminiscent of Kakashi in the past. After Bai reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen about his conversation with Uchiha Itachi, the latter furrowed his brow. It seems that, aside from Shursui, There are others significantly influencing Itachi's decisions. His brother, Uchiha Sasuke? Not solely Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. In recent years, the Uchiha clan's development has faced numerous restrictions. Yet they have still managed to nurture exceptional ninjas like Shisui and Itachi. It remains uncertain whether there are other formidable experts within the Uchiha clan. Acting as hidden trump cards, Hiruzen's words prompted Bai to consider. Should I investigate further? Never mind. Probing into the Uchiha clan at this juncture would only heighten their anxiety. Sarutobi Hiruzen dismissed Bai's suggestion. I will endeavor to negotiate with the higher-ups to formulate a peaceful solution to the Uchiha coup in the coming days. During this period, I would appreciate your efforts in persuading Uchiha Itachi. In fact, Shisui had previously suggested employing the power of Kotoame Tsukumi to alter the thoughts of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. This would merely serve as a temporary reprieve. Should the Konoha leadership remain resolute in their intent to take action against the Uchiha, even if the matter is temporarily shelved, future repercussions would be inevitable. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose and gazed out the window. Bai, is there truly no way for Konoha and the Uchiha to coexist peacefully? Bai remained silent, and Hiruzen sensed that no matter how much effort he expended, it might ultimately prove futile. Yet, if one does not strive for something, how could miracles ever grace their path? What if we could seize Shisui's power to control both the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly turned to Bai, narrowing his eyes. Bai, it seems you have learned quite a bit from Danzo. I apologize, Lord Third. Realizing he might have misspoken, Bai quickly offered his apology. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh and issued a command to Bai. Forget it, you may continue with your tasks. I will personally address the matter concerning Itachi. As for the Uchiha clan, you need not involve yourself further. Understood. Bai vanished with a swift motion. During the reporting process, he deliberately concealed his failure to seize Shisui's eyes from Danzo. However, given the current turmoil within the Uchiha clan, it was inconceivable that Danzo would remain passive. To dispel any doubts that Sarutobi Hiruzen might harbor, Bai intentionally uttered that last unsettling remark. In doing so, he conveyed to Hiruzen his awareness of Danzo's interest in Uchiha Shisui's powers. Although this might lead to suspicion from Sarutobi and a gradual erosion of his authority within the Umbu, this was precisely what Bai desired. His paramount objective was to assist Danzo in acquiring Uchiha Shisui's eyes. If at this juncture, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen were to involve him in the affairs of the Uchiha clan, it would not only hinder his completion of the side mission, but could also raise Danzo's suspicions due to frequent interactions. Currently, Danzo seemed to have begun noticing that he was under scrutiny by the third Hokage, yet he remained oblivious to the identity of the informant. If his dual agent status were to be discovered now, the side mission could very well be jeopardized. With no immediate tasks from the Umbu, Bai resolved to seek out the Yamanaka clan to inquire about toxins. Are you the one sent by Lord Danzo? Yamanaka Ryoma briefly assessed Bai before allowing him entry into the Yamanaka clan's forbidden area. To contend with Uchiha Shisui, I require a potent toxin. I'm not particularly skilled in toxins. Please wait a moment. After a brief absence, Yamanaka Ryoma returned with a young man who appeared not much older than himself. This is Yamanaka Toryun. His body harbors nanoscopic toxins. He possesses far greater knowledge on the subject than I do. Greetings. I apologize. My unique constitution prevents me from shaking hands, Yamanaka Toryun said, shaking his head slightly. Bai then spoke. While my toxins are formidable, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan possesses exceptional insight. Therefore, I suggest we concoct a colorless and odorless poison. Is it true that the Sharingan cannot detect this poison? Bai inquired. By employing the appropriate techniques to integrate it into water, I can ensure the target remains oblivious. Although the Sharingan's observational prowess is remarkable, it pales in comparison to the Byakugan. The Sharingan can perceive chakra flow, but the toxins, once refined, do not require chakra to activate. Very well. I entrust this to you. Bai nodded in agreement. Upon receiving the directive, Yamanaka Toryun promptly departed to prepare the toxin. Mr. Ryoma, it seems your infiltration techniques are among the finest within Root. Bai remarked. It is merely a modest achievement, Yamanaka Ryoma humbly replied. Would it be possible for you to teach me a few techniques? Bai asked. You wish to learn infiltration techniques? The oil woman, Ryoma, cast a curious glance at Bai. Recently, Bai had become a favored individual by Danzo's side. After joining the Roots, Bai had assisted Danzo in resolving numerous troubles. It was even said that one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, the defector Orochimaru, was no match for him. Such a formidable ninja was intrigued by the so-called invasion techniques. After all, many matters cannot rely solely on brute force. Bai chuckled softly. Whether it was capturing Uchiha Shisui and infiltrating the Uchiha clan to seize their eyes, or resolving the Uchiha clan's affairs to negotiate with Orochimaru and acquire the first Hokage cells to subsequently awaken would release, the invasion technique was undoubtedly a crucial element. My invasion techniques are primarily designed to complement my jutsu, but as you are not a member of the Oil Woman clan and lack the ability to command insects, I fear I cannot impart any useful skills to you. Chapter 33. The One I Adore. Ah, how unfortunate, Bai Yi mused. Yet, in truth, Yuan Longma had deceived him. Indeed, his invasion techniques could synergize with the art of insect manipulation, but even in the absence of insects, Yuan Longma's skills alone were sufficient to be deemed exceptional. However, in Yuan Longma's estimation, his greatest prowess lay in his invasion techniques. Should he impart all his knowledge to Bai Yi, what purpose would remain for him in Danzo's circle? At that point, being privy to too many of Danzo's secrets would undoubtedly spell his doom. Once the poison is prepared, I shall personally deliver it to Lord Danzo. That would be quite the task for you, Mr. Longma. After Bai Yi departed, Yuan Longma couldn't help but scoff. Humph. While he acknowledged Bai Yi's prowess, he felt that Bai Yi was ill-suited to become a member of Root. He had remarked that Kakashi was not fit for development within Root, and he believed Bai Yi was even less so. Years of subterfuge had rendered Yuan Longma distrustful of Bai Yi. Regrettably, should he voice such suspicions to Danzo, they would undoubtedly fall on deaf ears. Uchiha clan. Itachi, are you well? Since their last meeting at the Ancestral Hall, Uchiha Izumi had not encountered Itachi for quite some time. I am fine, Itachi replied, shaking his head. Here, I bought this for you. Uchiha Izumi extended her hand, offering the dango she held. Itachi did not decline, sitting on the bench and beginning to consume it heartily. Take your time, don't choke. Uchiha Izumi instinctively handed her cup of water to Itachi. After he took a generous sip, he looked up at her. If you had to choose between the Uchiha and Konoha, whom would you select? Me? Uchiha Izumi pondered for a moment. To say I am not greedy would be untrue. To claim I am greedy would also be misleading. If it were possible, I would wish for both. Yet, reality seldom grants such favors. Hence, I find myself coveting. Itachi did not grasp the meaning behind her words. Just as he was about to inquire, he noticed the girl beside him blushing ever so slightly as she turned to face him. In truth, I would choose neither side. I would only choose the one I cherish. As long as you can remain by my side, I would find great contentment. What did you say? Nothing. Uchiha Izumi smiled gently and shook her head. Regardless of your ultimate choice, I will unwaveringly stand by your side. Father, allow me to persuade you in Shisui. I understand. You seem to know everything, Itachi remarked with a wry smile. Over the years, whenever he encountered a misstep in his training, Uchiha Izumi always appeared in time to guide him. Even his close friend, Uchiha Shisui, owed his life to Uchiha Izumi's assistance. I, too, am not omniscient. Uchiha Izumi pouted, displaying a rather troubled expression. For instance, I am uncertain whether the one I cherish harbors feelings for me in return. Uchiha Izumi gazed affectionately at Uchiha Itachi, who averted his eyes, unable to meet her gaze. Apologies, but I currently lack the time to ponder such matters. So, who occupies your thoughts? Your younger brother? Uchiha Itachi fell silent for a moment before giving a slight nod. Itachi. Suddenly, Uchiha Izumi seemed to have an epiphany, springing to her feet, her demeanor brimming with excitement. How about we take Sasuke and leave this place? The reason I advocated for reconciliation was that you wished for the Uchiha to mend ties with Konohagakure. Uchiha Izumi appeared to radiate with fervor. Rather than becoming entangled in your current dilemma, why don't we choose neither? Let us take Sasuke and depart from this place of conflict together. Uchiha Izumi's words once again plunged Uchiha Itachi into silence. To fly far away. Is that indeed a commendable option? Yet, would such an act not lead to regret? I'm sorry. In his turmoil, Uchiha Itachi lowered his head, managing only to utter those two words of apology. I knew it. Although a hint of disappointment lingered from his rejection, Uchiha Izumi seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Since you are truly unable to decide, perhaps you should visit Shisui? I fear not. Regardless of the choice you ultimately make, I shall unwaveringly stand by your side. Uchiha Izumi gently embraced Uchiha Itachi. No matter what you decide this time, I shall not allow you to bear the burden alone. Her voice was soft yet still reached Uchiha Itachi's ears. At this moment, within Uchiha Shirsui's abode. Now that you are here, there is no need for evasion. Truly, you are Shunshin Shirsui. Oil woman Ryoma emerged from behind a screen and offered a slight bow to Uchiha Shirsui. Are you one of the root? Danzo sent me to convey an apology to you, Shirsui. We failed to recognize your loyalty to Konoha, resulting in a grave misjudgment. Is that all you wish to convey? Uchiha Shirsui's eyes instantaneously transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan. Insects, you belong to the Oil Woman clan. Shirsui, we are willing to assist you in altering Uchiha Fugaku's while using Kodo Amatsukami. You made similar claims last time. With that, Uchiha Shirsui cast several shuriken, swiftly eliminating the lurking insects hidden within the room. Even at this juncture, you still covet my eyes? It seems there has been a misunderstanding for this time. We are genuinely sincere. Matters concerning the Uchiha clan will be handled by myself, and there is no need to trouble Lord Danzo. Uchiha Shirsui's eyes once again revolved. The potent power emanating from his Manjiki Sharingan instantly rendering Oil Master Ryoma immobile. Please, do as you wish, Oil Master, he said. Until we meet again, Shirsui. As soon as the words left his lips, Ryoma vanished into the shadows. Indeed, Danzo's subordinates were quite formidable. Shirsui did not immediately deactivate his Manjiki Sharingan. Reflecting on those he had previously encountered, such as Bai Yi, who could enter Sage mode, and now the adept from the Oil clan who effortlessly infiltrated his home without him activating his Sharingan. Danzo's roots were robust and deep, akin to the extensive underground network of Konoha, penetrating every nook and cranny of the village. Shirsui, are you there? Itachi? To prevent the possibility of the other party masquerading as Uchiha Itachi, Shirsui meticulously examined him with his Manjiki Sharingan before slowly opening the door. Itachi, Izumi, what brings you here at such a late hour? Why did it take so long to open the door? Is something amiss? Uchiha Izumi inquired with a furrowed brow, concern evident in her voice. It's Danzo's men. Danzo dares to send people here? Uchiha Izumi's anger flared instantly. Has that old fool not yet learned his lesson from the last failure? Chapter 34. Time is of the essence, and tasks are daunting. Could it be that Danzo has come once more, intent on seizing your eyes? Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. If Danzo's treacherous heart remains unquenched, then prioritizing his elimination seems to be the most prudent course of action. No, he has come to offer me an apology. What? Both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi stared in astonishment at Uchiha Shirsui. The once arrogant Shimura Danzo would willingly acknowledge his errors? Furthermore, he wishes to collaborate with me, employing Kodo Amatsukami to thwart the rebellion of the Uchiha clan. Shirsui, we cannot place our trust in him. Uchiha Izumi, upon hearing this, became immediately agitated, pounding the table as he cautioned Uchiha Shirsui. Izumi. The sudden intensity of Uchiha Izumi's reaction took both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shirsui by surprise. I apologize. Realizing his own response might have been overly fervent, Uchiha Izumi began to articulate the reasons why Danzo is untrustworthy. I am well aware that Danzo cannot be trusted. Yet it appears that utilizing Kodo Amatsukami to alter the clan leader's will is our only path forward. Uchiha Shirsui understood that acting alone, he could not evade Uchiha Fugaku's suspicion before initiating Kodo Amatsukami. Such a feat would be utterly impossible. Various signs indicated that Uchiha Fugaku had already grown wary of him. In fact, he had deliberately assigned several elite Uchiha shinobi to protect him at all times. Shirsui, even without leveraging Danzo's power, we can still alter Father's will. Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth. Itachi. Witnessing Uchiha Itachi finally resolve himself, Uchiha Izumi promptly smiled at Uchiha Shirsui. Rest assured, Shirsui, while my strength may not match yours, I'm still the possessor of the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Izumi patted his chest, asserting that with him involved, their plan would undoubtedly succeed. Besides Izumi, we actually have another formidable ally. Who? Bai Yi. What did you say? Uchiha Shirsui gazed incredulously at Uchiha Itachi. That individual was previously. I know. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Bai Yi's earlier appearance nearly led to their demise alongside Shirsui. However, have you considered why Bai Yi's Sage mode was abruptly lifted? Was it not due to his body being overtaxed? No. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, revealing to Uchiha Shirsui that Bai Yi was, in fact, the captain of the Umbu. Hearing this revelation, Uchiha Shursui was utterly astonished. Who would have thought that Bai Yi was actually an informant placed beside Danzo by Lord 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi? How astute of Lord 3rd to consider such details. Uchiha Shursui could not help but reflect. Through Itachi Uchiha, he recognized that had it not been for the unwavering support of the 3rd Hokage, the Uchiha clan might have already faced dire consequences. Itachi, do you truly trust this Bai Yi? Despite the apparent trust exhibited by Itachi and Shursui Uchiha towards Bai Yi, Izumi Uchiha harbored reservations. As a time traveler who had returned from the night of the clan massacre, her memories revealed no trace of this ninja named Bai Yi. Yet, whenever she attempted to recall information about him, her memories became exceedingly vague. Gradually, she found herself questioning whether her unfamiliarity with Bai Yi stemmed from her limited interactions with Konoha's ninjas. After all, Bai Yi operated within the Umbu or Danzo's root, both of which maintained strict confidentiality regarding their members' identities. Hence, Izumi had not given much thought to Bai Yi's existence previously. Nevertheless, when Itachi proposed seeking Bai Yi's assistance, Izumi felt compelled to voice her dissent. If Bai Yi was indeed a double agent, could it not be possible that the Uchiha clan was one side of his allegiance? What if Bai Yi was a triple agent? Izumi, you might be overthinking this, Itachi replied with a wry smile, gently ruffling Izumi's hair. I understand that you possess knowledge beyond our grasp, hence your tendency to overanalyze. However, Bai Yi has had no connections with the Uchiha clan whatsoever. How could he possibly be a triple agent? Itachi's reasoning was sound. Furthermore, with Bai Yi's assistance and his formidable strength, it would be a simple task to distract the guards surrounding their clan leader. Coupled with your Manjiki Sharingan, our odds of success would exceed 80%. Fine. Seeing that she could not sway Itachi and Shursui, Izumi decided to acquiesce. Regardless of Bai Yi's intentions, should he attempt any underhanded maneuvers, she would not hesitate to act. With the power of her Manjiki Sharingan, even against an opponent wielding sage techniques, Izumi felt confident in her ability to prevail. The following day. So, Shursui is willing to join forces with me? Indeed, Mr. Bai Yi, Itachi replied, holding a trio of dango. We will strike when my father is isolated. At that moment, I and Izumi Uchiha will divert the guards away from him. If anyone else attempts to intervene, we shall rely on your assistance, Mr. Bai Yi. Izumi Uchiha? Bai Yi furrowed his brow at the somewhat unfamiliar name. She is my friend. Her skills are commendable, and she supports our efforts to thwart the coup, Itachi explained. Leading Bai Yi into contemplation, it appeared that this individual was the so-called time traveler 005. Mr. Bai Yi? Noticing Bai Yi's momentary distraction, Itachi gently called out to him. I understand. Bai Yi nodded, returning from his thoughts. When shall we commence our operation? This afternoon. Bai Yi nodded in acknowledgement. After discussing some details, he swiftly vanished into the streets. This afternoon, time is of the essence, and the task is daunting. Bai Yi dared not linger for a moment. He first approached the organization's base to inform Danzo of the matter. Upon receiving permission, he immediately disguised himself and sought out Uchiha Fugaku. Who goes there? Just as he was about to approach Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Inuzuka appeared, brandishing a blade against Bai Yi's throat. Inuzuka, you may step back now. Understood. Once his guards had dispersed, Uchiha Fugaku led Bai Yi to a location that was absolutely secure and concealed. What is the situation? I have acquired the poison. All that is required of the clan leader is to entice him into consuming it. Given Shursui's abilities, persuading him to ingest the poison is no simple feat. This is a matter the clan leader need not worry about. Bai Yi offered a slight smile and proceeded to inform Fugaku about Shursui's plan to use Kodoame Tsukumi to control him. Chapter 35. Unforeseen Circumstances. It appears they are indeed rather anxious. Upon learning that Uchiha Shursui was about to employ Kodoame Tsukumi against him, Uchiha Fugaku let out a deep sigh. There was no time to waste. Esteemed clan leader, it would be prudent to swiftly arrange your subordinates. With that, Bai Yi executed the body flicker technique and departed. Uchiha Fugaku, seizing the poison in his hand, immediately set about preparing a trap for Uchiha Shursui. However, unbeknownst to him, as he left, Wainero had stealthily infiltrated the room. It was no small feat to enter under the watchful gaze of the Sharingan. Thanks to Bai Yi, who had diverted the Jonin guarding Uchiha Fugaku, Wainero breathed a sigh of relief. Had he been discovered by the Uchiha clan at that moment, his life would surely be forfeit. He hastily resumed his task, intent not only on poisoning Uchiha Shursui, but also ensuring that Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, would share the same fate. As afternoon approached, in accordance with their established plan, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi encountered Uchiha Hakadai and Uchiha Inaho, resulting in a tense standoff. Both sides quickly descended into a heated confrontation. Nevertheless, all of this was anticipated by Uchiha Fugaku. After all, Uchiha Izumi possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. If her unique abilities could penetrate his stratagem, then all would be in vain. Esteemed clan leader, Shursui, I am fully aware of your intentions, Uchiha Fugaku stated directly. The preparation for Kotoame Tsukumi must already be complete. In light of Inaho and the others being drawn away by Itachi and Izumi, there is no need for haste. Shall we discuss this matter inside? Uchiha Shursui nodded. Having gathered enough power for Kotoame Tsukumi, altering Uchiha Fugaku's will would take but an instant. Upon entering the room, Uchiha Fugaku leisurely poured tea for Uchiha Shursui. Shursui, even if you alter my will with Kotoame Tsukumi and thwart this coup within the Uchiha clan, it merely serves as a temporary reprieve. Ultimately, the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan remains unresolved. I understand, Uchiha Shursui sighed deeply. However, thereafter, I shall devise a means to thoroughly resolve these troubles. Is that so? Uchiha Fugaku offered the tea to Uchiha Shursui, who cautiously employed his Manjiki Sharingan to scrutinize the surroundings and the tea for any potential threats. Are you concerned that I may have further schemes? Being cautious in all matters is never a disadvantage. With that, Uchiha Shursui turned his gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku, who chuckled softly and raised the cup to his lips, drinking it in one go. Surely, this must instill some trust in me? Uchiha Shursui remained silent, eventually procuring a cup from an unknown source. There is no need to trouble the esteemed clan leader. As Uchiha Shursui prepared his own cup, Uchiha Fugaku felt an unsettling trepidation. Subsequently, after pouring himself some tea and consuming it in one swift motion, he posed a question to Uchiha Fugaku. Is there anything else you wish to convey to me? Esteemed clan leader? There is an individual who holds you in high regard and wishes to support your candidacy for the next Hokage. Who? Baiyi. The revelation left Uchiha Shursui momentarily stunned. However, he soon sensed an underlying discord. Did Baiyi approach you? Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku replied with a slight smile. This is troubling. Uchiha Shursui realized the gravity of the situation and immediately sought to employ the Kotoame Tsukumi on Uchiha Fugaku. Alas, it was too late. Why has my chakra suddenly? Although Kotoame Tsukumi is formidable, it demands an exorbitant amount of chakra. Uchiha Fugaku slowly rose, shaking his head with a sigh directed at Uchiha Shursui. You are astute. But regrettably, you remain vulnerable. It appears I have found my opportunity. Is there something amiss with the tea? But why would you? There is an antidote in my cup. Had you truly placed your trust in me, perhaps you would not have succumbed to poisoning. As Uchiha Shursui stood, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The toxin, derived from the Oil Woman clan, merely disrupts the flow of chakra without causing harm to one's being. Clan leader. Despite being gravely poisoned, a surge of green chakra suddenly erupted from Uchiha Shursui. To unleash such formidable power, even while poisoned? Truly, a testament to a ninja who has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku marveled at Uchiha Shursui. Though Kotoame Tsukumi could not be invoked due to the interference, Shursui's indomitable will allowed him to manifest a potent chakra. However, your adversary is not solely me. What? With a sudden strike from Baiyi, Uchiha Shursui, who had not yet summoned his Susanoo, collapsed unconscious. Mr. Baiyi possesses remarkable skill. Without the assistance of the clan leader's Manjiki Sharingan Jinjutsu, I would not have been able to subdue Shursui so effortlessly. Isn't it because of the potent poison you procured? Even the Manjiki Sharingan struggled to perceive it under the influence of the Jinjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku smiled faintly. He had utilized Jinjutsu to obscure the appearance of the toxin within the tea, rendering the already difficult-to-detect Oil Woman clan's poison even more imperceptible. Coupled with the enchanting incense within the room, these factors conspired together, allowing Uchiha Shursui to be ambushed by Baiyi and Uchiha Fugaku before he could muster his strength. The poison of the Oil Woman clan is indeed formidable. After all, even the clan leader was able to sense it. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly felt a wave of dizziness envelop his mind. I apologize, esteemed leader, but it seems our collaboration must come to an end. You scoundrel. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth, yearning to unleash his Manjiki Sharingan against Baiyi. Yet, he soon realized that his condition mirrored that of Shursui. He was utterly incapable of gathering chakra. Do not blame me. After all, I am a member of Root. With those words, Bai Yi vanished alongside Uchiha Shursui before Fugaka's eyes and swiftly located Danzo, who was concealed nearby. Danzo, I have obtained Shursui's eyes. Upon encountering Uchiha Shursui, Danzo wasted no time, extending his hand with the intent to extract both of Shursui's eyes. However, just as he removed Shursui's right eye and prepared to seize the other, a figure suddenly emerged, propelling both Danzo and Bai Yi away in an instant. Danzo, you scoundrel, return Shursui's right eye at once. You are. Bai Yi was taken aback by the sudden assault. Such swiftness could not possibly be achieved through the body flicker technique. Chapter 36, The Butterfly Technique of Lonai. Space Ninjutsu? Who could it possibly be? Not only Bai Yi, but even Danzo has discerned that the technique employed by the newcomer is indeed a form of space ninjutsu. Shursui, are you alright? Bai Yi gazed at the Uchiha girl before him, her raven-black hair reminiscent of Uchiha, Itachi's age. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. She is Uchiha Izumi. However, upon recognizing her identity, Bai Yi found himself engulfed in contemplation. This is perplexing. The traveler is, in fact, a bona fide native of the shinobi world. Furrowing his brow, Bai Yi commanded Danzo, who stood beside him. Bai Yi, act swiftly. We cannot allow Shursui's eyes to escape. Wind release, vacuum wave. Wind release, wind blade. Ninjutsu, butterfly technique of Lonai. As Uchiha Izumi's eyes erupted with formidable ocular power in the next moment, the wind techniques aimed at her and Uchiha Shursui appeared to veer off course, effortlessly evaded by her. What is happening? Both Bai Yi and Danzo were momentarily stunned by her capabilities. This individual's power is rather peculiar. The kaleidoscope Sharingan, perhaps? They both realized that what she possessed was indeed the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The strange sensation they had felt earlier was likely a consequence of her ocular prowess. This is quite troublesome. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes. Uchiha Izumi might be another traveler, akin to Tenzu, although he currently lacks concrete evidence to confirm her identity. Regardless of whether she is his mission target or not, he must devise a resolution today. Sage Mode. To counter Uchiha Izumi's kaleidoscope Sharingan, Bai Yi immediately entered Sage Mode. Is this the Sage Mode that Itachi spoke of? Uchiha Izumi cautiously scanned her surroundings. Fortunately, to maintain discretion, Danzo had not brought any Root members with him. Shursui, are you alright? Izumi awakened by Uchiha Izumi's call. Uchiha Shursui coughed heavily, expelling copious amounts of blood. Shursui, I apologize, I was deceived by the clan leader. I am now gravely poisoned and unable to assist you. What? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Izumi's mind erupted in disbelief. In her view, even if the clan leader sought to persuade Uchiha Shursui without success, he would never resort to lethal measures. The clan leader has actually allied with Danzo. How could this be possible? Uchiha Izumi was reluctant to accept this reality, yet the facts had already unfolded. Sage Art, Wind Release, Great Windbreak. Ninjutsu, Butterfly Technique of Lonai. Once again, she experienced that same peculiar sensation. Her ninjutsu was effortlessly evaded. It seemed as though she could always anticipate her next move. Could it be that this individual possesses the ability to traverse through time and space? Fire Release, Great Fireball. Wind Release, Vacuum Wave. Danzo's true prowess is undoubtedly underestimated by all. With the mastery of Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere, he effortlessly severed the fireball hurled toward Bai Yi. Wind Release, Vacuum Great Sphere. Alarm surged within Uchiha Izumi as she furrowed her brows. The expanse of the vacuum great sphere was vast, making it exceedingly challenging for her to evade this technique while escorting Uchiha Shursui. Fortunately, in this critical moment, Uchiha Shursui let out a fierce roar, and a green skeletal form materialized before them. Susanoo. Bang. Despite the protection of Susanoo, Uchiha Shursui, afflicted by potent poison, was far too weakened. Consequently, both were sent flying several meters away by Danzo's vacuum great sphere. Sage Art, Multi-Shadow Chakra Shuriken Technique. Shurikens, condensed from Sage Chakra, surged toward Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Izumi from all directions. Ninja Art, Butterfly Lament Technique. Once again, this technique was employed, but this time, Uchiha Izumi could not completely evade all the shurikens. Instead, she unleashed a great fireball to counter a portion of the shuriken onslaught. Izumi, engaging in battle with them puts us at a significant disadvantage. We must retreat, but the antidote may lie in their possession. Trust me, we must withdraw. that Danzo likely harbors the Sharingan beneath those bandages. He has already utilized our clan's forbidden technique against me, causing me considerable distress. Had Itachi not arrived in time, I might have already perished. Yet, there are no yets. We must leave at once. Susanoo, 99. Uchiha Shursui summoned Susanoo, whose chest armor immediately opened, unleashing countless green chakra arrows toward Bai Yi and Danzo in a sudden barrage. Lord Danzo, the system's side quest has not yet indicated completion. Should Danzo perish now, all of my previous endeavors would be in vain. Sage Art, Multi-Shadow Chakra. A shield formed of Sage Chakra materialized before myself and Danzo. However, when the dust settled, the figures of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Izumi had astonishingly vanished. Lord Danzo, are you unharmed? I am fine. Danzo sighed heavily. I never anticipated that the Uchiha clan still had an individual possessing the Mangekyou Sharingan. Gazing at Uchiha Shursui's right eye in his possession, Danzo scoffed. Both eyes shall belong to me. Let us return. After all, Uchiha Shursui is afflicted by poison and has forcibly activated chakra. He won't last long. Instruct all members of Route to search for Uchiha Shursui's whereabouts. Ensure that the other eye is brought back to me. Understood. How peculiar. Where has Izumi disappeared to? In a secluded corner, Uchiha Itachi sensed something amiss. Not only was Uchiha Shursui unreachable, but now even Uchiha Izumi had become uncontactable. Could they have encountered some peril? Furrowing his brows, Uchiha Itachi prepared to return to investigate when Uchiha Izumi suddenly appeared before him. Izumi, you are unscathed. Before Uchiha Itachi could voice his concerns, he noticed that behind Uchiha Izumi stood the gravely weakened Uchiha Shursui. Shursui, what on earth has transpired? We have fallen into a trap. I am now poisoned and have little time left. Izumi, take us to the cliff. Brother Shursui, please refrain from speaking. We surely have a remedy for you. There is no time left. Uchiha Shursui coughed heavily, expelling a copious amount of blood. The poison of the Oil Woman clan is indeed formidable, compounded by my earlier disregard for the toxin's invasion as I recklessly expended chakra. Now, the poison has penetrated my mind. Even Lady Tsunade would be powerless to save me. Uchiha Shursui managed a bitter smile before extracting his remaining left eye. Itachi, I entrust this eye to you. Chapter 37. Obtaining side reward. Stop, Shursui. Izumi, take care of Itachi. Shursui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha were engulfed in profound sorrow. However, to evade Danzo and his cohorts, who were relentlessly pursuing the whereabouts of Shursui's eyes, they resorted to desperate measures. Thus, under the relentless pursuit of root ninjas, they cast Shursui Uchiha into the abyss. Upon learning of this event, Danzo erupted in fury, demanding to know why the root members had not sought a way to retrieve Shursui's body from the chasm. Yet, it was far too late. By the time Danzo returned with the group to the precipice, Shursui's lifeless form had inexplicably vanished. Itachi Uchiha, Izumi Uchiha, Shursui's eyes are undoubtedly in their possession. Danzo's deduction was indeed astute. However, lacking any tangible evidence, he could not confront Itachi and Izumi directly. After all, Uchiha Fugaku had regained consciousness. Should he pursue Itachi and Izumi at this juncture, the Uchiha clan would not spare the man who had deceived them time and again. Lord Danzo, at least we are not completely empty-handed. Our most pressing concern now is the impending insurrection of the Uchiha clan. Bai Yi reminded Danzo, who took a deep breath to regain his composure. What are your thoughts on Itachi Uchiha? What do you mean? Let Itachi Uchiha deal with the Uchiha clan. Under normal circumstances, everything would align perfectly. Yet, the pivotal issue lies in the fact that Itachi, at present, cares deeply only for his younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha, and the village. Additionally, there exists an uncertain variable, Izumi Uchiha. What? Do you doubt Itachi's capabilities? No, Lord Danzo. My concern lies with that. Izumi Uchiha. At the mention of Izumi Uchiha, Danzo's brow furrowed in thought. Once a member of the Uchiha clan awakens the Mangekyou Sharingan, they wield extraordinary and formidable powers. However, according to my investigations, this Izumi seems to hold great affection for Itachi. Danzo's intelligence network in Konoha is unparalleled. Although Izumi had been secluded within the Uchiha clan, Danzo had still acquired information regarding her. Thus, her presence could significantly ease Itachi's task, could it not? Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. Never mind, you need not go. Danzo waved his hand dismissively. At this moment, Only by personally risking a meeting with Itachi could he demonstrate sincerity. I shall go myself. Lord Danzo, this is far too perilous. Do not fret. Trust that Itachi would never jest with his brother's life. It must be said, Danzo possessed an uncanny ability to discern the innermost feelings of others. Kakashi in the past, and subsequently Sai, were living testaments to this. However, both of these individuals ultimately found their benefactors to assist them. Otherwise, they might have spent their lives as mere pawns at Danzo's side. Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest. You have been rewarded with 1 Sharingan. Huh. What is the matter? Nothing. Lord Danzo, if there are no further arrangements, I shall take my leave. With a swift motion, Bai Yi vanished before Danzo. The system reward was unexpectedly a Sharingan. Just moments ago, the system had suddenly notified Bai Yi of his completion of the side quest. To his astonishment, the reward for this side quest was indeed a Sharingan. To be honest, Bai Yi was not particularly elated upon receiving the notification. If he desired to collect Sharingans, he could simply wait for the impending night of annihilation, where there would be plenty to acquire. However, without the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, or the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, this Sharingan would be utterly useless to an ordinary person, especially to Bai Yi himself. As a transmigrator, the only way for him to experience a surge of emotion sufficient to evolve the Sharingan into a Manjiki Sharingan would be if his friends or family were also transported during a mission. Moreover, a single Sharingan, even a 3-tomo one, would not significantly enhance Bai Yi's capabilities. After all, the chakra consumption of such an item is exceedingly high. Just look at Kakashi before he received his halo of power. A few skills drained his chakra reserves entirely. The most crucial point is that it is merely a single eye. 1 Sharingan. Unless it is explicitly indicated that it belongs to someone like Uchiha Shursui or Uchiha Obito, who possess a Manjiki Sharingan with extraordinary abilities, then having just 1 eye is hardly worth the trouble. Had he known that the reward for this side quest was a single Sharingan, he would not have exerted himself so vigorously. However, upon returning home and examining the detailed information about this Sharingan, his expression shifted dramatically. Sharingan, a treasure beyond compare. Side quest reward, Sharingan, left eye. Sharingan, left eye, a system-specific reward, possessing the unique trait of being impervious to theft. This Sharingan not only possesses all the abilities of a standard Sharingan, but also has an exceptional power to see through all illusions. This Sharingan has the ability to evolve on its own, requires completion of side quests, the ability to see through all illusions, and it starts with 3-tomo, while also able to self-evolve. Who could possibly claim that an ordinary person could not benefit from a Sharingan? After reading the description, Bai Yi could hardly contain his joy. Such a powerful Sharingan would undoubtedly catch even Uchiha Madara's attention. The only uncertainty remained. Could his chakra reserves sustain the demands of this extraordinary artifact? Although he had Sage Mode and a substantial reserve of chakra, Bai Yi still felt that his chakra might not suffice to maintain this powerful eye. Fortunately, in my primary quest, I need to seek out Orochimaru to procure the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. With the cells of the first Hokage, I am confident that the issue of chakra consumption will be effortlessly resolved. Armed with this Sharingan, I shall no longer fear the Genjutsu of Itachi Uchiha. The demise of Shursui Uchiha will undoubtedly compel Itachi to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan. Among Itachi's formidable techniques, one of the most fearsome is the Genjutsu Tsukuyami. In the past, Bai Yi had no means to counter Genjutsu. However, now that he possesses the Sharingan, everything has changed. On the night of the massacre, I must devise a plan to separate Izumi Uchiha from Itachi Uchiha. Bai Yi is certain that, even if Izumi is not a true time traveler, she shares a profound connection with one. Thus, the night of the massacre presents the perfect opportunity for Bai Yi to eliminate this individual. The Manjiki Sharingan this time. It truly is the transition from 3-tomo to the Manjiki. Chapter 38. An encounter with Uchiha Madara. With less than 3 days remaining until the tragic night of the Uchiha clan's annihilation, the atmosphere in Konoha was oddly tranquil, to the point where it aroused a sense of foreboding among many. Have you noticed, Shikaku? The atmosphere seems rather unsettling, inquired Yamashiro Aoi. Turning to his close friend Nara Shikaku, the latter nodded in agreement, but unusually refrained from voicing his thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, we simply need to heed the orders of the third Hokage at all times, Akimichi Choza gently reminded his 2 companions. In such tense times, the 3 esteemed jonin of Konoha understood that a single misplaced word could lead to dire consequences. That person, is it Bai? Since the revelation of Bai's assassination attempt on the third Hokage, he had become even more elusive, rarely appearing before others. So he is not dead after all. Yamashiro Aoi and Nara Shikaku exchanged exasperated glances at Akimichi Choza. This fellow had just cautioned them against speaking recklessly, only to directly inquire about Bai's fate. Not that it matters. After all, he cannot hear us, Choza shrugged nonchalantly. However, at that moment, they were startled to see someone who should have had no connection to Bai appear before him. That child, is he not Uchiha Itachi? As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, the trio was naturally familiar with Itachi. Now, as Bai stood before Uchiha Itachi, he wore a look of bewilderment. I deeply regret the matter regarding Shursui. So, are you an ally of Danzo, or of the third Hokage? I am a citizen of Konoha. Bai's response instantly quelled Itachi's intent to reprimand. Lord Danzo has tasked me with resolving the Uchiha clan's coup. Are you aware of this? Only vaguely. What does the third Hokage say about it? Bai chose silence in response to Itachi's inquiry. I understand, Itachi nodded. I require assistance. I have sought out another individual, yet I do not trust him. I hope you can aid me while keeping a watchful eye on him. Very well. Bai agreed without hesitation. As a time traveler, Bai was well aware of the identity of the so-called helper that Itachi mentioned. Later that evening, as Bai pondered on how to deal with Uchiha Izumi in his room, the window suddenly swung open with a loud bang. Bai, shall we have a conversation? I did not expect you to seek me out so soon. Uchiha Madara. Under the moonlight. Bai could clearly see the red mask adorned with black markings upon his face. You, how did you come to know my identity? The illustrious Uchiha Madara. Who could possibly be unaware of you? Bai gazed at the so-called Uchiha Madara. He was fully aware that beneath that mask lay the very person everyone believed to be dead, Uchiha Obito. However, at that moment, Bai had neither the inclination nor the leisure to expose the other's ruse, as doing so would only invite unnecessary troubles upon himself. Uchiha Itachi summoned you to monitor me, did he not? As long as you, Lord Madara, refrain from engaging in any peculiar actions, I shall not interfere excessively. Bai's demeanor exuded sincerity, which seemed to please Uchiha Madara immensely. I too shall refrain from any unusual conduct. In due course, we will each fulfill our respective duties. I wonder, Lord Madara, what are your thoughts on Uchiha Izumi? Are you particularly interested in that young girl? Uchiha Madara had heard some rumors regarding her. And when Uchiha Itachi had come to see him, it was indeed this girl, who had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, that accompanied him. Let us get straight to the point. I desire her eyes. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from Uchiha Madara. Are you suggesting that I assist you in seizing the eyes of my kin? Lord Madara, I am well aware of your desires. Furthermore, I harbor great interest in the Akatsuki organization. Upon hearing the name Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara's pupils constricted sharply. What else do you know? I have employed a special technique to delve beneath the Uchiha clan's shrine and have perused the inscriptions. Thus, I believe, Lord Madara, that your Eye of the Moon plan is the remedy to save the shinobi world. Who are you? Uchiha Madara fixed his Sharingan intently upon Bai. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I wish to assist you in accomplishing your grand ambitions. Bai's words momentarily stunned Uchiha Madara, leaving him momentarily speechless. His mind raced with thoughts of the stranger's true identity, yet he remained utterly baffled. Lord Madara, do not overthink it. Having assistance is surely a fortuitous circumstance, is it not? Noticing Uchiha Madara's prolonged silence, Bai took the initiative to inquire. One must be wary of those who offer help, for their intentions may not be pure. Regardless of their motives, if they can achieve results, that is what truly matters. With that, Bai boldly made a solemn pledge. If you remain apprehensive, perhaps allow me to capture the tailed beasts. I assure you, I shall deliver a satisfactory outcome. Humph. Uchiha Madara scoffed. You should first prove your worth by surviving the night of the massacre. As soon as the words left his lips, Uchiha Madara unleashed his space-time ninjutsu and vanished from Bai's sight. Joining the Akatsuki at this juncture should allow me to encounter that snake, Orochimaru, don't you think? A subtle smile graced Bai's lips. Just as I was troubled about where to find Orochimaru after dealing with the Uchiha clan, he conveniently appeared at my doorstep. Moreover, with the assistance of Uchiha Madara, eliminating Uchiha Izumi would undoubtedly become considerably easier for me. It was truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the arrival of the night of Uchiha's extermination. 3 nights later. While the other villagers of Konoha prepared for their usual rest, the residents of the Uchiha clan was engulfed in a gruesome spectacle of bloodshed. Uchiha Itachi was remarkably swift in his actions. Observing him as he dispatched his kin with precision, I couldn't help but commend him internally for his extraordinary composure. It is truly unfathomable to consider how terrifying his potential might have been had he not been afflicted by a grave illness. Will you merely stand by and watch? Chapter 39, Shattered Illusions. I am Itachi Uchiha, sent to observe you, my lord. Matters unrelated to me are not my concern. You, scoundrel. Do you intend to wait for Izumi Uchiha to part ways with Itachi Uchiha before striking? Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Follow me, and I shall grant you what you desire. Bai fell into speechlessness. Not a comrade. Your Kamui fades into nothingness. How can I possibly keep up with you? At this moment, within the chamber of the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha. Itachi, proceed, we shall not hold it against you. Fugaku Uchiha closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to the fate that seemed to mock him from above. I am sorry, father. No need for apologies. Fugaku Uchiha shook his head. Take care of your brother. Itachi Uchiha wept inconsolably, his hand striking down, directly slaying his parents. In truth, Fugaku Uchiha had contemplated resistance. Yet, as Shisui Uchiha had previously remarked, a coup is a gamble destined for failure. Coupled with the lingering effects of the poison he had endured, it seemed better to grant his son a release. Izumi, I entrust Sasuke's safety to you for the time being. Understood. Like Itachi Uchiha, Izumi was also drenched in blood at this moment. She had vowed never to let Itachi face this ordeal alone. Thus, when Itachi urged her to flee Konoha, Izumi chose to remain, standing alongside him to fulfill this heinous task. Following Fugaku Uchiha's demise, no threats remained within the Uchiha clan. Just then, Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared before the two. I hope you remember our original agreement. Do not harm Sasuke. Izumi's eyes had transformed into the state of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Heh, the girl's eyes are remarkable. I admire your spirit. With that, Uchiha Madara vanished before Izumi and Itachi. What a charade. Itachi, do you truly trust this man? At the very least, the name Uchiha Madara holds weight. Moreover, I have entrusted Mr. Bai to keep an eye on him. Bai again. Itachi, do you genuinely place your trust in him? I do not trust him. Rather, I have faith in Lord Third and in the village. Itachi Uchiha shook his head. Seeing this, Izumi sighed, offering a few words of caution before seeking out Sasuke, who had been left paralyzed with fear by Itachi, to safeguard his safety from the shadows. However, just as Izumi found Sasuke trembling in a corner, a familiar sensation of spatial distortion manifested before her. Uchiha Madara, what do you intend to do? Someone desires your eyes, and his words have moved me. With that, Uchiha Madara swung a blade at Izumi. The butterfly lock technique. This technique again? In a moment of admiration, Uchiha Madara praised Uchiha Izumi, noting her remarkable abilities. Her left, I could manipulate spatial distortions to alter past events, while her right, I had the capacity to predict future occurrences through alternate dimensions. Even Uchiha Madara found himself in awe of the formidable prowess of this kaleidoscope technique. The butterfly Rona technique seemed to be a lesser version of the legendary Izanagi. Although the effects of the butterfly Rona were akin to the Uchiha clan's forbidden jutsu, Izanagi, their essences diverged significantly. However, while the butterfly Rona did not entail the cost of blindness, the glimpses of the future it offered were merely projections, fraught with inaccuracies and deviations. It was no wonder that her eyes had drawn attention. Such abilities, if wielded by a more seasoned ninja, could render one truly invincible. Someone covets my eyes? Danzo, perhaps? Aren't you supposed to predict the future? Why not try it yourself? Uchiha Izumi evaded Madara's next assault with great effort. Despite the strength of her kaleidoscope Sharingan, her relative youth and inexperience in battle paled in comparison to Madara's vast prowess. Just because you can foresee does not guarantee survival. Madara pressed on with increasing ferocity. Yet, at critical junctures, his lethal strikes were deftly neutralized by Izumi's butterfly Rona technique. What a troublesome ability. Even Madara found himself momentarily at a loss against her extraordinary skill, reminiscent of his own Kamui. If no counter to her technique could be found, she would remain in an invulnerable state. Wind release, wind blade. A sudden explosion echoed. Who is it? Itachi's earlier warning proved prescient. Madara aimed to seize Izumi's eyes, but would have to contend with him first. 8. Madara furrowed his brow but quickly adapted, playing along with the unfolding drama. I suggest you refrain from thwarting my plans. Less chatter. Sage art. Wind release. Shinming blade. This adversary was indeed relentless. Madara's lips twitched as he swiftly activated his Kimui. Did the attack just pass through? Izumi gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. You're not the only one capable of nullifying attacks. Fire release. Storm dance. Wind release. Sage art. Great wind break. With a thunderous clash, Izumi's storm dance was instantly countered by Hate's great wind break, sending shockwaves through the vicinity. The intensity of this ninjutsu confrontation left Itachi dumbfounded. What is happening? According to his understanding, the remaining members of the Uchiha clan were not supposed to unleash such potent techniques. Has Madara truly engaged? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Itachi hurried toward the source of the commotion. Yet, unexpectedly, he encountered his brother, Sasuke. Sasuke, what is he doing here? Stay back. Do not approach. In a state of sheer terror, Sasuke Uchiha found himself compelled to flee upon encountering Itachi Uchiha. Yet, at that moment, Itachi swiftly pursued him. Where is Izumi? Is she not by your side? I don't know. I don't know. Brother, please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Faced with his panicked younger brother, Itachi resorted to Genjutsu to incapacitate him before carefully transporting him to a secure location. Izumi, what transpired? With a swift motion, Itachi hastened towards the site where formidable ninjutsu had been unleashed. However, upon his arrival, he was met with the chilling sight of Izumi's lifeless body. Chapter 40. Joining the Akatsuki organization upon witnessing the lifeless form of Izumi Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha found himself plunged into a profound stupor. Itachi, at that moment, Madara Uchiha suddenly appeared behind him. Did you slay Izumi? Itachi questioned Madara with palpable fury. Yet, the latter merely shook his head. I assure you, it was not I. At this point, Bai also materialized before Itachi. When did you two conspire together? Itachi rose, brandishing his long blade, his eyes transforming into the Manjiki Sharingan. A tempest of rage directed at the duo. What are you saying? Bai furrowed his brow. However, at that instant, Itachi unexpectedly unleashed Tsukuyomi upon Bai. Are you attempting to extract the truth through Genjutsu? Bai scoffed inwardly. Indeed, Itachi's mastery of illusion was formidable, especially the Tsukuyomi cast from his left eye, renowned as the most potent mental assault. Unfortunately, such a tyrannical Genjutsu would prove devastating, particularly when Bai had yet to acquire the Sharingan as a reward from his side quest. Yet, with the newly acquired Sharingan, no illusion, including even Kodo Amatsukami, could affect Bai in the slightest. It appears it was not you after all. After employing Tsukuyomi on both Madara and Bai, Itachi sighed deeply. Sorrow etched across his features. That is, just as Itachi pondered who had committed this heinous act, Bai suddenly discerned something and pointed aside, exclaiming, "This seems to be a bug from the Yamanaka clan." The Yamanaka clan? Itachi, upon grasping this pivotal clue, immediately spotted the seemingly insignificant, now lifeless insect. Next to Danzo, there is a subordinate named Yamanaka Ryoma. His prowess is formidable, especially in infiltration and disguise. Danzo again. Itachi's intent to kill surged forth. It seemed that even with the Uchiha clan's annihilation, Danzo still sought to harness their power. Izumi. Noticing that Izumi's eyes had been entirely extracted, Itachi prepared to set out and retrieve them from Danzo's clutches. However, at that moment, Madara used Kimui to store Izumi's corpse. When the time is right, I will find a way to resurrect her. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Itachi shook his head. Perhaps, in some cases, death offers a form of liberation. With that, Itachi vanished before their eyes. Meanwhile, Madara and Bai continued their grim task of eliminating the remaining members of the Uchiha clan. Itachi is remarkably efficient. Danzo, disguised as a member of the Umbu, thought as he traversed the streets of the Uchiha clan, observing the numerous lifeless bodies strewn about. He remained utterly unmoved, even feeling a flicker of excitement. After all, each corpse possessed a precious Sharingan, capable of augmenting his own formidable power. Lord Danzo, during this period, you have worked hard. How is the training of the child from the Oil Woman clan progressing? Tasks have begun to be assigned gradually, especially the poison concocted last time. It is estimated that throughout the ninja world, aside from Lady Tsunade, no one else could decipher it. After all, it is a unique venom of your Oil Woman clan. For outsiders to unravel it is nearly an impossible task. Danzo couldn't help but smirk slightly. He must nurture the ninja, Wyan Ma, diligently. Such a talent will undoubtedly become our right-hand man in the future. Danzo, just as he was reveling in his satisfaction, the voice of Itachi Uchiha suddenly echoed in his mind. Itachi, Danzo exclaimed, only to realize that YN Arma had, unbeknownst to him, already transformed into a lifeless corpse. I advise you to take good care of my brother from now on. But before that, hand over the eyes of Izumi Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha. I cannot comprehend your words. Danzo gritted his teeth and shouted at Itachi. Itachi, we had previously agreed to eliminate everyone from the Uchiha clan, except for Sasuke Uchiha. Does that not include Izumi Uchiha? As he spoke, Danzo was also preparing Kotoa Mitsukami. With the first-generation cells within him, he could gather power faster than Shursui Uchiha himself. I will say this one last time. Hand over their eyes. Danzo, grasped by the throat by Itachi, felt his breath becoming increasingly labored. Itachi, if I die here today, then Sasuke Uchiha will. It must be acknowledged that after the demise of Izumi and Shursui Uchiha, Itachi's only vulnerability lies with his younger brother. Danzo, you had better take good care of Sasuke. If I find out you have harmed him, I will certainly return to kill you. As Itachi's presence faded, Danzo realized that he had unknowingly fallen victim to the opponent's Jinjutsu. Yet, even though most of what had just transpired was an illusion, Wainerma had still lost his life. Itachi, you scoundrel. Danzo clenched his teeth. Wainerma was an exceptionally capable aide to him. His infiltration techniques were sometimes even more useful than those of a stronger ninja. However, having just felt Itachi's overwhelming power, Danzo understood that he could no longer provoke this individual. He could only swallow his pride. Nevertheless, the Uchiha clan had been eradicated, and he had acquired quite a few Sharingan. Therefore, having gained numerous advantages, Danzo did not harbor excessive resentment towards Itachi. Did Izumi Uchiha perish? Yet, during the confrontation with Itachi, he discovered something quite astonishing. That is, Izumi Uchiha, who also possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, had indeed been slain by someone. It seems that besides me, there are others who have long coveted the power of the Sharingan. Suddenly, Danzo recalled a certain individual, Bai Yi. At present, the only individual who comes to mind as a participant in the Night of Annihilation, possessing the extraordinary prowess to eliminate Uchiha Izumi, is none other than Bai Yi. Haha. Truly, he is my most capable subordinate. It seems that Uchiha Izumi's Manjiki Sharingan shall soon belong to me. Danzo's lips curled into an involuntary grin as he erupted into laughter. Little did he know that the Bai Yi he trusted had already carved a mark upon his forehead protector. Bai Yi, from now on, you shall remain with Akatsuki, safeguarding that fellow Nagato for me. Rest assured, I shall ensure the success of your plans. Bai Yi expressed his heartfelt loyalty to Uchiha Bido. Yet, in the depths of his heart, he eagerly anticipated a reunion with Orochimaru, the most formidable scientist in the realm of shinobi. Chapter 41. Must we complete a mission upon arrival? Are you the one that Bant spoke of? Within the hidden village of Rain, Pain stood alongside Conan, observing the newly arrived member of the Akatsuki, Bai Yi. Bai Yi, a ninja from the Leaf Village, was renowned alongside the legendary Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Conan scrutinized Bai Yi, pondering why someone of such esteemed status in the Leaf Village would choose to join the Akatsuki. Although Bai Yi had been placed within the organization by Uchiha Bido, Conan harbored reservations about him, particularly in comparison to Uchiha Itachi. Do you believe I seek world peace? Bai Yi scoffed, rolling his eyes. What do you care about my intentions? Can't you see that I was sent by Uchiha Bido to keep an eye on you? We're all puppets here, so just follow orders. We need to assess your abilities, Pain stated, refraining from the direct inquiries that Conan had made. His concern was not about Bai Yi's motives for joining the Akatsuki, but rather whether he possessed the requisite strength to be a member of their ranks. After all, reputation and strength do not always equate. What must I do to prove myself? Bai Yi inquired. After a moment of silence, Pain gestured, and the figures of Orochimaru and Yugo materialized behind him. To fully harness your potential, I have brought in a member who is quite familiar with you to serve as your teammate. Each Akatsuki mission adhered to a pairing system, and it was clear that Bai Yi's partner was none other than Orochimaru, the rogue ninja who had defected from the Leaf Village. Bai Yi? I never expected my new partner to be you, Orochimaru exclaimed, licking his lips upon first seeing Bai Yi. Have you had a falling out with that old man, the third Hokage? You need not concern yourself with that, Orochimaru, Bai Yi replied dismissively, waving his hand. All right, if you two wish to chat. It would be best to save it until after the mission, Yugo interjected impatiently. After all, this mission was about finding him a new partner. Although Yugo held little expectation for this new teammate, he was intrigued to hear that their target possessed immortality. Very well, Bai Yi chuckled, and the three set off towards the hidden village of Rivers. Upon reaching their destination, they unexpectedly encountered Haydn, who was inviting them to join his cult. Since this is Lord Payne's way of testing my strength, I shall comply. Bai Yi, regarding your strength assessment, I will find a way to assist you. However, this fellow is best left to me, Yugo declared, his excitement rekindled upon seeing Haydn. Well, Bai Yi turned to Orochimaru, who smirked and remarked, I am well aware of your capabilities. You caused me enough trouble back then. With those words from Orochimaru, Bai Yi instinctively took several steps back. Hey. If you have no intention of joining, then let us perish together. Fadewan bellowed as he launched an attack towards the angle. I shall transform the three of you into offerings. How dreadfully loud, thought Orochimaru with a chuckle. Nearby, Bai Yi seized the opportunity to reveal something to Orochimaru. The technical data that Danzo sought was concerning the research on the first Hokage's cells, wasn't it? Did you not peruse its contents? Aside from the first Hokage's cells, it also contains my other ninjutsu research. Orochimaru snorted disdainfully. Had it not been for your interference back then, my experiment would have long been completed. My sincerest apologies. Bai Yi responded, though his expression betrayed no remorse. I indeed did not examine the research data, nor can I comprehend it. However, I inadvertently made a copy. What did you say? Orochimaru's eyes widened as he gazed at Bai Yi. Despite the possibility that the research data had become antiquated, it still held significant reference value for the experiments in Orochimaru's possession. Have you been plotting to betray Konoha from the very outset? Orochimaru regarded Bai Yi with keen interest. He now perceived that this notoriously lethargic individual was far from what the rumors suggested. I only engage in endeavors that are advantageous to me. This principle applies to you as well, does it not, Lord Orochimaru? Intriguing, Orochimaru licked his lips thoughtfully. So, what do you intend to gain from me? I wish to implant the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, just like Danzo. Oh, that is a procedure fraught with risk. Moreover, even if you acquire the first cells, and perhaps the Sharingan, you still won't be able to. I understand, Bai Yi nodded, but at the very least, it will enable me to unleash the full potential of the Sharingan in my possession. You are indeed strikingly similar to Danzo. Orochimaru laughed heartily. Though neither mentioned the prospect of collaboration, these two cunning foxes had already reached an unspoken understanding. You rascal, it seems you are impervious to death. Upon hearing the cacophony from a distance, Orochimaru addressed Bai Yi. It appears that the battle over there has nearly concluded. With that, Orochimaru tossed a ring inscribed with azure characters to Bai Yi. From this day forth, we shall be colleagues within the Akatsuki. It is truly an honor to become a colleague of Lord Orochimaru. Are you mocking me? Bai Yi's playful jibe elicited a pleased laugh from Orochimaru. After some laughter, Bai Yi, too, handed a portion of the data to Orochimaru. You must possess several experimental facilities, correct? As long as you are willing. You may conduct cell implants at any time. However, I advise you to wait. Once I have completed my research on this data, the side effects of the cell implantation will be significantly mitigated. Then I shall rely on your expertise, Lord Orochimaru. How courteous. As Orochimaru's voice faded, he tossed a token to Bai Yi, instructing him that should any matters arise in his absence, he should seek out a certain individual named Yukushi Kabuto and have him relay the message. We are partners, after all. Our separation in duty would not raise suspicions from Pain, would it? That fellow has countless obligations to attend to and will hardly spare us a thought. As long as he summons us for missions when the time comes, our efforts will suffice. Orochimaru shook his head. Although he had witnessed Pain's formidable power firsthand and recognized the strength of his adversary, he felt no trepidation regarding Pain's potential actions against them. On the contrary, his current concern lay with Bai Yi, the very partner with whom he had forged an alliance. This individual had managed to ensnare even Danzo in his web of deception. It was truly uncertain what ulterior motives he harbored regarding the implantation of Hashirama's cells. Chapter 42. Tens. The ninja possessing the power of the first Hokage. Inside the Hokage's office in Konoha, Mr. Bai Yi's unexpected betrayal alongside Uchiha Itachi left Kakashi in a state of utter disbelief. Sighing deeply, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, reflected on the gravity of the situation. He had sensed something amiss with Bai Yi even before he tacitly accepted Danzo's demand for Uchiha Itachi to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, but at that time, Bai Yi held a pivotal role beside Danzo. Abruptly halting Baye's undercover operations could have easily led Danzo to sway him to his side, a scenario Sarutobi was loath to envision. Given Baye's capabilities, should he remain loyally under Danzo's command, the consequences might have been catastrophic. Yet, Baye's treachery was unforeseen even by Danzo himself. Initially, Danzo had eagerly awaited Baye to present him with Uchiha Izumi's Sharingan, only to be met with the shocking news of Baye's defection. Tens, you shall be tasked with investigating this matter. It has come to my attention that Baye was recently spotted in the Land of Rivers. Understood. Tens, masked and resolute, vanished from the room in an instant. Kakashi could not help but marvel at Tens' ever-deepening prowess. His strength had surpassed Kakashi's by great measure, and his wood release was so formidable that it even rendered the third Hokage momentarily speechless. Indeed, Tens' wood release appeared as if the first Hokage himself had descended upon them. Kakashi, you are to assist Tens in this mission. His wood release can even suppress Sage Chakra. I trust that together you will succeed in bringing Baye back, Sarutobi instructed while puffing on his pipe. Moreover, it has been reported that in the Land of Rivers, aside from Baye, there have been sightings of Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Kakashi mused, recalling that it was Orochimaru who had orchestrated the experimentation involving the cells of the first Hokage. Initially, Sarutobi had not intended for Kakashi to be Tens' aide. But upon learning of Orochimaru's presence in the vicinity, he felt a wave of apprehension. It was essential to remember that Tens was a product of Orochimaru's experiments. Should a connection exist between them, Tens might be led astray alongside the traitor, resulting in a calamitous loss. Nonetheless, in the current scenario, the most suitable candidate to confront Baye was indeed Tens, who could suppress Sage techniques with his wood release. A vicious cycle, Sarutobi mused, rubbing his temples after Kakashi departed. Although Konoha appeared to thrive outwardly, hidden perils lurked beneath the surface. To address these issues, Danzo's ideas are, in fact, quite useful. The dilemma lies in the fact that many of Danzo's notions are excessively radical. Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself forced to take actions he initially wished to avoid, ultimately surrendering the darker aspects of Konoha to the root organization. It is hoped that Tenzo will be able to bring back Baye. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Fortunately, there has been no significant movement from the major nations recently. Otherwise, if another great ninja war were to break out at such a critical juncture, Konoha would truly struggle to withstand it. In the Land of Rivers, Tenzo, the third Hokage has sent me to assist you in completing your mission. Unlike Yamato in the original story, Tenzo treats Kakashi with the demeanor of a typical colleague. As a time traveler, he is acutely aware that relying on others is never as effective as depending on oneself. It is said that Orochimaru is also in the vicinity of the Land of Rivers, and it is imperative to locate him and utterly destroy his laboratory. By a twist of fate, Tenzo has unwittingly assumed Yamato's position. However, this substitution carries its own risks. Within the original laboratory, an additional layer of protection exists. And within that layer, Yamato, who was meant to inhabit the ninja world, remains sealed. Tenzo is unaware of the potential repercussions should someone discover Yamato and rescue him. He fears that Yamato might usurp his place. At that point, everyone might regard him as an outsider. Before his crossing over, he had already experienced the sensation of being seen as an outcast. Therefore, in his rebirth within the ninja realm, he is resolutely determined to prevent such an occurrence. Although his strength has grown to its current level, he finds himself incapable of dismantling the laboratory. Nonetheless, Tenzo believes that Orochimaru, as the creator of the laboratory, must possess a method to do so. Thus, while searching for Baye, Tenzo has not focused on Baye himself, but rather has continuously sought the presence and news of Orochimaru lurking in the shadows. Tenzo, I heard from the third Hokage that Orochimaru seems to have been spotted around here. What are you trying to convey? Kakashi initially intended to gauge Tenzo's reaction upon mentioning Orochimaru's name. However, observing his calm demeanor, Kakashi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nothing much. Kakashi had expected that upon hearing Orochimaru's name, Tenzo would either react with anger or excitement. Yet, his unperturbed reaction was unexpected. Kakashi, you are aware of my background. But that is all in the past now, Tenzo replied, shaking his head. All I desire now is to live my life to the fullest. As for the past, let it be. Indeed, as a time traveler, Tenzo had not suffered in Orochimaru's experiments. After all, he had already been working under Danzo upon his arrival. Nevertheless, During his time under Danzo's command, he often felt a peculiar sense of unease regarding the emergence of a certain individual. This individual is none other than Bai Yi, who recently defected from Konoha and is the target of my current mission. Having traversed into this world and taken up a position within the roots, I possess detailed information about this ninja from the memories of Tenzo. However, according to my recollections from the original narrative, this character never made an appearance. Such discrepancies between my memories and my experiences have led me to question the veracity of my understanding. Nonetheless, Bai Yi's actions have aligned perfectly with my recollections, without any signs of deviation. Conversely, a new figure has emerged from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Izumi. This development has further muddled my already confused memories. Fortunately, at this juncture, Kakashi made his entrance, which facilitated my seamless integration into the Umbu. While executing missions within the Umbu, I discovered scrolls containing forbidden techniques within the Hokage's office. Consequently, my proficiency in wood release has surged, and I have effortlessly mastered numerous forbidden arts. Chapter 43, a special side quest. The evolution of the Sharingan. Let us take a brief respite, Kakashi suggested, offering a cup of water to Tenzo, who simply shook his head, indicating he was not thirsty. Without delay, Tenzo utilized wood release to construct a temporary shelter for the two of them. It appears that Bai Yi and Orochimaru have already departed from the hidden village of Kawa. Alas, we have arrived too late, Kakashi sighed. Tenzo remained silent, meditating quietly beside him. This fellow is as taciturn as ever, Kakashi thought with a sense of resignation. He was acutely aware of the inhumane torment Tenzo had endured in his youth. As a test subject, the suffering he had experienced was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Yet, remaining ensconced in such shadows is hardly beneficial. It was my teacher and Mr. Bai Yi who helped me emerge from my own darkness. Tenzo, if it is within my power, I aspire to guide you toward the light, just as they did for me. Kakashi gazed at Tenzo, a resolve forming within him. So, Mr. Bai Yi has maintained a connection with Orochimaru all along? Tenzo suddenly inquired of Kakashi. I am not certain of that. However, it seems they have been acting in concert since their defection from the village. The third Hokage never conveyed such critical information to me, Kakashi pondered, wishing to offer some comforting words but ultimately swallowing them back. It seems the third Hokage still does not fully trust me, Tenzo remarked with a wry smile. Having rested sufficiently, shall we set off? Kakashi sighed, feeling a sense of inevitability. The third Hokage. I understand. No further explanation is necessary. Near the land of Rice, there have been reports of a significant number of missing children. It is highly probable that Orochimaru and Bai Yi are currently in the land of Rice. With that, Tenzo headed toward the direction of the land of Rice. Wait for me. Kakashi found this rather perplexing. The journey between the land of Rice and the hidden village of Kawa is not a short one. How did Tenzo gather such intelligence? In truth, the incident of missing children was fabricated by Tenzo himself. As a traveler from another world, he was aware that Orochimaru intended to establish his own influence in the land of Rice, and with Bai Yi and Orochimaru working together, it was only a matter of time before they would be located through a search in that land. Meanwhile, in the land of Rice, at the northern outpost, it is indeed challenging to secure an audience with him. Bai Yi sat languidly at the entrance of the outpost, accompanied by the respectfully standing Kabuto. In order to transplant the first Hokage's cells to Lord Bai Yi, Lord Orochimaru has been tirelessly conducting related experiments day and night. Thus, Lord Orochimaru has been unable to meet with you. I kindly ask for your understanding, Lord Bai Yi. TCH, Bai Yi clicked his tongue. He was well aware of Orochimaru's little schemes. It was merely a reluctance to meet him, a fear of revealing too much in his presence. Ultimately, Orochimaru did not trust Bai Yi as he did the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, or Shimura Danzo. I apologize for the wait. After nearly half an hour of waiting, the figure clad in black robes, Zhongwu, finally appeared before the two individuals. Lord Orochimaru requests your presence. At last, it was over. Bai Yi rolled his eyes and, under Zhongwu's guidance, proceeded to Orochimaru's laboratory alongside Yakushi Kabuto. Bai Yi, you have arrived. Orochimaru's voice was slightly hoarse, his face illuminated with the joy of a successful experiment. Orochimaru, it seems the time has come, hasn't it? My sage techniques have greatly aided your research on the cursed seals. It is also time for me to receive the transplantation of the Hashirama cells. Wouldn't you agree? Look at you, so impatient. Orochimaru feigned a pout, shaking his head. The cursed seal is essentially a manifestation of sage chakra, and the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, is capable of utilizing sage techniques. Therefore, I believe intertwining the cursed seal technology with the Hashirama cell transplantation could yield even better results. Orochimaru fervently explained to Bai Yi. Yet Bai Yi frowned and shook his head. You should keep the cursed seal techniques for yourself. I simply require the transplantation of the Hashirama cells. Bai Yi, you already possess sage abilities. Should you undergo the cursed seal transplantation, it would not only be a splendid enhancement, but if it interacts with the first cells in some way. I have made myself clear, I do not need it. Bai Yi's demeanor was resolute. Seeing that he could not persuade the other, Orochimaru could only smile wryly and concede, very well. Kabuto, prepare accordingly. This week, we shall proceed with Mr. Bai Yi's Hashirama cell transplantation. Understood. As Yakushi Kabuto departed, Bai Yi could not help but smirk inwardly. Orochimaru's fervent interest in researching cursed seal technology was merely a pretext to facilitate the transplantation of Hashirama cells into Bai Yi. Once he implanted the cursed seal onto Bai Yi, he would seize the opportunity to take control of him. At that point, Bai Yi would not only possess his own sage abilities and the Sharingan he acquired, but also the transplanted Hashirama cells. Such a remarkable vessel would undeniably tempt Orochimaru. Alas, despite his cunning, he could not sway Bai Yi's resolve. Given Orochimaru's current strength, seizing Pain's Rinnegan or Itachi's Sharingan seemed improbable. After all, he had finally found a potential avenue to acquire Bai Yi, yet had no breakthrough. Sigh. Let us proceed with the Hashirama cell transplantation for now. This fellow is so resistant to advice. Should the Hashirama cells react adversely, it might present me with yet another opportunity for possession. Orochimaru mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Bai Yi was within the system, examining the special side quest in his task list that appeared after acquiring the Sharingan. Side quest: the evolution of the Sharingan. 1. Eliminate a transcender to upgrade to the Mangekyou Sharingan. Note, if during this period you obtain the Sharingan, Mangekyou Sharingan, or the first Hokage's Hashirama cells, they can be stored, aiding in the completion of subsequent side quests. What an absurd task. It insists on being issued only after I deal with Uchiha Izumi. Initially, the act of slaying Uchiha Izumi demanded considerable exertion. After all, the butterfly lonai technique wielded by Uchiha Izumi was exceedingly formidable. Moreover, for reasons unknown, this technique exhibited an astonishingly low consumption of ocular power. Were it not for the inherent instability of its alternate space projection, even the combined efforts of Bai Yi and Uchiha Madara would likely have proven futile in vanquishing one another. Ultimately, it was only through Uchiha Madara sacrificing a Sharingan to unleash Izanagi that the tide turned. With Uchiha Izumi's full attention fixated on Madara's enigmatic resurrection, Bai Yi seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive strike from behind. This allowed him to exploit a blind spot in the butterfly lonai technique, successfully eliminating this troublesome interloper. Fortunately, each main quest revolves around the extermination of such intruders, alleviating any concerns regarding the completion of these tasks. Chapter 44. Ghost Lantern Suigetsu. This is the place. After a 3-day investigation in the land of rice, Tenzu and Kakashi have finally located Orochimaru's current northern stronghold. To their surprise, it truly is here. Kakashi stared at Tenzu in astonishment. Although he had been executing the mission alongside him, why did he feel utterly devoid of any clues from the very beginning? The defenses do not seem overly stringent. Let us charge in directly. Wait. Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, Tenzu swiftly darted to the entrance of the northern stronghold and silently eliminated the 2 guarding ninjas. Goodness. Kakashi rubbed his temples, steeling himself to follow Tenzu into the stronghold. However, much to their astonishment, aside from a few guards at the entrance, they had not encountered a single soul after infiltrating for quite some time. It wasn't until they arrived in a room filled with large jars that they heard a voice inquire, "Are you the new test subjects of Lord Orochimaru?" Who? Kakashi instantly became alert upon hearing this, and promptly activated his Sharingan. Oh, the Sharingan. How intriguing. Tenzu, I cannot detect the presence of the other party with my Sharingan. Yet, within that largest jar, there resides an immense chakra. Kakashi cautiously pointed towards the largest jar filled with liquid, while Tenzu scoffed dismissively. Do not concern yourself with that. Let us leave and search for Orochimaru and Bai Yi. Hey, you little brat, how rude. What do you mean? Do not concern yourself with me? Am I not human? I demand to know if I am indeed human. Seeing Tenzu turn his back to leave, the mysterious voice finally grew anxious. Hey, Little brat. Find a way to release me. I know where Orochimaru is. Heh. Upon hearing this, Tenzu slowly halted, tossing a wooden stick towards the largest jar. With a loud crash, the liquid within the jar spilled onto the floor. Tenzu. Kakashi, intending to question Tenzu, was instead captivated by the liquid pooling on the ground. If I am not mistaken, the ninjutsu you just employed is the wood release, which only the first Hokage could perform, right? Gradually, the liquid on the floor coalesced, forming a human shape. Take us to Orochimaru. Tenzu did not respond, but merely gazed at the figure, demanding compliance. Hey. However, in response to Tenzu's request, the released individual let out a cold laugh. My name is Ghost Lantern Suigetsu, and I am delighted to serve as your guide. Yet, just as Kakashi was exhaling in relief after hearing this, Ghost Lantern Suigetsu suddenly launched an attack towards Tenzu. Water release, water iron cannon technique. Tenzu, observing this, Kakashi immediately unleashed Raikiri. Even with Kakashi's remarkable speed, rescuing Tenso within such a short distance proved to be an impossible feat. Would release. Bang. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the water bullet was deftly intercepted by the wooden shield summoned by Tenso. Lightning Cutter. Water transformation technique. What? Kakashi felt as though his hand had plunged into some viscous liquid. As the current crackled, Kakashi, initially believing his jutsu had been undone, noticed that the expression of the ghostly lantern Suigetsu had turned ashen, rendering him silent. Enough, Kakashi. You might end up electrocuting him to death. When Kakashi ceased his assault, the ghostly lantern Suigetsu appeared utterly dazed. This individual belongs to the clan of the Ghost Lantern, known for their ancestral mastery of the water transformation technique. Tenso began to elucidate Suigetsu's abilities. The water transformation technique is indeed a formidable jutsu, allowing its user to liquefy their body, thus becoming immune to nearly all physical attacks. However, this technique carries its own risks. The Ghost Lantern clan harbors a profound fear of lightning release. Any lightning-based jutsu that comes into contact with them will paralyze their bodies, inhibiting their ability to liquefy. Truly, I never anticipated that both of you could wield lightning release. Suigetsu, still dazed from the shock, voiced his discontent. Meanwhile, Tenso coldly employed wood release to bind him. My wood release possesses the same capacity as the first Hokage's, capable of suppressing the flow of chakra within you. Suigetsu, you would do well to comply and lead us to Orochimaru, or else. A chilling aura emanated from Tenso, causing Suigetsu to nod vigorously in fear. If it weren't for that lightning release user, I might have managed to escape. Are they ninjas from Konoha? Wasn't the Uchiha clan annihilated? With no other choice, Suigetsu steeled himself to guide the two towards Orochimaru. A solitary Sharingan, lightning release. Could this be the recently famed copy ninja Kakashi from Konoha? A wood-release ninja, alongside the copy ninja Kakashi. It seems Konoha is resolutely determined to confront Orochimaru. Suigetsu couldn't help but lament his misfortune. Captured by Orochimaru was already dire enough, and just when he finally had a chance to escape, he encountered such formidable opponents. Meanwhile, deep within the laboratory of the Northern Stronghold, Orochimaru-sama, the observant Kabuto sensed an anomaly outside and promptly alerted Orochimaru. What is it? Bei rose, furrowing his brow. Today marks the day he intended to transplant Hashirama's cells. Yet, at this critical juncture, the expressions on Orochimaru and Kabuto's faces shifted dramatically. It appeared that someone had breached the base. Orochimaru frowned. The Northern Stronghold is exceptionally concealed. Logically, even the Akatsuki should not be able to locate their position so swiftly. Could it be from the Land of Rice? Impossible. Orochimaru shook his head. The Land of Rice had essentially fallen under his control. At this juncture, he found it rather astonishing that a reckless individual dared to intrude upon his stronghold. Surely, the Akatsuki organization would not contemplate eliminating us, would they? That seemed implausible. In response to Orochimaru's skepticism, Bai resolutely shook his head. This indeed raises a perplexing question. It could not possibly be a ninja from Konoha, could it? Orochimaru scoffed disdainfully at the mere thought. However, Bai suddenly recognized the merit in this line of reasoning. It was quite plausible that it was one of those Konoha imbeciles. After all, those inept fools had failed to uncover the entirety of my previous laboratory hidden within the Land of Fire. How could they possibly locate this place? Orochimaru held an exceedingly contemptuous view of Konoha. Yet, Bai understood that at this moment. Konoha was home to a time traveler well-versed in the vast majority of secrets of the ninja world. Chapter 45, The return. The encounter. In summary, Bai Yi. It appears that the surgery is once again on hold. Orochimaru shook his head in resignation. Bai Yi let out a long sigh, his mind brimming with anger. Damn it. You Tens. Why did you have to come now, of all times, when I have just acquired the wood release technique? Despite his inner tirade, Bai Yi felt a twinge of concern. Had Tens pinpointed the northern stronghold with such precision due to the influence of the system that accompanied his traversal? Furthermore, the title of World Purger and the Nameless System, was it possible that he was the sole possessor? Bai Yi remained uncertain. If Tenz's original mission was to eliminate traversers, then his current predicament would indeed be dire. After all, he was bound by the condition that he must utilize wood release to defeat his opponent. Orochimaru, is there a ninja skilled in wood release among your ranks? Bai Yi inquired. Orochimaru, who had intended to rush out and assess the situation, froze at Bai Yi's unexpected question. As far as I know, the only one in the world who possesses that skill is that child from years ago. Orochimaru shook his head. Out of 60 children, only one survived. Such a staggering ratio makes one wonder if another ninja capable of wood release will ever emerge in the ninja realm apart from Tenz. That would indeed be troublesome. Bai Yi scratched his head, while Orochimaru was left perplexed, pondering what scheme Bai Yi was concocting. Orochimaru-sama, it seems that Yakushi Kabuto has uncovered the issue, he hurriedly reported. Kisame Hashigaki appears to have been released. That individual is notoriously restless. It seems that the intruders possess formidable strength. There was no doubt about Kisame's prowess. His water clone technique is nearly insurmountable in the eyes of ordinary ninjas. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not have kept him at the northern stronghold for research. Bai Yi, if possible, lend a hand. Orochimaru was unwilling to see his stronghold dismantled so easily. Aside from Kisame, there was also the significant presence of Go at the northern base. Therefore, he was determined to gather allies rather than confront these powerful adversaries alone. And after this, be sure to arrange another cell transplant surgery for me. Bai Yi snorted, and then followed closely behind Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto, making their way toward the area where the unusual activity was occurring. Meanwhile, Tenz and Kakashi, under Kisame's guidance, steadily advanced toward the laboratory. Are you certain that Orochimaru is within the innermost laboratory? Kakashi expressed skepticism toward Kisame. After all, this individual had initially harbored intentions to kill them. Rest assured, Orochimaru-sama is set to perform surgery on Bai Yi today. This was a matter I had painstakingly inquired about. Gue Deng Shui Yu chuckled softly. Upon hearing Bai Yi's name, Kakashi and Tianzong simultaneously tensed up. Indeed, this fellow is here. The two immediately heightened their vigilance. After all, Orochimaru and Bai Yi are both legendary figures. The cost of bringing them back would undoubtedly be considerable. How long until we reach the laboratory? Not much further. Wait, Kakashi. It seems we need not delve deeper. Just as Kakashi was puzzled, suddenly, Orochimaru, Bai Yi, and Yakushi Kabuto appeared before them. Ah, an Umbu member? Indeed. They are from Konoha. Orochimaru was quite surprised to see the attire of Tianzong and Kakashi. One of them even possesses a single Sharingan. Kakashi, remove your mask. Reluctantly, Kakashi took off his mask. What? Is it so obvious that anyone can discern my identity? Another 1-0? The wood release enveloping Shueiyu? Tianzong. It has indeed been a long time. Orochimaru licked his lips. For him, Tianzong is an invaluable treasure. As the only successful specimen of his experiments, Tianzong himself is an immense repository of data. Orochimaru, Bai Yi, you two would do well to return to Konoha with us. Otherwise, it's been such a long time since we last met, and even the little brat from back then can speak boldly now. Bai Yi snorted coldly. In an instant, Orochimaru unleashed his hidden shadow snake hands. Wood release, great force technique. The wooden stakes clashed with the snakes, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. Simultaneously, Bai Yi hurled several wind blades. Kakashi thwarted them with a Doton, earth flow wall. Bang! Following this, Orochimaru drew the Kusanagi sword from his mouth and charged forward. Kakashi immediately brandished his kunai to counter. Kakashi, it seems that your Sharingan shall belong to me today. Orochimaru chuckled menacingly, and after a few exchanges, he kicked Kakashi away. On the other side, Bai Yi and Yakushi Kabuto faced off against Tianzong. A chakra scalpel, is it? Upon seeing the faint blue chakra emanating from Yakushi Kabuto's palm, Tianzong instantly recognized the technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Boom. This guy Bai Yi's ninjutsu is still absurd. As a simplified version of Shinra Tensei, Bai Yi's great breakthrough easily sent Tianzong crashing heavily against the wall. But before he could regain his composure, Yakushi Kabuto swung the chakra scalpel towards his neck. Tianzong, you should be more concerned for yourself. Another kick. Throughout the entire encounter, Kakashi was being relentlessly pressured by Orochimaru. Damn it. Lightning release. Lightning cutter. Oh, is this the legendary technique that can sever lightning? Quite impressive. Upon witnessing Kakashi execute the lightning cutter, Orochimaru praised him appreciatively. Summoning technique, Rashomon. In the face of Kakashi's lightning quick Raikiri, Orochimaru summoned the formidable Rasenman to defend himself. Unexpectedly, this layer of protection was pierced directly by Kakashi's attack. Impressive power indeed. With a sudden thrust, Kakashi's hand penetrated deep into Orochimaru's chest. Success. Oh, was it truly success? However, to Kakashi's astonishment, the body he had struck was merely a clone. The real Orochimaru, in a startling twist, emerged from the mouth of this decoy. Allow me to experiment with my newly developed cursed seal technique upon you. A subtle smirk graced Orochimaru's lips. Just as he was about to sink his teeth into Kakashi's neck, a thick wooden beam unexpectedly came crashing in, sending him flying. Kakashi, are you all right? With a whoosh, Tenzo, gliding along the wooden beam, urgently inquired after Kakashi. I'm fine. Kakashi shook his head. Thank you for your assistance. Chapter 46. The Power of the Original. Wood release. The advent of the tree world. It is truly astonishing. The little imp from the past has transformed into a ninja of such remarkable prowess. Orochimaru, witnessing the extraordinary skills of Tianzong, couldn't help but express his admiration. Are you feeling sentimental now? Hurry up and deal with these two. Bai scoffed. However, despite his outward eagerness to eliminate Kakashi and Tianzong, his true desire was for Tianzong to swiftly escape with Kakashi in tow. After all, his main quest was quite explicit. He must utilize wood-release techniques to eliminate Tianzong and, within the stipulated time frame, inject the item hidden within the laboratory into Yamato's body. And that is not all. Ultimately, after completing these tasks, Bai also needed to present Yamato before Kakashi. Only then would the main quest reach a satisfactory conclusion. To be frank, if it weren't for his overwhelming curiosity regarding the substantial rewards awaiting him upon defeating the two travelers, Bai would have contemplated abandoning this mission. The complexity of the task, not to mention the subsequent operations, made the requirement to eliminate a traveler using wood release alone daunting enough to deter him. Tianzong, we should retreat for now. With our current strength, confronting these two is certainly. Kakashi, just take care of yourself from here on, Tianzong instructed expressionlessly. He then positioned himself in front of Kakashi, lifting his chin to face Bai and Orochimaru directly. Oh, you just received a compliment. And now you intend to take us all on alone? Bai thought anxiously. What are you doing? You should run. He felt exasperated. Did he truly believe he was the reincarnation of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju? Orochimaru, make your move. Stop dawdling. Bai urged, feeling increasingly perturbed. Orochimaru observed that Bai seemed unusually off today. Under normal circumstances, their opponents would have perished countless times by now. To hell with this. Bai cursed inwardly, steeling himself as he unleashed a blade of wind toward his adversaries. If you are so intent on courting death, then so be it. I may as well abandon my mission. Yet, as the tempestuous wind blades surged forth, Tianzong remained unfazed, his hands coming together in a seal. Wood release. The advent of the tree world. What? Before Tianzong, countless trees surged forward like a tumultuous tide. Observing this, Orochimaru promptly signaled to Kabuto, who understood immediately and vanished with a swift whoosh. I can't believe it. Suigetsu was taken aback upon realizing that the unexpected ally he had brought forth possessed such formidable strength, feeling a chill run down his spine. Orochimaru truly cannot be relied upon, Bai thought, rolling his eyes in frustration. Nevertheless, he was still more astonished that Tianzong could indeed perform the wood-release jutsu, a technique only the original Hokage, Senju Hashirama, could wield. The advent of the divine tree. Who would have thought that Tianzong possessed such formidable strength? Bai furrowed his brow and swiftly activated the multi-condensation chakra technique. By transforming his own chakra into a corporeal form, he aimed to withstand the onslaught of the divine tree's emergence. Orochimaru, that rascal, had anticipated an escape route in advance. After utilizing the multi-condensation chakra to flee, Bai could not help but express his discontent. Yet, it was fortunate for him. Had it not been for the escape path he prepared, even with the multi-condensation chakra, evading Tianzong's divine tree technique entirely would have proven exceedingly arduous. My lord Bai, over here. Do? Orochimaru specifically instructed me to wait for you here. To the south. We have a base capable of performing your cellular transplant procedure. This time, I hope your operation can be expedited. Bai threatened Yakushido. Otherwise, I shall certainly remember your earlier abandonment. Of course, Yakushido responded with utmost reverence. Subsequently, the two hastened toward Orochimaru's southern stronghold. Meanwhile, the northern base was now enveloped by a dense forest. This power, apart from the already liberated Mizuki, Tianzong's divine tree had also freed another of Orochimaru's test subjects, Zhongwu. Tianzong. Kakashi gazed incredulously at the scene before him. With a single technique, the entire terrain had been altered. Who would have imagined that Tianzong concealed such a terrifying ninjutsu? No wonder the third Hokage remarked that Tianzong possessed strength akin to that of the first Hokage. In that moment, Kakashi suddenly comprehended the extent of Tianzong's terrifying prowess. Could it be that Bai, alongside Orochimaru, has also managed to escape? Tianzong sighed in disappointment. While capturing both Ghost Lantern Mizuki and Zhongwu could be deemed a significant achievement for Konoha, it was Tianzong's foremost desire to eliminate those who had fled. This realization plunged him into a state of anxiety. Alas, it was so close. Tianzong, given the circumstances, let us return to report. Kakashi, take Mizuki and this fellow with you. After imprisoning Zhongwu with his wood release, Tianzong entrusted him to Kakashi. These two could provide Konoha with invaluable intelligence. But you? Kakashi seemed to discern Tianzong's intention to pursue further. However, with Bai and Orochimaru's unfathomable strength, Kakashi was deeply concerned for Tianzong's safety should he venture alone. Kakashi, you are here to assist me in completing this mission. I hope you will heed my commands. Tianzong's tone was frigid, sending an inexplicable chill through Kakashi. Nevertheless, despite this, Kakashi continued to ardently dissuade Tianzong. It is exceedingly perilous for you to confront them alone. At the very least, we have captured Orochimaru's accomplices, enabling us to interrogate them and rediscover Orochimaru's whereabouts. When the time comes, shall we permit Lord Third to let him escape once more? Taianzo's words rendered Kakashi momentarily speechless. After all, it was precisely due to the third Hokage's unwillingness to act decisively that the optimal opportunity to apprehend Orochimaru was missed. This failure has often been wielded by Danzo as a means to admonish the third Hokage for his lack of ruthlessness. Yet, in the face of his beloved disciple, Orochimaru, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, truly cannot bring himself to take lethal measures. Regardless of his justifications, this remains one of the indelible stains upon his life. Very well. After a brief silence, Kakashi acquiesced to Taianzo's arrangements, dutifully binding Suigetsu and Jugo, preparing to escort them back to the Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, Taianzo continued to navigate towards Orochimaru's southern stronghold, guided by his recollections. Chapter 47. The transplant of the first-generation cells in the southern stronghold established by Orochimaru. Deep within the land of rice fields, Orochimaru and Kabuto were diligently preparing for Bai's cell transplant surgery. If they delayed this individual any further, it was likely that he would turn against them. Orochimaru was acutely aware that this time, there could be no further postponement. Since arriving at this new stronghold, Bai had already issued a threat that should the transplantation of the first-generation cells fail once again, he would no longer require Orochimaru's assistance for the procedure. The ninja world was vast. Surely, Orochimaru was not the only one possessing such expertise. It was worth noting that Orochimaru was privy to many of Danzo's secrets. If the time came when Bai could be captured and handed over to Danzo, then all prior notions of betrayal would seem trivial. After all, Bai had not committed any acts of treachery against Konoha. In fact, he had even returned the rogue Orochimaru to the village. Such a figure could undoubtedly be regarded as a hero of Konoha. Given Danzo's character, if Bai chose to remain in the root organization, his future would undoubtedly be bright. As for Orochimaru, those who fell into Danzo's hands seldom met a favorable end. Orochimaru-sama, during the surgery, should we? Kabuto hesitated. Orochimaru shook his head. Bai still had one final piece of crucial data yet to be handed over. Although Bai claimed ignorance regarding such matters, the data he retained was of utmost importance to Orochimaru. Rei and Mizuki are critical to us. Once we complete the surgery for Bai Yi, you and I shall venture to Konoha to rescue them. Understood, Kabuto nodded. As a former member of Konoha, Kabuto found the prospect of infiltrating the village to be as simple as returning home. Are you ready? Bai Yi inquired as he entered the room, directing his question to Orochimaru and Kabuto. Indeed, Orochimaru nodded, and the surgery commenced. Transplanting the first-generation cells was, to be frank, a gamble for Bai Yi. After all, the procedure was fraught with considerable risks. Danzo had nearly succumbed to the consumption of his chakra due to the first-generation cells in the past. Yet, Bai Yi trusted Orochimaru's skill. He possessed the experimental data that Orochimaru desperately needed, and he believed that his good friend would not betray him before acquiring that information. Should you experience any discomfort, remember to communicate with me promptly. Do you understand? Bai Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, the operation officially commenced. Bai Yi couldn't help but reflect on the fact that his very first surgical experience was the transplantation of the first-generation cells. To maintain his sanity, it was imperative that no anesthesia be administered throughout the entirety of the procedure involving the transplantation of interstitial cells. Consequently, upon the commencement of the surgery, the operating room was filled with the anguished wails of Bai Yi. Indeed, he was as the legends foretold. Observing Bai Yi's excruciating cries, the pharmacist, Do, was visibly perturbed, his expression a perpetual frown. How could a ninja, renowned alongside the likes of the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, behave in such a manner during a surgery? However, Orochimaru exhibited no disdain for this display. Rather, he was intently focused on the surgical process. Fortunately, despite the agony, the operation yielded remarkably successful results. With Orochimaru's assistance, Bai Yi's right arm was now infused with the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. During this period, you must rest. You cannot leave this ward until the rejection symptoms have completely subsided, Orochimaru instructed, before summoning the recently taken in, Karen. This child, an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, possessed unique abilities. A mere bite from her could significantly accelerate the recovery process. Orochimaru presented the red-haired Karen before Bai Yi. Upon witnessing Bai Yi's right arm, resembling that of an abnormal human and pallid in hue, Karen trembled in fear. Do not be afraid. Allow your brother a bite. Bai Yi, lacking any sense of delicacy, approached without hesitation. The moment he bit into Karen, she let out a cry. Bai Yi, I must commend your prowess, Orochimaru remarked, giving Bai Yi a thumbs up. Karen had been treated as a mere tool for recovery since Orochimaru took her in, yet she had never uttered a word of protest. However, after being bitten by Bai Yi, she unexpectedly burst into tears, a rare display of emotion that prompted Orochimaru to regard Bai Yi with newfound respect. Why are you crying? Do I appear frightening? Bai Yi mused, feeling somewhat irked. Yet, he found himself pondering a curious matter. At this juncture, Karen should not have been present at Orochimaru's laboratory. After all, in the original narrative, Karen was a kunoichi from the Land of Grass who only joined Orochimaru's faction after participating in the Chunin exams. Of course, her motivations for aligning with Orochimaru were not merely to follow him. Enough of the tears. Look, brother shall perform a magic trick. Though Bai Yi was oblivious to the concept of cherishing the delicate, he nonetheless bit into the little girl. However, afterwards, he demonstrated a sense of conscience by performing a clumsy magic trick to conjure a piece of candy for Karen, which instantly brightened her previously tear-streaked face. Thank you, she stammered, her eyes sparkling with joy. Not at all, Bai Yi replied, affectionately ruffling Karen's hair. At that moment, Karen wore a blissful expression, basking in the warmth of his gesture. Subsequently, just before departing, Xia Xianglin hesitated for a considerable time at the doorway. At last, she summoned the courage to inquire of Bai Yi, "What is your name?" "My name? I am called Bai Yi." "Bai Yi, oh, I shall remember that." Xiao Xianglin nodded and then joyfully exited the ward. Little did she know that Bai Yi's seemingly innocuous gesture would soon render the tasks he faced increasingly enigmatic. However, just as Bai Yi's surgery concluded at the stronghold, an unexpected visitor's silhouette began to emerge outside. "Here it is," Tianzong mused while examining the map in his hand. The southern stronghold was considerably more elusive than its northern counterpart. Yet, this did not deter Tianzong, a seasoned traveler of realms. He silently vowed that this time, he would undoubtedly eliminate Orochimaru and return Bai Yi to Konoha, fulfilling his mission. Suddenly, as Bai Yi reveled in the success of his operation, a thunderous noise erupted from outside. Frowning, he turned to Orochimaru and asked, "What on earth is going on?" "This commotion is not our doing," Orochimaru replied, appearing somewhat innocent. It seemed that those from Konoha were once again on their trail, despite this new stronghold being more concealed than the previous northern one. Orochimaru could not shake the feeling that Konoha had implanted some tracking device on him. No matter where he went, they seemed to discover his whereabouts. At times, he even began to suspect that Bai Yi was a mole sent by Konoha, with the true intention of relaying information back to them, while also retrieving the first Hokage's cells. "Is it them again?" Bai Yi sighed helplessly. "This Tianzong. Even when I do not seek him out, he persistently comes looking for me. Could it be that his mission coincides with mine, to eliminate fellow travelers? Was it possible that he, too, bore the title of World Eraser? Orochimaru-sama, what do we do now?" Orochimaru glanced at Bai Yi, who still lay on the hospital bed. Recently, he had been pondering a significant matter. During the encounter at the northern stronghold with Kakashi and Tianzong, had Bai Yi truly shown mercy? If he had not, it could only imply that Tianzong had grown tremendously powerful, especially since he could wield techniques like the divine tree descending, capable of drastically altering the surrounding terrain. However, if Bai Yi had indeed been merciful, was it due to a lingering compassion for a former subordinate, or had he received some directive from a superior? In any case, regardless of which speculation held truth, it was decidedly unfavorable for Orochimaru. There was no choice but to pack up and flee. "Orochimaru-sama, are we really running away?" The reason why Yakushi Kabuto is willing to follow Orochimaru lies not only in his self-worth and exceptional skills, but, more importantly, in the fact that Orochimaru is a leader worth following. Although Orochimaru's myriad of ninjutsu appears to be characterized by evasion, such as the serpentine exchanges of spitting snakes and swords, he often exhibits a commanding presence through his words and actions. It is essential to recognize that this individual dared to initiate the so-called Leaf Village collapse plan, even going so far as to eliminate the fourth Kazekage, Rasha, with ease prior to executing the plan. Thus, Orochimaru has repeatedly shown deference towards Tenzo, much to Kabuto's astonishment and confusion. "Kabuto, you are unaware of the formidable power of the first Hokage. Even the mighty-tailed beasts can be subdued by the wood-release techniques of the first. Orochimaru has no desire to confront one who possesses the strength of Hashirama Senju. Such a confrontation would not only obliterate his laboratory, but could also lead to a disastrous downfall." Previously, at the northern base, his harsh demeanor towards Tenzo stemmed from his role as the initial head of the laboratory. He understood that even if Tenzo could cultivate the Senju cells to harness the power of wood release, he would never rival the legendary first Hokage in prowess. At most, he could only manage some infrastructural endeavors. However, to his astonishment, in just a few short years, this once timid individual has managed to conjure an entire primordial forest with his bare hands. Moreover, he possesses the ability to manipulate the trees within that forest, which are capable of absorbing chakra. Such an extraordinary being is beyond even Orochimaru's expectations. And the initial experimental plan that seemed implausible has indeed nurtured such a formidable entity in the Leaf Village. Regrettably, Orochimaru lamented not having planted any seeds of fate within Tenzo during earlier encounters. Otherwise, he would not find himself in such a passive position now. "Lord Orochimaru, our scouts report that only Tenzo has arrived this time. I suggest we consider eliminating him." Orochimaru chuckled. "Last time, even when I joined forces with Bai Yi, we failed to gain the upper hand. This time, with Bai Yi incapacitated in his sickbed, do you believe we stand any chance?" Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Yakushi Kabuto was rendered speechless. It appears that they indeed lack any prospect of victory against Tenzo. However, Bai Yi, capable of utilizing Sage Chakra, had already employed the Wan Ning Chakra technique to absorb the surrounding Sage Chakra, recuperating from his injuries. Nevertheless, he currently refrains from engaging Tenzo, particularly as Kakashi's whereabouts remain unknown and the laboratory harboring Yamato is still so far from the land of rice. In this scenario, even if he had mastered wood release and eliminated Tenzo, he would still lack the opportunity to complete his mission. "Bai Yi, can you move on your own? It should be manageable." Bai Yi feigned a look of great agony, reminiscent of a baboon's wails on the operating table. This performance convinced Orochimaru and Kabuto of Bai Yi's current frailty. "The usual plan. We shall use the underground passage. Remember to bring Shanfeng this time." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto promptly summoned Shanfeng, and the group stealthily departed from their hideout through the secret passage. Meanwhile, Outside, Tenzo remained blissfully unaware of these developments. His singular desire to eliminate Orochimaru meant he had no intention of infiltrating this time. Wood release. The wood dragon technique. Although this technique required a cooldown of at least 3 days after its initial use, Tenzo was willing to expend all his chakra if this strike could vanquish Orochimaru. The enormous wood dragon soared into the sky, obliterating the entire stronghold. Yet, feeling it was insufficient, Tenzo unleashed all his remaining chakra. Wood release. The advent of the tree world. As a traveler from another realm, Tenzo understood the immense effort required to eliminate Orochimaru. Even after the conclusion of the Ninja World War, Orochimaru had not truly perished. On the contrary, it seemed that the old rascal had grown increasingly youthful as time passed. Thus, to finally rid himself of this tenacious serpent, Tenzo was prepared to deplete his chakra reserves. With the combination of the wood dragon technique and the advent of the tree world, not even Orochimaru could withstand such a formidable assault. Anyone in the current ninja world would meet their demise under these unforeseen circumstances. Exhaling deeply, Tenzo adopted a mindset of all or nothing as he collapsed onto the ground. Once his chakra had somewhat replenished, he slowly rose and approached the ruins, searching for the bodies of Orochimaru and Bai Yi. However, after a thorough search, he suddenly realized that aside from a few inconsequential test subjects, the southern stronghold was utterly deserted. This revelation left Tenzo, with his innocent and Navi eyes, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 48. Is it wrong to assist a friend? Tianzong. During this period, you should focus on resting. Upon returning to the Hokage building to report, although he did not bring back Bai Yi or Orochimaru, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen still commended Tianzong. Destroying 2 of Orochimaru's bases is already a commendable achievement in the eyes of ordinary individuals. Moreover, he had also captured the ninjas Mizuki and Chongwu. However, for Tianzong, this was far from sufficient. After arriving home, he remained discontented. The mission in the land of rice was the perfect opportunity for him to eliminate the nuisance that was Orochimaru. Yet, in the end, that cunning serpent managed to slip away. The dilemma posed by Orochimaru must be resolved. Clenching his teeth, Tianzong suddenly recalled the captives he had brought back, Mizuki and Chongwu. Mizuki was somewhat manageable, but Chongwu was a crucial element in Orochimaru's cursed seal research. Thus, even though infiltrating Konoha to rescue him was perilous, Orochimaru would undoubtedly devise ways to bring Chongwu to his side. Therefore, after disguising himself, Tianzong prepared to infiltrate the Konoha prison. If he could lie in wait here, he would be able to catch that scoundrel Orochimaru unawares. Subsequently, before the arrival of the third Hokage, he would strike unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, fleeing with Bai Yi, anxiously awaited Bai Ye's recovery. The surgery has been completed. You should now provide me with the remaining data, Orochimaru said, his expression displeased as he gazed at Bai Yi. The latter, however, appeared relaxed and unconcerned, completely ignoring Orochimaru's request, instead posing a question to him. That Chongwu, he is quite vital to your research, Isentihi? What exactly do you wish to convey? Orochimaru's tone grew increasingly frigid, yet Bai Yi merely chuckled. I can assist you in rescuing Chongwu. Afterward, I can provide you with the data. You will help me rescue Chongwu? What benefit do you derive from this? Aren't we good friends? Is there anything wrong with helping a friend? Bai Ye's words utterly baffled Orochimaru. Helping a friend? Who could possibly believe such nonsense? Bai Yi, you should understand that the most crucial element between us is sincerity. Is this not sincere? Bai Yi blinked innocently as he retorted. I have entrusted my life to you. How can that not be considered sincere? Orochimaru felt somewhat nauseated by Bai Ye's feigned innocence. I believe you and Lord Orochimaru have yet to reach such an ambiguous stage, observed Kabuto, who was nearby, assisting with the retort. TCH, I genuinely wish to help. If you are so reluctant, then let us exchange your cursed seal experiment data for my assistance, shall we? Is this to extend the duration of your sage mode? Indeed. Bai Yi had initially sought a pretext, but to his surprise, Orochimaru readily provided him with a way out. Bai Ye's intention to substitute Orochimaru in rescuing Chongwu was, in fact, a strategic move to confront Tianzong. Through their previous encounters, Bai Yi discerned that, aside from himself, the adversary seemed to view Orochimaru as a target as well. This led Bai Yi to reasonably suspect that the side mission in the opponent's possession was likely connected to Orochimaru. Given this, it was evident that Tianzong Being aware of Chong-Wu's significance as Orochimaru's most crucial subordinate would anticipate Orochimaru's efforts to rescue him. Therefore, by stepping in for Orochimaru, Bai Yi could orchestrate an encounter with Tianzong. Furthermore, within the confines of Konoha, he could expedite his journey to the experimental base where Dai resided. Should he fortuitously cross paths with Kakashi along the way, it would eliminate the time needed to escort Dai to Kakashi. The mission to eliminate the time traveler, designated as 005, was pressing. If they did not neutralize the target within Konoha, they would have to rely on the space-time ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. As time was of the essence. Honestly, why must we engage in dealings while harboring secrets? Orochimaru remarked with displeasure. Infiltrating Konoha to rescue someone is no trivial matter. Do you not have faith in my capabilities? Bai Yi replied with a sly smile. Let us not forget, I was once one of Danzo's subordinates. What a coincidence. So was I, Orochimaru responded. If that is the case, you must certainly be familiar with the oil girl Ryoma, correct? Bai Yi turned to Orochimaru, who visibly showed surprise at the name. Are you implying that I have acquired nearly all of his techniques? Orochimaru, well aware of the infiltration skills possessed by oil girl Ryoma, recalled his own attempts to learn a few tricks from him, only to be met with refusal. Instead, Ryoma had continually utilized his techniques, and only by merging with the oil girl clan's methods could one hope to surpass him. I never anticipated you could persuade that fellow to impart true skills to you. People will always resort to certain tactics, Bai Yi remarked, withholding further explanation. As for me learning anything, he has stated that he would not teach the bug manipulation technique. His methods are utterly ineffective without it. Why bother learning something that serves no purpose? Regardless, Ryoma is already deceased, and even if Danzo himself were to arrive, he would be unable to discern the truth from my deception. Very well, then, I entrust Chong-Wu to you, Orochimaru said with a smile, licking his lips. Do. You shall accompany Bai Yi and assist him. Understood. Bai Yi did not decline the company of Yakushi Kabuto. Although Kabuto had yet to absorb Orochimaru's powers and master sage mode, he remained a formidable ninja in his own right. At the very least, even an ordinary jonin would find it challenging to gain an advantage over him. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the prison guard yawned, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The night shift was particularly arduous, especially within the confines of the prison. During ordinary night shifts, one might find opportunities to rest, yet within the confines of the prison, the inmates occasionally stir up trouble. Even with their chakra sealed, some prisoners remain unruly. Consequently, late at night, supervisors frequently arrive to inspect the prison's security. This is precisely why the CH-nin on duty have no chance to relax. Brother, it is time to change shifts. Just as the guard, a CH-nin, felt the weight of drowsiness, a figure materialized, stating their purpose. Change shifts? But The CH-nin displayed evident confusion regarding the shift change. For he had just checked the time and believed there to be at least another hour remaining. I couldn't sleep, so I arrived early. With that, the newcomer presented their identification. Ah, I see. Chapter 49. Is there no one in this prison? Although the CH-nin guard harbored some doubts, he ultimately chose to believe, given the attire and the credentials presented by the visitor. In this era, it was indeed peculiar that even night shifts attracted competition. Exhausted as he was, the appearance of someone willing to take his post brought him immense relief. Once the guard departed, the ninja who had claimed to take over the watch slowly removed his mask. The naivete of the Leaf villagers was astonishing. It was a mystery how they had survived until now. Tens shook his head in resignation. In his view, the prolonged peace in Konoha had instilled a false sense of security in the new generation of ninjas, leaving them devoid of any sense of urgency. Had this been during times of war, not only would he have been unable to deceive the guard at the entrance, but even approaching the prison would have resulted in severe expulsion. As he ventured further, Tens encountered numerous guards within the prison, all of whom he successfully misled with the pretext of a secret mission issued by the third Hokage. Reaching CHJR, Tens crouched down to inquire of the burly man with yellow hair in the corner. Do you know the whereabouts of Orochimaru? I do not. Lord Orochimaru has a base in the north, and in addition to that, there are 36 temporary locations he frequents. Even I would struggle to locate him upon my release. CHJR replied. Indeed. Tens sighed. What brings you here? CHJR recognized the individual who had ensnared himself with wood. I am here to carry out a mission. What mission? Is it something a mere prisoner should know? Tens' lips twitched. CHJR's simplicity was almost comical. It was hard to fathom that this affable giant could exhibit such a stark contrast after activating his cursed seal. If you intend to capture Lord Orochimaru, I advise you to abandon that thought. You are quite devoted to your Lord Orochimaru. Tens mocked. CHJR disregarded the jab. In truth, his loyalty lay not with Orochimaru himself, but with the loyal subordinate, Kimimaro. A true vassal is a true vassal. No wonder Orochimaru is seeking ways to rescue you. Rescue me? Tens sensed CHJR's understanding of his intentions. Despite his apparent simplicity, CHJR was not devoid of intellect. I assume this is for the purpose of researching my cursed seal? The lab rat shows some awareness. However, knowing full well that Orochimaru views him as a mere experiment. Why remain so faithful? CHJR offered no response, and Tens soon lost patience for further conversation. Thus, they sat in silence, one awaiting rescue, the other anticipating the arrival of the rescuer. Meanwhile, Baiyi and Yakushi Kabuto successfully infiltrated Konoha during the day. The barriers of Konoha proved utterly ineffective against rogue ninjas. Baiyi could not help but scoff. The defensive system of Konoha is utterly inadequate. In the original narrative, even Uchiha Itachi, accompanied by Kisame Hoshigaki, who was not even a Konoha ninja, could effortlessly infiltrate without detection. The prison is just ahead. Shall we don disguises? Certainly. In response to Yakushi Kabuto's inquiry, Baiyi promptly produced a full set of Umbu attire. You have this as well, do you not? Indeed, Kabuto nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two adorned in Umbu garb made their way to the prison entrance with remarkable ease. Is there truly no guard here? Kabuto scanned the vicinity, astonished to find the area around the prison completely devoid of sentinels. Perhaps they have gone off to slacken their duties. Unfazed by this conundrum, Baiyi proceeded undeterred. Once inside the cells, their journey continued uninterrupted until they encountered a Konoha Chunin, seemingly intending to vacate the prison. Hey, why is there not a single guard present? Before Kabuto could react, Baiyi took the initiative to question the Chunin. Are you not members of the Umbu? Lord Tenzo just mentioned that the Umbu were on a mission and all guards within the prison were ordered to vacate. Nonsense. Kabuto retorted vehemently, demanding, does Tenzo possess any official documents from the third Hokage? The Konoha Chunin appeared momentarily dazed by Kabuto's words. He stammered that the documents had indeed been shown to the guards at the entrance, and they had not seen the guard responsible for the main gate. Hence. Enough. Baiyi waved his hand dismissively. You may leave now. We will handle the rest. Very well. The Chunin hurriedly departed, fearing retribution from the Umbu. Baiyi, what should we do? Tenzo is also present. Kabuto, having witnessed Tenzo's formidable abilities on previous occasions, was deeply apprehensive. Tenzo could execute the colossal jutsu known as the God Tree's emergence. Rescuing Jugo from his grasp would be an arduous task. What should we do? I too possess the first Hokage's cells. Should I still fear him? However, Kabuto hesitated, contemplating that Tenzo had already adapted and could utilize the God Tree's emergence. While he had only just transplanted the first Hokage's cells, how could he possibly compare? Yet Baiyi immediately silenced his doubts with bold words. Are you suggesting I should shy away from his prowess? A sudden, inexplicable aura emanated from Baiyi, causing Kabuto to swallow his words. No, not at all. Startled, Kabuto outwardly showed deference to Baiyi, yet inwardly, he continued to grumble. Damn, if we get captured, Baiyi will surely behave himself. As the two continued their advance, Kabuto's mind raced rapidly. If Baiyi intended to court danger, he, Yakushi Kabuto, would not accompany him. If a confrontation were to arise and Tenzo proved too powerful, he would undoubtedly make his escape at the first opportunity. As for Baiyi, he shall remain behind to serve as a backup. However, at this moment, Baiyi was entirely preoccupied with the notion that Tian Song was indeed present. If this lad had been resting at home obediently, it would have required considerable effort to lure him here. The sound of their footsteps gradually reached Tian Song, who was lurking in front of the cell, waiting patiently. At last, they have arrived. It seems they have evaded the suspicions of Konoha along the way. I must express my gratitude for having cleared the guards from this cell. A slight smile curled at the corners of Tian Song's mouth. After such a lengthy wait, the fish has finally taken the bait. However, upon the eventual encounter between Baiyi, Yao Shido, and Tian Song, he was left utterly perplexed and questioned the two. What is the meaning of this? Where is Orochimaru? Chapter 50. The Suddenly Rising Giant Tree. How did you all get here? Where is Orochimaru? Orochimaru? What Orochimaru? Bai Yi inquired with a smile directed at Tianzong. His expression incited Tianzang's furious roar. Bai Yi, are you mocking me? What benefits has Orochimaru bestowed upon you to make you serve him so loyally? Benefits? They hardly qualify as such, Bai Yi retorted, immediately unleashing 2 wind blades towards Tianzong. However, for Tianzong, who possessed the wood style, such an attack posed no real threat. Do, leave Tianzong to me and take Zhongwu away. Understood. Yao Shidou appeared to be a liability in this scenario. Moreover, Bai Yi was uncertain about the orders he had received from Orochimaru. In a critical moment, if this fellow decided to play foul from behind, it could spell disaster. Do you think you can rescue Zhongwu while disregarding my presence? Wood style, thorn killing technique. The wooden branches summoned by Tianzong twisted like vines, ensnaring Yao Shidou. Do not worry about those branches. Bai Yi instantly entered Sage mode and charged towards Tianzong. Do you truly believe you can defeat me on your own? Tianzong bellowed, his fury evident at Orochimaru's absence. The wind blades clashed against the wooden shield. Bai Yi was astonished to discover that this wooden shield was remarkably sturdy. Is this wood or iron? Just as Bai Yi pondered this, several wooden branches shot out from behind Tianzong. Ninjutsu, all-condensing chakra technique. Did it pass through? Tianzong was taken aback. After all, in his recollection, aside from Uchiha Obito's Kimyui, there should be no similar phasing technique. Sage art, wind style, great wind break. Boom. A fierce storm erupted centered around Bai Yi, propelling Tianzong several meters away. Do, take Zhongwu and go. Do you think you can take Zhongwu with just this move? Wood style, wood clone technique. From the billowing smoke, Tianzang's clone surged forth, lunging at Yao Shidou. Damn it, you've truly learned a lot of tricks. Back when you were en route, why didn't you employ these techniques during missions? Bai Yi, while mocking, engaged with the real Tianzong. If his abilities were exposed under Danzo's scrutiny, it would lead to his demise. Tianzong grunted, delivering a kick, but it was effortlessly bypassed by the chakra-infused Bai Yi, who swiftly maneuvered behind him, raising a kunai aimed at his neck. Bai Yi, you're no different. Although Sage mode offers greater power, you always feign a lack of chakra. Bang. What? Bai Yi thought, realizing the predicament. It turned out that the Tianzong before him was merely a clone, while the real one was confronting Yao Shidou. The wood clone. Without the Sharingan, it was nearly impossible to discern the truth from the false. Bai Yi snorted, employing the body flicker technique to pursue Tianzong. Before the stoic figure of Tenzu stood Yakushi Kabuto, whose gaze was as frigid as ice. Kabuto swallowed hard, cursing inwardly. Damn you, Bai Yi. Wasn't it said that there would be no issues and that I need not concern myself? Yet here comes Tenzu, with no other choice. He steeled himself to confront the challenge. Earth release, earth flow spear. He declared. Is he beneath the ground? Water release, great waterfall technique. Although Yakushi Kabuto sensed the earth flow spear thrusting upwards from below, as the waterfall cascaded down to counter the assault, Tenzu emerged from the torrent, deftly swinging his arm. Several robust wooden stakes ensnared Kabuto, binding him tightly. Wood release, thorny killing technique. These wooden stakes possess the ability to absorb my chakra? Has this individual fully adapted to the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama? Kabuto was taken aback. According to Orochimaru's experimental data, even with the transplantation of the first Hokage's cells, one could not attain such formidable strength. Yet Tenzu exhibited nearly 80% of the power of wood release. Reveal to me the whereabouts of Orochimaru. Tenzu demanded. Just as he was about to press Kabuto for answers, the transformed Yugo, now in Curse Seal mode, roared and charged toward them. I will annihilate you all. Eradicate. Seeing Yugo activate his cursed transformation to assist him, Kabuto felt a sense of relief. However, it was evident that the complete transformation of Yugo made Kabuto somewhat uneasy. It was crucial to note that once Yugo fully embraced the Cursed Seal, he would unleash his innate penchant for slaughter indiscriminately. Tenzu scoffed dismissively, clearly unfazed. At that moment, Bai Yi arrived on the scene. Who shall I kill first? A torrent of potent chakra surged forth from behind Yugo, erupting outward. Ironically, the target he ultimately chose was none other than the recently arrived Bai Yi. Damn it. I knew it. Kabuto felt a wave of despair wash over him. With only 2 allies, one had claimed to handle matters but was captured instead, while the other, witnessing his comrade's peril, unleashed his power, only to charge recklessly toward Bai Yi. I do not even know where Orochimaru-sama is. Kabuto protested. If you do not know, you hold no value to me. As the wooden stakes tightened their grip, Kabuto felt increasingly suffocated. Just then, Yugo unleashed a point-blank chakra cannon aimed at Bai Yi. Die. Perish. Multi-linked cannon. With a thunderous explosion, a colossal hole was blasted into the very heart of Konoha's prison. Ha. He is dead. Dead. Ha. Yugo laughed maniacally. Your misdeeds have led to your downfall, thwarting my plans. Observing Yugo's triumph over Bai Yi, Tenzu smirked and reinforced the pressure of the wooden stakes. Zhongwu holds great significance to Orochimaru. If I eliminate you all, he is bound to come personally to rescue him, is he not? Haha, your notion is quite commendable. Alas, you shall not witness that day. Uft. Bai Yi swiftly unleashed a blade of wind, inflicting a grievous wound upon Tianzang's neck. What? You are still alive? Tianzang distinctly witnessed Bai Yi being struck at close range by Zhongwu's devastating technique. Yet this fellow remains unscathed. Although Tianzang reacted with remarkable speed, he still fell victim to Bai Yi's lethal strike. Blood incessantly streamed down from his neck. Next, it shall be you. Coincidentally, the shrieking Zhongwu had already set his sights on Tianzang as his next target. As Zhongwu drew nearer, Tianzang gritted his teeth and unleashed his most formidable ninjutsu to date. Would release, Yggdrasil. Chapter 51. The Suddenly Erupting Towering Tree, Part 2. Alarmed by the chilling surge of chakra emanating from Tianzang, the recently liberated Yakushi Kabuto hastily retreated into the gaping chasm created by Zhongwu. Witnessing this, Bai Yi swiftly harnessed his chakra and fled towards the prison's exit. What kind of ninjutsu could possibly require such an immense reservoir of chakra? Bai Yi thought, astonished, glancing back as he fled. To his astonishment, Tianzang was gradually transforming into a colossal tree. This tree continued to grow, expand, and enlarge, seemingly without limits, stretching outwards in all directions. I must leave quickly, otherwise, everything here will be consumed by the tree summoned by Tianzang. Bai Yi comprehended the nature of Tianzang's wood release, which possessed the ability to absorb chakra. Therefore, should he come into contact with this tree, even if he transformed his chakra, it would be futile. Kill, eradicate. Humorous, Zhongwu. I hope you can survive this calamity. As Bai Yi observed Zhongwu being gradually engulfed, becoming sustenance for the gigantic tree, he hastened his pace. Boom. The vicinity of the Konoha prison trembled violently. The commotion instantly drew the attention of the Konoha ninja. Within 2 minutes, even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared outside the prison. What on earth has transpired? Lord Third, it seems a giant tree has emerged within the prison, and it is still growing. What did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed incredulously at the prison. Bang! The colossal tree burst through the prison's ceiling and continued to grow wildly upwards. Finally, it reached the height of Hokage Rock before it gradually settled. Lord Third, this is... Even the first Hokage did not summon a tree of such magnitude. Moreover, this tree appears capable of absorbing chakra and continuing its growth. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but marvel. At that moment, a figure emerging from beneath the tree captured the attention of the Umbu. Lord Third, pursue. Upon spotting the silhouette, the third Hokage immediately commanded the Umbu to give chase. However, just as he intended to move, Tianzang leaped forth from the tree. Tianzang. So it was he who conjured this enormous tree? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and chose not to pursue the suspicious figure. Instead, he approached Tianzang. Tianzang, is this giant tree your ninjutsu? Lord Third. The one who just escaped is Bai Yi. What did you say? There is no time for explanations. Lord Third, I have trapped Orochimaru's subordinates with my ninjutsu. Before I return, you must keep an eye on this tree. I suspect there may be one person I inadvertently overlooked. While performing the wood release, Yggdrasil technique, Tianzang sensed that Yakushi Kabuto had not been consumed by the tree. You intend to pursue Bai Yi? Lord Third, if we do not act now, it will be too late. Bai Yi possesses a rather peculiar ninjutsu. Aside from my wood release, no one can capture him. Tenzang's tone was filled with urgency. The fact that Zhongwu's powerful strike failed to eliminate Bai Yi indicated that he possessed a means to evade most conventional attacks. Nevertheless, Tenzang was confident that his wood release could absorb chakra. All ninjutsu fundamentally relies on chakra. Therefore, he firmly believed that as long as his wood release made contact with Bai Yi, that remarkable ninjutsu of his would become ineffective. Lord Third, after a moment's contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly acquiesced to Tenzang's request. Thank you, Lord Third. With a swift motion, Tenzang pursued the direction Bai Yi had fled. Tenzang, It was only after Tenzang had dashed away that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticed the scar on his neck. However, Tenzang had already slipped from his sight. With a resigned sigh, Hiruzen instructed the Umbu to secure the area while dispatching additional reinforcements. Be cautious. Tenzang may be severely injured. We must ensure he remains safe. Understood. At that moment, outside the Hidden Leaf Village, Bai Yi was astonished to discover the terrifying wood release techniques that Tenzang possessed. Such a formidable wood release could convert everything it devoured into sustenance. Bai Yi could vaguely sense that the colossal tree summoned by Tenzang had the potential for infinite growth. This implied that if Tenzang continued to nourish the tree, it could eventually evolve into something akin to the Ten Tails God Tree, which was not beyond the realm of possibility. If this tree could bear fruit, the Otsutsuki clan would surely be infuriated upon discovering it. If Tenzang truly possessed the means to cultivate a divine fruit, he might very well stand toe-to-toe with the Otsutsuki aliens. Whoosh. Shuriken? Are they from the Umbu? Dodging the shuriken that flew toward him, Bai Yi furrowed his brows. He had expended a significant amount of chakra to evade Tenzang's techniques. At this moment, he had shed his sage mode. So close. Unfortunately, he needed to employ his wood release to eliminate his opponent. Had he struck a little deeper, Tenzang would have been dealt with. Bai Yi let out a long sigh. He had initially intended to subdue Tenzang after inflicting severe damage, but unexpectedly, that blow had forced Tenzang to reveal his trump card. I should find a place to regroup. Conveniently, nearby was the experimental base where Yamada resided. Bai Yi needed time to restore his chakra, and he recalled the experimental base. Even if the Umbu were to search for him, they would not locate him for at least 10 days to half a month. Otherwise, they would have discovered Yamato hidden within long ago. It is not easy for an ordinary person to shake off the Umbu. However, Bai Yi, having previously served as the captain of the Umbu, was intimately familiar with their operational habits. He effortlessly concealed himself within the experimental base. However, just as he momentarily relaxed, he suddenly discovered that deep within the base, in the hidden place of Yamato, there appeared to be someone present. Haha, I knew you would come here. Tianzong? Bai Yi's tone was laced with astonishment. Indeed, the figure that emerged from the depths of the base was none other than Tianzong himself. Did Orochimaru send you here? What on earth have you uncovered? Haha, I cannot say for certain. Bai Yi cleverly shifted all the blame onto Orochimaru. You should be grateful that my wind blade did not strike with full force. Otherwise, your head would have long since relocated. Are you referring to this? Tianzong pointed to the wound on his neck. Bai Yi furrowed his brow upon seeing this, for he was astonished to discover that the injury on Tianzong's neck was continuously healing itself. My self-healing ability, though it may seem inferior to that of the first Hokage and Lady Tsunade, is, in truth, more potent than their regenerative techniques. As long as my Yggdrasil tree exists, I can continually harness its power for restoration. Even if you were to reduce me to mere pulp, as long as the tree stands, I shall find a way to revive once more. Chapter 52. The Final Chakra. Tianzong's expression became somewhat frenzied. It was truly hard to fathom that the opponent possessed such a formidable killing move. Unable to kill, Bai Yi furrowed his brow. If death was not an option, how on earth could he fulfill his mission? Should he merely focus on annihilating that tree? Yet, that tree also possessed the ability to absorb life energy for growth and recovery. How should he proceed? Before Bai Yi could devise a strategy, Tianzong lunged at him with a long sword in hand. Had this fellow exhausted most of his chakra? Was he foregoing wood release to conserve energy for taijutsu? Bai Yi quickly discerned that not only was his chakra nearly depleted, but Tianzong's as well. Relying solely on taijutsu to contend with me, Tianzong, you are still rather inexperienced. In terms of physical combat, Tianzong was indeed no match for Bai Yi. During a previous mission, Bai Yi had received a reward that enhanced his physical capabilities. Although it seemed somewhat trivial in the world of ninjas, it was precisely this enhancement that allowed Bai Yi to execute numerous powerful ninjutsu. Without such robust physical condition, he might have inadvertently harmed himself while utilizing techniques like the Great Windbreak. Could this fellow's taijutsu truly be compared to that of the uninitiated Guy? Thanks to Kakashi, Tianzong occasionally had the opportunity to spar with Guy. Even without his later monstrous prowess, Might Guy was considered absolutely top tier in Konoha at present. Yet, to his astonishment, Bai Yi's taijutsu was not in the slightest inferior to Guy's. Surprised, are we? Taijutsu is the foundation of a ninja. Tianzong still has much to practice. In response to Bai Yi's taunts, Tianzong remained unfazed, persistently advancing. Water release, great waterfall technique. After exchanging punches with Bai Yi, Tianzong retreated several steps, forming seals with remarkable speed. In an instant, a massive waterfall surged towards Bai Yi. What? This guy still has so much chakra? Witnessing the terrifying power of the great waterfall technique, Bai Yi could not help but marvel at his opponent's chakra capacity. Earth release, earth flow wall. With no other option, Bai Yi pitifully erected an earthen wall before him. By the time the waterfall subsided, the wall had already shattered into pieces. Earth release, earth flow spear. Another attack? Bai Yi hurriedly dodged, but Tianzong seized the opportunity to position himself at Bai Yi's side with his longsword. This strike, how will you evade? With earth spikes ahead and a blade behind. With no alternatives, Bai Yi had no choice but to expend the last of his chakra. Wind release, great wind break. With a resounding crash, Tianzong was violently slammed against the rock wall. This blow caused him to bleed from the corner of his mouth. Cough. Truly difficult to kill. Haha. Thank you for the compliment. Bai Yi, if I am not mistaken, your chakra is running low, isn't it? Tianzong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Regrettably, it was not only his injuries that could be restored by the Yggdrasil tree. My chakra can also be replenished. He sneered coldly. However, he chose not to eliminate Bai Yi with ninjutsu. Instead, he extended his right hand in an inviting gesture. Bai Yi, I hold your abilities in high regard. Reveal the whereabouts of Orochimaru, and I shall let today's events be bygones. Let bygones be bygones? Really? Bai Yi regarded Tianzong with a skeptical gaze. Tianzong nodded earnestly. Of course. Although, I have noticed that child inside who bears an uncanny resemblance to you. Upon hearing this, Tianzong's expression shifted. As long as you can tell me where Orochimaru is now. Oh, I truly thank you, Lord Tianzong, for granting me my life. Bai Yi feigned gratitude. So, you have no intention of disclosing Orochimaru's location? Your eagerness to know where he is only serves to protect the secrets here, does it not? That is none of your concern. Hee. Bai Yi chuckled softly, and, without warning, unleashed a gust of wind blade towards Tianzong. It appears negotiations have come to an end. The emerging wooden shards effortlessly blocked Bai Yi's final assault, and Tianzong's aura radiated a fierce killing intent. Damn. Bai Yi sensed an ominous turn of events. If this continued, he might very well meet his demise. Alas, Bai Yi, you have squandered your best chance for survival. With that, Tianzong once again utilized wood release. Countless wooden blocks surged forth like a dragon, launching themselves at Bai Yi. It is over. As dust and debris filled the air, once the wooden blocks dissipated, Bai Yi's lifeless body lay before Tianzong. How absurdly devoted they all are to Orochimaru. Tianzong exhaled a long breath. Fortunately, the secrets of this abandoned laboratory remained undisclosed to others. Yet, with this unexpected turn of events, his desire to eliminate Orochimaru intensified. Let us depart from here. After nearly 5 minutes, Tianzong finally recovered from the debilitating exhaustion of depleted chakra, thanks to the assistance of the Yggdrasil tree. Otherwise, that last desperate strike would have rendered him unconscious on the spot. As he prepared to carry Bai Yi's corpse back to report, Tianzong suddenly noticed. The body that had been just a short distance away had vanished without a trace, leaving only a robe behind. This is bad. Hee. Now it is truly over, Tianzong. Would release, violent spear tree. Bai Yi's right arm extended outward and transformed into a robust tree, engulfing Tianzong entirely. Would release? You. How could you have implanted the first Hokage's cells? Tianzong marveled in astonishment. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, having truly drained his own chakra, collapsed helplessly to the ground. No wonder that despite the impressive appearance of both earth release and wind release techniques, they still fell short in potency. Reflecting on the scene where Bai Yi executed his ninjutsu, Tianzong finally grasped the truth. This fellow had been feigning the exhaustion of his chakra all along. The purpose was to deliver this unexpected strike. Yet, I distinctly witnessed your demise. What? Izanagi, a unique ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. You still possess the Sharingan. Indeed. For your sake, I sacrificed one of my Manjiki Sharingan. The evolving Sharingan that Bai Yi acquired as a reward from the system was something he certainly could not afford to waste. The Manjiki Sharingan consumed by Izanagi was, in fact, seized from Uchiha Izumi. Chapter 53. We are fellow villagers. Upon discovering that Bai Yi possessed the Sharingan, and even the Manjiki Sharingan, Tianzong was utterly astonished. How could one wield such formidable power yet refrain from using it? This only deepened Tianzong's admiration for Bai Yi's restraint. I remain curious. How do you conceal your Sharingan? After all, if you were an outsider, one cannot simply toggle the Sharingan at will. My Sharingan harbors unique abilities. automatically casting illusions on outsiders. Moreover, at present, I possess only one Sharingan and cannot freely activate or deactivate it, Bai Yi patiently explained to Tianzong. Despite being trapped, Tianzong bore no trace of despair. Ah, I see. However, you seem to have forgotten that my powers can harness the Yggdrasil tree for restoration. Even ensnaring me with the begun tree will not lead to your ultimate victory. This was indeed the case. Bai Yi sighed deeply. He had previously attempted to consult the system, but the conclusion remained. Without truly eliminating Tianzong, the mission would remain incomplete. So close yet so far. Bai Yi sighed again, retrieving a signal flare from his pocket. Once I eliminate you and launch this flare, everything will come to an end. Is that a signal flare from the Umbu? Upon witnessing the signal flare in Bai Yi's hand, Tianzong panicked, urgently shouting, Bai Yi, what on earth are you planning to do? It seems you are terrified of this matter being exposed. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Bai Yi's mouth, prompting Tianzong to forcibly calm himself. Stay composed. As long as the Yggdrasil tree restores my chakra to 20%, I can break free from your ninjutsu control. Bai Yi was well aware of this. Once Tianzong regained his strength and freed himself from the begun tree, Bai Yi would be left with no trump cards, facing an inevitable death. Or perhaps, I should launch the signal flare and let the Umbu handle it. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yi ignited the flare. With a whoosh, as the signal flare ascended, Tianzong became completely unhinged, vehemently cursing at Bai Yi. What are you doing? What advantage do you gain from others discovering this secret? What if the third Hokage sees through it all and decides to eliminate you? Ridiculous. Do you truly believe the third Hokage is a fool? Tianzong's agitation was palpable. He could no longer maintain his composure. If the Umbu indeed arrived, his worst-case scenario would be to eliminate them alongside Bai Yi. After all, no one would know what transpired. He could simply claim that the Umbu perished tragically during their mission. You wouldn't dare to kill the Umbu who are aware of this laboratory's secrets, would you? Tianzong, having his intentions laid bare, unleashed a torrent of invectives at Bai Yi. It is difficult to imagine that Tenso, who had long concealed his ambitions, experiences such intense emotional fluctuations after truly becoming a formidable force. We shall see whether the members of the Umbu arrive first, or if your chakra restores itself sooner. Even if the Umbu does arrive, the first to take action against them will undoubtedly be you, not I. Oh, if I were to reveal the true day to them, what would their reactions be? The true day? Tenso's pupils constricted as he gazed at Bai Yi, his lips parting and closing repeatedly. Yet he found himself unable to articulate his questions. You, have you become tongue-tied? Bai Yi smiled and finally, Tenso mustered the courage to voice the doubts that plagued his mind. Who are you truly? In this ninja world, aside from myself, there should be no one else who knows of the name Day. After all, under normal circumstances, Day is a new name bestowed upon the genuine Tenso, an identity acquired after being influenced by Kakashi. Yet now, this traveler has never shown Kakashi any form of friendliness. Kakashi has never mentioned anything about giving me a new name. Since we have come this far, if there are no unexpected turns, I shall abandon your task. Despite a hint of resignation, Bai Yi resolved to relinquish a mission that seemed utterly unattainable at this moment. I, like you, am also a traveler. What on earth are you saying? Tensu's eyes widened in disbelief. Another traveler? So that's it. No wonder this fellow possesses such extensive knowledge. Not only does he master Sage Mode, but he also wields astonishingly powerful jutsu, reminiscent of divine might. You speak of a mission? Do you possess a system? Indeed. Bai Yi nodded. However, it seems that as fellow travelers, aside from your acquisition of wood-release techniques, you do not appear to have the benefits of a system. Tenso fell silent in contemplation. Indeed, everything he has achieved today is the culmination of his relentless exploration and cultivation. Given that the original Day was exceedingly weak, Tenso dedicated many years to developing the wood-release, Yggdrasil technique. The reason he can wield wood-release with the same power as the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, stems from the formidable nature of Yggdrasil. You seem to be lamenting the unfairness of your fate. In traversing this ninja world, I simply aspire to grow stronger step by step, ultimately becoming invincible. Upon discovering the truth, Tenso, for reasons unknown, suddenly felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. For this, I toil in training, only to find that no matter how hard I strive, I cannot measure up to those of you who possess systems and advantages. Alas, while lamenting, why resort to insults? Bai Yi rolled his eyes. Although I have received numerous rewards from the system, It must be acknowledged that I originally developed the Great Windbreak without any system assistance. Admittedly, prior to enhancing my physical capabilities, I was often inadvertently injured by the Great Windbreak. Nonetheless, this inferior version of the Divine Realm's heavenly punishment is a product of my own research. Regardless of whether one accuses me of cheating or exploiting advantages, the undeniable truth remains. Bai Yi scoffed, indifferent to the opinions of others. Ultimately, the outcome is the only thing that can truly validate everything. Checking the time, it seemed that the Shadow Department should be arriving shortly. However, this tree of whatnot appears to be recovering at a rather sluggish pace. After conversing for a while, it seems that Tianzong has yet to regain his strength. Thus, Bai Yi could not help but jest. Enough. I shall not waste any more of your time. Although I did not complete the main quest perfectly this time, achieving half of it is still a worthwhile accomplishment.